that could have been used as defensive armor, and carried a clipboard that she wielded with the authority of someone accustomed to making grown beings cry. "Welcome to the benevolent chaos," she announced with the cheerful efficiency of someone processing insurance claims during a natural disaster. "I'll need everyone to check their weapons at the reception desk, wash their hands at the sanitization station, and fill out these basic medical history forms." She thrust a stack of papers toward Captain Scriblix with the same motion one might use to block an incoming sword thrust. "Check our weapons!" Scriblix stared at the clipboard as if it were a particularly complex piece of alien technology. "We're here to rob you." "Yes, dear, I'm sure you are," Nurse Whimsical replied, with the tone of someone humoring a patient who insisted they were Napoleon Bonaparte. "But this is a sterile medical environment, and we simply cannot have contaminated weapons lying about. Health and safety regulations, you understand." The concept of health and safety regulations was so foreign to the pirate crew that several of them began making the chittering sounds their species used to express existential confusion. "But how do we rob you without weapons?" asked Grisnock, whose criminal education had apparently never covered alternative approaches to theft. "Oh, I'm sure you'll think of something creative," Nurse Whimsical said encouragingly. "Now shall we get started with those medical histories? I notice several of you appear to be suffering from malnutrition, and at least 3 show signs of untreated parasitic infections." The word parasites caused an immediate reaction among the pirate crew that ranged from horrified fascination to the kind of personal inventory checking usually associated with discovering one's clothes were on fire. Parasites! Blurfix's antenna began twitching in patterns that roughly translated to, oh God, get them off, get them off." "Nothing to worry about," Nurse Whimsical assured him with professional calm. "Quite treatable with the proper medication. We'll have you sorted out in no time at all." Captain Scriblix watched his crew of hardened space criminals transform into a group of concerned individuals seeking medical advice, and felt his understanding of pirate leadership undergoing the kind of fundamental revision usually reserved for scientific theories about the nature of reality. "Now then," Nurse Whimsical continued, consulting her clipboard with the precision of someone launching nuclear missiles, "who would like to be first for their examination?" The resulting stampede toward the medical bay violated several laws of physics and at least one treaty regarding the humane treatment of waiting room furniture. Dr. Tu Rumplebottom's examination room had been designed according to the principle that medical care should be both comprehensive and slightly overwhelming to anyone who wasn't used to being poked, prodded, and subjected to detailed questioning about their personal habits. The walls were covered with anatomical charts featuring species from across the galaxy, medical equipment that hummed with quiet efficiency, and motivational posters with slogans like "Health is wealth," and "Take 2 aspirin and colonize the galaxy in the morning." Captain Scriblix found himself sitting on an examination table that adjusted itself automatically to accommodate his height, weight, and species-specific skeletal structure, while Dr. Crumplebottom bustled around the room with the purposeful energy of someone who had
I had to explain that no, actually, I quite enjoyed having my internal organs properly arranged. Thank you very much. Name's Alex Rhodes, and I'm what the galactic community calls a death worlder, though you wouldn't know it from how they treat me. Sure, Earth's got its challenges. Gravity that would squish half my classmates, atmospheric pressure that would make others pop like balloons at a dart convention, and enough bacteria to give our medical staff recurring nightmares. But somehow, I'm the fragile one. Take Professor Nick Spell, my Xenobiology 401 instructor. They're basically a sentient lava lamp with 3 PhDs and an attitude problem. Every time I walk into their classroom, their gelatinous form ripples with what I can only describe as anxious concern, like they're expecting me to spontaneously combust from the effort of existing. "Ah, Student Rhodes," they burbled during today's class, their voice coming from somewhere within their translucent mass. "Do be careful with the new holo displays. They're calibrated for standard Class 3 planetary environments." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "Professor, we've been over this. I'm not going to break from touching school equipment." A concerned ripple passed through their form. Yes, but your species' unique calcium-based support structure, you mean bones, is rather primitive and susceptible to trauma. From across the room, Vrax let out a sound like sandpaper scraping against metal, their version of a smug chuckle. Picture a walking silicon crystal with an ego the size of a small moon, and you've got Vrax. Perhaps Student Rhodes should observe from behind a protective barrier? I've read that humans require constant environmental controls to survive. That's a spacesuit, you geometric gossip, I muttered, sliding into my seat. And I only need one when I'm in,
Enrique!
space.
He's our demolition expert.
Crystalline being
He destroyed that chair.
than Vrax, despite literally being made of living crystal, chimed in with their bell-like voice. "Is it true humans have to shut down for 8 hours every day just to prevent system failure? It's called sleep, and bold of you to judge when you spend 3 days a week in photosynthesis mode." The only one who didn't regularly treat me like I was about to shatter was Meepo, a fuzzy empath who looked like someone had given sentience to a dryer's lint trap. They bounced excitedly in their hover seat next to me, their fur rippling with genuine curiosity rather than condescension. Alex, I watched more of those Earth Nature documentaries you recommended. The ones about your world's microfauna. Those tardigrades are absolutely fascinating. Though I'm a bit concerned about how close the camera crew got to such dangerous megafauna. I didn't have the heart to tell them that tardigrades were microscopic. Let them keep thinking Earth's most resilient creature was the size of a public transport pod. It was kind of adorable. Professor Nixvell's form coalesced at the front of the classroom, their educational credentials floating in suspended animation within their transparent body. Show off. Class, today we begin our unit on evolutionary adaptation and natural predators. Each student will present on their homeworld's most formidable hunter, examining the environmental pressures that shaped their development. A ripple of excitement passed through the class. Well, literally through some of them. We've got a lot of semi-corporeal beings here at GU. Student Rhodes, the professor continued, their tone dripping with what they probably thought was kindness, but came across as patronizing. Given Earth's relatively sheltered environment, you may choose to present on one of your world's less threatening creatures. Perhaps one of those endothermic comfort companions your species keeps. You mean a cat? If you're comfortable discussing such an apex predator. I slouched in my seat, a smile tugging at my lips. Oh, this was going to be fun. Because while my classmates were busy assuming Earth was some sort of cosmic petting zoo, they'd completely overlooked one tiny detail. Our planet is mostly ocean, and what lives in those oceans would give their entire species collective trauma. Time to introduce them to the concept of sharks. But first, I had to sit through everyone else's presentations, which meant another few hours of being treated like I might faint at the mere mention of natural selection. Just another day at Galactic U. where being human meant being the galaxy's most coddled apex predator. You ever watch a train wreck in slow motion? That's basically what the next week of class was like, except instead of a train, it was my classmates' egos about to collide head first with reality. One by one, they stepped up to present their homeworld's most dangerous predators, each more dramatic than the last. Vrax went first because of course they did. Their crystalline forms sparkled under the classroom lights as they projected a hologram of what looked like a sentient mountain with teeth made of diamond. "Behold, the Silicax Render," they announced, their voice grating with pride. "It can consume entire geological formations in seconds." "Fascinating," Professor Nixvel rippled appreciatively. "And how many sentient beings has it consumed?" "None," Vrax admitted, their edges dulling slightly. "They're strictly geological consumers, but they're very intimidating to watch." Next up was Zephyr, who chimed nervously through their presentation about some sort of atmospheric predator that literally ate lightning. Cool concept, absolutely useless against anything that wasn't flying through an electrical storm. They even included a dramatic recreation of one hunting, which mostly looked like a very angry cloud having an argument with the sky. Meepo's presentation actually had promise. They bounced excitedly as they showed off their world's terror flute. Imagine a cross between a wolverine and a tsunami, covered in the same kind of fur as Meepo. "It can consume prey 3 times its size," they chirped proudly. "How big is it?" I asked, genuinely curious. "About the size of your hand." I thought about the bears back home and tried not to laugh. The whole time, Professor Nixvel kept shooting these concerned glances my way, their gelatinous form wobbling with worry every time someone mentioned hunting techniques or digestive processes, like I was going to faint at the mere mention of one creature eating another. Perhaps, they suggested during a particularly detailed description of acid-based prey digestion, Student Rhodes would prefer to step out. "I'm fine, Professor. We have acid-producing organisms on Earth too. We call them teenagers." That got me a room full of blank stares and one appreciative giggle from Meepo, who'd recently discovered Earth humor and was still trying to figure it out. The presentations went on. One student showed off a plant that could think. Another had some kind of quantum predator that existed in multiple dimensions at once, but conveniently couldn't be properly captured on video. Vrax kept interjecting with helpful comments about how these creatures would be too much for my primitive nervous system to comprehend. Finally, after 3 days of this, Professor Nixvel turned their attention to me. Their educational credentials swirled anxiously inside their transparent form as they spoke. "Student Rhodes, while we would normally expect a presentation on your world's apex predator, given Earth's protected status in the galactic community, perhaps you could instead tell us about one of your world's less threatening species. I believe you mentioned something called a cat earlier." The entire class rippled, chimed, or buzzed with what they probably thought was supportive encouragement. Even Meepo's fur flattened in concern. "Yes, tell us about the cats. I've seen pictures. They look so soft and harmless." I smiled. Not my usual dealing with alien misconceptions smile, but the kind of smile that says, "I know something you don't, and you're not going to like it." "Actually, Professor," I said, pulling out my data pad, "I'd like to tell the class about an Earth species called Carcharodon carchareus, but you might know it better by its common name." I pulled up the first image in my presentation, the great white shark. The room went silent. Well, except for Vrax, who made a sound like a chalkboard having a stroke. "I must insist," Professor Nixvel began, their form rippling with alarm, "that you consider the sensitivities of..." "Did you know," I continued cheerfully, "that they're actually not even our most dangerous predator? They're just my personal favorite. Now let me tell you about their teeth. They have several rows of them, and when one falls out, another just rotates forward to replace it, like a conveyor belt of evolutionary perfection." Meepo's fur stood straight up. Zephyr's crystalline form began to chime in distress. "And Vrax?" Vrax was starting to look a lot less smug and a lot more like they were considering a career change to something less traumatic, like asteroid mining. This was going to be fun. The university library at night is something else. Imagine a cathedral built by architects who'd only had space described to them in interpretive dance. The entire place is alive with holographic indexes floating between shelves that rearrange themselves based on your research patterns. Usually, it's pretty quiet, just the occasional hum of a quantum database compiling or the soft chimes of crystalline students in study mode. Tonight, though, it was just me, surrounded by floating displays showing Earth's oceans in all their terrifying glory. And Meepo, because of course Meepo had followed me here. "I don't understand," they chirped, their fur rippling with confusion as they watched a slow-motion video of a great white breaching. "How does it move through the dihydrogen monoxide solution so efficiently without propulsion technology?" "It's called swimming," I explained, pulling up another hologram. "And it's water, Meepo. You can just call it water." "But it's a liquid at room temperature, a naturally occurring liquid that covers most of your planet. And you say things live in it?" "About 80% of Earth's species, yeah." Meepo's fur went completely flat. "Your species evolved on a death world covered in liquid death, populated by creatures that have evolved to thrive in liquid death. And somehow we're the ones treating you like you're fragile." Finally, someone gets it. I grinned, queuing up my favorite part of the presentation. "Want to see something really cool? This is how they hunt seals." The hologram showed a great white approaching from below, accelerating upward with the kind of predatory grace that makes other apex predators reconsider their career choices. Meepo made a sound like a squeaky toy having an existential crisis. That's beautiful," they whispered, their fur now cycling through what I recognized as their species' equivalent of awe and terror. "Terrifying, but beautiful. Do the others know about this?" "Not yet, but they will tomorrow." I adjusted the presentation sequence, making sure to include the tooth replacement footage that had made Meepo briefly lose control of their fur pigmentation. "Hey, want to help me with something? I need someone to film the class reaction." Meepo's fur rippled with excitement. "The one where it launches itself completely out of the water again? Please tell me you're showing that one." "Oh, I'm showing all of them, including the pack hunting footage." "They hunt in groups?" Meepo's voice went up an octave. Like synchronized liquid death?" "Sometimes, but wait until you see what happens during a feeding frenzy." We spent the next few hours going through my presentation. Meepo asked approximately 8 million questions, each more horrified and fascinated than the last. They were particularly stuck on the concept of sharks being older than trees, which led to a whole tangent about Earth's evolutionary history that ended with them staring at their own fur as if questioning every life choice that had led to this moment. "Alex," they said finally, as I was putting the finishing touches on my presentation, "you know this is going to completely destroy their understanding of universe, right?" "That's kind of the point. Vrax might actually shatter. Literally. Their species does that under extreme stress." "I know. I already filled out the cleanup request form." Meepo's fur rippled with what I'd learned to recognize as their version of laughter. "You really prepared for everything, didn't you?" "Well, when you're from a death world, you learn to be thorough." I pulled up one final hologram, this one showing a size comparison between a great white and the average alien species represented in our class. Besides, they wanted to learn about Earth's predators. It would be rude not to give them the full educational experience. Professor Nix Vell is going to have a phase transition, also covered in the cleanup request form. As we left the library, Meepo bouncing alongside me with their fur still cycling through various shades of amazement and horror, I couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Tomorrow, my classmates would finally understand why humans weren't just surviving on a death world. We were thriving there. And if a few crystalline beings had to be swept up afterward, well, that's just part of the learning process. Have you ever had one of those moments where you know you're about to change everyone's worldview forever? That's how I felt walking into class the next day. Meepo had positioned themselves strategically in the back row, recording device ready, their fur practically vibrating with anticipation. Professor Nixvel's form rippled uncertainly as I approached the presentation area. Student Rhodes, one final time, I must suggest that perhaps a less intensive subject matter. Professor, I interrupted politely, you asked us to present our world's predators. I'm simply following the assignment parameters. I paused for effect. Unless you're suggesting that humans are too fragile to handle our own planetary biology? Their educational credentials swirled in agitation. Checkmate. Very well, they burbled reluctantly. Please proceed. I pulled up my first hologram, a simple size comparison chart. Let's start with some basic facts. The great white shark can grow up to 6 meters in length, roughly the size of Professor Nixvel's classroom podium. Vrax made a dismissive sound. Size is hardly an indicator of predatory prowess. My silicon renders can move at speeds up to 56 kilometers per hour. I continued smoothly, in a liquid environment. The room went quiet. Even Zephyr stopped their usual background chiming. But what makes them truly remarkable isn't their size or speed. It's their evolutionary perfection. I switched to the next hologram, a detailed anatomical scan. You see, sharks have existed on Earth for over 450 million years. That's longer than trees have existed. They survived multiple mass extinction events that wiped out nearly all life on our planet. Why? Because they're perfect at what they do. Professor Nixvel's form had started to lose cohesion around the edges. Student Rhodes, perhaps we should... Let's talk about their teeth. I zoomed in on the jaw structure. They have multiple rows of serrated teeth, each designed to rip, tear, and saw through prey. When they lose a tooth, which happens frequently, a new one rotates forward to replace it. Some sharks can go through up to 50,000 teeth in their lifetime. Vrax's crystalline surface had developed several stress fractures. But the really interesting part is their hunting technique. I queued up the breach footage. You see, great whites are ambush predators. They patrol beneath their prey, almost invisible in the water, and then the hologram showed a great white launching itself completely out of the water, a seal in its jaws. Several students made sounds I didn't even know their species could produce. Meepo's recording device was working overtime. That's 3 meters of pure muscle launching itself entirely out of the water, I noted cheerfully. And they can do this multiple times in a single hunt. But surely they're solitary creatures? Someone squeaked from the back. Oh, I'm so glad you asked. I switched to the feeding frenzy footage. While they often hunt alone, they also participate in group feeding events. Here's what happens when multiple great whites find the same food source. The hologram filled the room with images of churning water, multiple massive sharks in a feeding frenzy. Someone crystallized in terror. I'm pretty sure it was Vrax. The truly fascinating part, I continued, as if I hadn't just caused several of my classmates to enter voluntary shutdown modes, is their sensory capabilities. They can detect a single drop of blood in multiple Olympic-sized swimming pools of water. They can sense the electrical impulses from a beating heart. Some species of shark need to keep swimming even while sleeping, or they'll die. They've evolved to be such perfect predators that they literally can't stop. Professor Nixvel had completely lost their humanoid shape and was now just a vaguely academic puddle on the floor. Student Rhodes, they managed to burble. I believe we've seen enough. Oh, but I haven't even gotten to the best part yet. I pulled up the final hologram, a complete Earth-ocean ecosystem diagram. You see, great whites aren't even our most dangerous marine predator. They're just my favorite. Would you like to hear about orcas? They're intelligent enough to create hunting strategies on the fly and teach them to others. Or maybe the colossal squid. We're not even sure how big they can get because they live so deep in our oceans that we rarely see adult specimens. Meepo's fur was cycling through colors I'd never seen before, their recording device capturing every moment of the class's collective breakdown. And remember, I added, unable to resist the finale. Our oceans cover over 70% of Earth's surface. Everything I've shown you, that's just what we know about. We've only explored about 5% of Earth's oceans. Imagine what else is down there. That did it. Vracs shattered into exactly 47 pieces. I counted during cleanup later. 3 gaseous students had to be collected with special vacuum devices. Professor Nix Vell was still trying to pull themselves back into a coherent shape. And Meepo was practically glowing with vicarious pride. Are there any questions? I asked the shell-shocked room, a single trembling appendage raised from the back. Are you saying you humans evolved on a planet with these creatures? I smiled my best apex predator smile. Evolved with them? No, we hunted them, for sport. Sometimes we'd go swimming with them in special reinforced cages, for fun. The room descended into chaos, and as I watched my classmates try to process the reality of Earth's marine life, I couldn't help but think that, though honestly, watching Vracs get swept into a dustpan was almost worth the whole semester of condescension. News travels fast in a university full of telepaths, empaths, and beings who communicate through quantum entanglement. By the end of the day, the story of the human who broke Xenobiology 401 had spread across campus faster than a shark through chum-filled waters. The cleanup crew was still trying to collect all the pieces of Vracs when Dean Axvu, a being made entirely of living mathematics, manifested in our classroom. They took one look at Professor Nix Vell, still struggling to maintain a consistent shape, and the various students in various states of existential crisis, then turned their probability-defying attention to me. "Student Rhodes," they said, their voice somehow simultaneously a whisper and an equation. "I understand you gave quite the illuminating presentation today." "Just following the assignment parameters, Dean Axvu." "Indeed." They flickered thoughtfully. "And would you say this is a typical example of Earth's biodiversity?" "Oh no," I replied cheerfully. "Sharks are pretty tame compared to some things. Did you know we have a spider that can kill you in 4 hours? Or birds that deliberately start forest fires to flush out prey? Or these cute little frogs that are so poisonous that touching one could kill several adult humans?" The dean's mathematical form glitched. Behind them, someone who had just started to reconstitute themselves promptly dissolved again. "I see," they said carefully. "And humans just live with these creatures?" "Well, not the sharks, obviously. Those live in the ocean. We just go there for vacation sometimes." A small quantum singularity formed briefly in the corner of the room, which I'm pretty sure was just someone's brain trying to emergency exit from reality. Meepo, still recording everything with the dedication of a documentary filmmaker who'd stumbled onto the story of the century, bounced over. Their fur had settled into a pattern that somehow managed to convey both absolute terror and complete admiration. "Dean Axvu, Alex was just telling me about something called a cassowary. It's like their version of our terror flute, except it's taller than a human and can disembowel you with a single kick. And humans consider them one of their less dangerous animals. Isn't that fascinating?" The dean's form flickered in what might have been concern, or existential dread, hard to tell with living mathematics. "Perhaps," they suggested, we should consider revising our classification of Earth in the galactic database. Oh, right, I added, as if just remembering. We should probably update the entry about Earth's oceans too. You know those giant squid I mentioned? We thought they were myths until fairly recently. Makes you wonder what else is down there, doesn't it? Professor Nix Vell, who had finally managed to achieve something approaching their usual shape, promptly lost cohesion again. The dean turned to address what remained of the class. In light of today's revelations, I believe we should adjourn early. Maintenance will continue collecting student FRACs, and counseling services are available for anyone experiencing reality adjustment difficulties. What about tomorrow's class? Someone asked weakly from behind an emergency shield generator. I believe, the dean said, with the careful precision of someone reconsidering every interaction they'd ever had with a human. We should take some time to process this new information, and perhaps update our emergency protocols. As the room slowly emptied, some students floating, others rolling, a few having to be gently scooped into containment vessels, Meepo stayed behind, still filming. "Alex," they chirped, their fur rippling with curiosity. "You said sharks weren't even your most dangerous predator. What is—" I grinned. "Ever heard of a honey badger?" The dean, who had been about to leave, suddenly developed several mathematical errors in their form. "Perhaps," they suggested hastily, "that's a discussion for another time." But Meepo was already pulling up the university's xenobiology database, their fur practically glowing with enthusiasm. "Tell me everything." Behind us, Professor Nix Vell finally gave up on maintaining physical form and just let themselves drain into a nearby collection basin. The cleanup crew, now expert in handling traumatized faculty, began the delicate process of decanting them into a portable containment unit. I looked at the chaos around us, the scattered crystalline fragments of racks waiting to be reassembled, the faint scorch marks from where several gaseous students had panic vented, the small temporal anomalies from where others had tried to nope their way into alternate dimensions, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Maybe now they'd stop trying to put warning labels on my coffee. It's amazing how quickly things can change. One minute you're the fragile death worlder everyone's afraid will break, and the next you're the death worlder everyone's afraid will introduce them to more Earth wildlife. The university had to create a whole new classification system just to deal with Earth's biosphere. They're calling it Designation Nope. FRACs eventually got reassembled, though they developed an interesting habit of taking alternate routes to class whenever they saw me coming. Their crystalline structure would start showing stress fractures every time someone mentioned large bodies of water. On the plus side, they finally stopped making comments about my primitive biology. Professor Nix Vell recovered too, though they never quite managed to maintain their usual perfect geometric form during my presentations after that. They did, however, start offering a fascinating new course, Survival Strategies for Dealing with Terrestrial Biology. I'm told it's already oversubscribed for the next 3 semesters. The biggest change came from the dean's office. They updated Earth's classification in the galactic database from protected habitat, handle with care, to extreme caution, everything there is trying to kill you. They also added a special note. Native inhabitants may appear deceptively fragile. This is a lie. They swim with their predators for fun. Meepo became something of a celebrity after their recording went viral across the quantum net. They started a whole series, Earth, A Survivor's Guide to Death World Biology. Their episode on honey badgers caused 3 separate diplomatic incidents and had to be rated 18+ on the sentience scale. As for me, well, I got promoted to teaching assistant for the newly created Earth Studies department. Turns out there's a lot of interest in learning about a planet where the dominant species invented parkour just because regular running wasn't exciting enough. The university had to implement new safety protocols for my lectures. Apparently, showing footage of humans free climbing cliffs or swimming with great whites is considered potentially traumatic content for most species. I had to sign a waiver promising to warn students before displaying any videos of extreme sports. But why? One student asked during a lecture on human recreational activities. Why would you deliberately put yourselves in danger for fun? I thought about trying to explain adrenaline junkies and extreme sports and humanity's endless quest to push boundaries. Instead, I just smiled and pulled up a video of wingsuit flying. 3 students had to be excused from class. The rest watched in horrified fascination. The truly interesting thing, I told the shell-shocked class, is that humans didn't develop most of these activities for survival. We do them purely for entertainment. In fact, we have to keep making them more extreme because we get bored easily. That's when someone in the back raised an appendage. Student Rhodes, are you saying that humans seek out dangerous situations for fun? Oh yes, we even invented something called social media just to share videos of ourselves doing increasingly dangerous things. The room erupted in a cacophony of terrified noises. Someone started a petition to reclassify humans as existential terror, approach with respect. It's currently gaining traction in the Galactic Senate. But the best part, nobody tries to help me carry my books anymore. Though I do occasionally catch some of the braver students watching me with a mixture of terror and awe, especially after I mentioned that time I went skydiving. Meepo's still following me around with their recording device, working on their latest documentary. Humans, the species that looked evolution in the eye and said, "Hold my beer." It's already been preemptively classified as psychological horror in 3 star systems. And every now and then, when I'm feeling particularly nostalgic about that first shark presentation, I like to casually mention that Australia exists. Just to watch the quantum physics students try to calculate their way into a parallel universe where they never learned about Earth. You know what they say? Knowledge is power, terror is respect. And somewhere out there, a honey badger still doesn't care about any of it.
Maya Torres walked through the long white halls of the Galactic Military Academy. Her black boots made soft sounds on the clean floors. She carried her books in one arm and kept her head up, watching everything around her. Other students moved away when they saw her coming. The academy was huge. It had tall towers made of clear crystal that reached up to the sky. 3 suns shone down on the building, making everything bright and warm. Students from 47 different planets came here to learn how to be soldiers and officers. Maya was the only human in her class. She was not very tall, but she moved like a cat ready to jump. Her dark eyes saw everything. She noticed where the doors were, what could be used as weapons, and where enemies might hide. All humans learned to do this. On Earth, you had to watch for danger all the time, or you would die. The other students whispered about her when she walked by. Their translation devices turned their words into sounds she could understand. They said things like scary and dangerous, killer. Some of them had never seen a human before. Earth was famous across the galaxy as the most deadly planet anyone had ever found. Maya did not mind the whispers. She was used to being different. On Earth, everyone learned to fight before. They learned to read. Everyone carried weapons even when they went to buy food. The universe was not a safe place, and humans knew this better than anyone. She walked into her combat theory class and sat in the back row. The seats around her were empty. The other students had learned to stay away after she broke 3 desks, by accident. She had been taking notes and gripped the desks too hard during a boring law class. The teacher was Commander Zexahai. He was tall and thin, with silver skin and 4 arms. His people came from a peaceful planet where the worst thing that ever happened was a light rainstorm. He moved his arms as he talked, like he was dancing. Today, we will learn about taking weapons away from enemies, Commander Zexahai said to the class. This is called disarmament. We will study the theory of how to remove dangerous items from hostile beings. Maya pulled out her pencil and opened her notebook. The pencil was made of wood and graphite, just like the ones humans had used for hundreds of years. Most other species used electronic devices to write, but Maya liked simple tools. Simple tools did not break when you needed them most. 6 rows in front of her, a big alien student turned to look at his friends. His name was Vornt, and he came from the Zenthari planet. The Zenthari were the closest thing to warriors that the galaxy had seen in 1,000 years of peace. They were 7 feet tall, with thick armor growing on their skin, and 4 arms that ended in sharp claws. Vornik whispered to his friends, but his voice was loud enough for the whole class to hear. The human thinks she belongs here with real soldiers. Maybe we should show her what real fighting looks like. His 5 friends nodded. 2 of them were also Zenthari. The other 3 were Corvin shock troops. The Corvins looked like walking rocks with thick gray skin that could stop most weapons. They were strong enough to lift heavy vehicles with their bare hands. Maya heard every word, but she kept writing in her notebook. She drew pictures of the classroom and marked where each student sat. She wrote down how many exits there were and what objects could be used as weapons. This was normal for humans. They always planned for trouble. The 6 aliens had been planning this for weeks. They thought humans were weak and did not belong in the academy. They wanted to prove that size. And natural weapons were more important than anything else. They had done this to other students before. Commander Zexhai looked at his watch. "I need to get more materials from my office," he told the class. "Please read chapter 12 while I am gone." The teacher left the room. As soon as the door closed, the classroom became very quiet. 40 students held their breath and waited to see what would happen. Vornke stood up and turned around to face Maya. His claws made clicking sounds as they came out of his fingers. "Human," he said in a loud voice. "Time for you to learn something." Maya looked up from her notebook. Her face showed no emotion. "Did you say something to me?" The 6 aliens began to move. They spread out and walked toward her desk. They moved like they had practiced this many times before. Other students had probably been hurt by these bullies. "We are going to teach you about disarmament," Vornke said. His claws grew longer and sharper. "We will start by taking away that stupid pencil." The other students watched in fear. Some of them wanted to help Maya, but they were too scared. The 6 aliens were much bigger and stronger than anyone else in the room. No one thought a single human could fight them all. Maya put down her pencil and looked at each of the 6 aliens. She counted their weapons, studied how they moved, and planned her response. In 3 seconds, she knew exactly what she would do. The aliens formed a circle around her desk. They thought this would scare her into giving up. They had never met a human before. They did not understand what humans were really like. Maya picked up her pencil again and stood up slowly. She held it like it was nothing special, just a simple writing tool. But her body was ready to move fast. Her weight was balanced on her feet, and her muscles were tight like springs. "You know something interesting?" Maya said in a calm voice. "On my planet, we have a saying. The pen is stronger than the sword. Would you like me to show you what that means?" Vornke laughed. It sounded like metal scraping against stone. "Your planet sayings mean nothing here, human. Give us the pencil and maybe we will not hurt you too much." Maya smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the kind of smile that predators made when they found easy prey. Every human learned to smile like this when they were children. "The thing about humans," Maya said, still holding her pencil loosely, "is that we come from a world that tried to kill us every single day, for millions of years. Do you know what that does to a species?" The Corvin closest to her got tired of talking. He swung his huge fist at her head. His punch was strong enough to break rocks. Maya moved. Maya moved faster than the aliens expected. She bent down low, and the Corvin's fist flew over her head. As she moved, she turned her body and pushed her right hand forward. The pencil in her fingers was now like a small sword. She pushed the pencil into a special spot on the Corvin's neck. His thick skin was meant to stop laser guns and explosions, but it could not stop a sharp point hitting exactly the right place. The big alien made a surprised sound and fell down. His body went limp and he could not move. The second Corvin saw his friend fall and got angry. He roared like a wild animal and charged at Maya from her left side. Maya spun around and used her elbow to hit him in the stomach. At the same time, she flipped the pencil in her hand and caught it pointing down. She jabbed the pencil into a spot behind his right knee. The Corvin's leg stopped working and he crashed to the floor. His leg was completely numb and would not obey his brain. 2 down, Maya said in a calm voice, like she was counting apples. The other 4 aliens finally understood they were in real danger. They all attacked at once, hoping their numbers would help them win. The third Corvin tried to grab Maya from behind while the 3 Zenthari came at her from different directions. Their claws were out and ready to cut. Maya bent forward fast and threw the Corvin over her shoulder. He flew through the air and crashed into one of the Zenthari. Both aliens hit the ground hard and got tangled up together. The second Zenthari reached her and swung his claws at her face. Maya caught his wrist and squeezed a special spot that made his hand open. His claws went back into his fingers, and he could not make them come out again. With her other hand, she touched the pencil tip to his shoulder. His whole left side stopped working and hung loose like a broken puppet. Vorntk was the last Zenthari still standing. He was angry and scared at the same time. His claws whistled through the air where Maya's head had been just a moment before. But Maya was already moving down low, sweeping her leg to knock his feet out from under him. As Vorntk fell, Maya pushed the eraser end of her pencil against a nerve spot on his ankle. The proud Zenthari warrior hit the floor, and his left leg would not move at all. That left one Corvin who was still trying to untangle himself from the Zenthari he had crashed into. Maya walked over slowly and knelt down beside them. She was not even breathing hard after fighting 6 aliens. She placed the pencil tip against specific spots on both aliens' necks. She did not push hard enough to break their skin, just enough pressure to affect their nervous systems. Both aliens went completely still and quiet. Complete silence filled the classroom. Maya stood up and looked around at the 40 other students. They stared back at her with wide eyes and open mouths. Some of them were shaking with fear. Several of the more sensitive species had their life support suits automatically give them extra oxygen to keep them from fainting. They had never seen anything like this before. Maya was surrounded by 6 alien warriors who were either unconscious or could not move. She was still holding nothing but a simple pencil. She looked like she had just finished a normal school exercise, not a real fight. She walked to the front of the classroom, stepping carefully around the fallen aliens. Behind her, Vorn Decay tried to say something, but his voice was not working properly. "Now then," Maya said, her voice carrying easily through the shocked silence. "Let me explain what just happened here." She turned to face the class and held up her pencil like a teacher showing a lesson. Several students in the front row actually moved their chairs back. "These 6 aliens made a basic mistake," Maya continued, pointing the pencil at the disabled warriors. "They thought that being big and having natural weapons would automatically make them win a fight." She walked along the front of the room, and every student's eyes followed her movement. On Earth, we learned very early that the most dangerous predators are not always the biggest ones. Sometimes they are the smart ones, the patient ones, the ones who understand that every living thing has weak spots. A student from the Altarian system raised one of her 4 hands. She was tall and thin with silver skin like Commander Zexai. "But you only used a writing tool. How could you do that?" Maya smiled, and the expression made several students feel cold. "Pressure points," she said simply. "Every species with nerves has them. Special places where the right amount of pressure can stop nerve signals, cause temporary paralysis, or make someone unconscious. Humans have spent hundreds of years learning where these spots are on every known species." She pointed to the fallen Zenthari. "Their armor protects them from energy weapons and heavy impacts. but it does not protect the nerve clusters at the base of their necks, behind their knees, or at their shoulder joints. Evolution did not prepare them for precision attacks. Another student spoke up. This one was made of living crystal and came from the Vega system. When she talked, it sounded like wind blowing through glass chimes. But this must be illegal in civilized warfare. Maya laughed, but it was not a happy sound. Civilized warfare. That is an interesting idea. Tell me what happens when your enemy does not follow civilized rules? What happens when staying alive is the only rule that matters? She walked back toward her desk, looking each student in the eye as she passed. Humans learn to fight dirty because clean fighting gets you killed. We learn to use every advantage because fair fights are for species that can afford to lose. The crystal student actually became dimmer with fear. You talk about violence like it is normal. Because it is, Maya replied without hesitation. Not wanted, not preferred, but normal. Every human child learns basic fighting before they learn to read. Every human adult carries weapons even in the most peaceful places. Every human knows that the universe is not safe, and sometimes the only thing standing between civilization and chaos is the willingness to hurt people who want to destroy what we protect. She reached her desk and sat down, placing the pencil neatly beside her notebook. These 6 students learned an important lesson today. Too bad they had to learn it the hard way. Commander Zexhai chose that exact moment to come back into the classroom. His 4 arms were full of training materials and data pads. He stopped in the doorway and stared at the scene in front of him. 6 alien warriors were scattered around the room, either unconscious or unable to move. One human sat calmly at her desk, taking notes like nothing had happened. Cadet Torres, he said slowly, his translator having trouble with the Altarian concept of complete confusion. Would you please explain what happened in my classroom? Maya looked up from her notebook with perfectly innocent eyes. Practical demonstration of disarmament techniques, sir, just like you asked for. The silence went on for a very long time. Then Commander Zexhai began to laugh. It started as a sound like small silver bells, but gradually grew louder and more wild until it filled the entire room. 3 hours later, Maya sat in the Academy's medical center. She watched as the 6 alien students slowly got better from their temporary paralysis. The medical staff moved between the beds with faces that showed both scientific interest and barely hidden fear. Dr. Kethrin was the head doctor at the Academy. He looked like a giant insect with 6 arms and big compound eyes that sparkled with curiosity. He walked over to Maya holding a data pad in 3 of his hands. "This is amazing," he said, his translator turning his clicking sounds into words. "You managed to temporarily shut down 6 different nervous systems using nothing but exact pressure. The Zenthari nervous system alone should have been impossible to affect without special medical equipment." Maya shrugged her shoulders. Human. Medical training includes detailed anatomy for all known species. It is a survival requirement on Earth. Survival requirement. Dr. Kethrin repeated the words slowly. "Yes, I am beginning to understand. Tell me, Cadet Torres, how many different species pressure points do you know?" "All of them," Maya replied like it was obvious. "Every species currently attending the Academy, plus another 43 that we might meet in hostile first contact situations." The doctor's antenna twitched with amazement. "Incredible. And you learned this as a child?" "Basic course material, ages 8 to 12. Advanced techniques were covered in high school." Maya looked at the recovering students. "Though I was careful to use only temporary paralysis techniques, no permanent damage." Across the medical
had tried
bay,
everything
Orange
to get
Cave
back.
finally got enough control of his voice to speak. "Human," he called out, his words rough and weak. "What you did should not be possible." Maya walked over to his bed. The Zenthari tried to move away from her, even though he could not move most of his body. "It should not be necessary," she corrected him. "But possible and necessary are different things." You attacked me, and I defended myself. The method was your choice, not mine. We were going to show our superiority, Vorntik admitted, shame making his voice quiet. Show you that humans do not belong among real warriors. Maya studied him for a moment, her expression thoughtful. You know what the real difference is between us, Vorntik? It is not size, or natural weapons, or armor. It is how we think. She pulled a chair over and sat down beside his bed. You were raised on a world where war is honorable combat between equals. Formal rules, established ways of fighting, recognized boundaries. You fight to prove you are better. The Zenthari nodded slowly, confusion clear in his large yellow eyes. Humans fight to survive, Maya continued. There is no honor in being dead, no glory in losing because you followed rules your enemy ignored. We learned to win at any cost because the alternative was extinction. One of the Corvin shock troopers had recovered enough to join the conversation. But surely there must be limits? Lines that cannot be crossed? Of course, Maya agreed. But those lines are drawn by necessity, not by tradition. A human will do absolutely anything required to protect their family, their community, their species. Anything. The universe taught us that mercy is a luxury we can only afford after we have won. Dr. Kethrin had been listening to the conversation while checking on his patients. This explains much about human military doctrine, he observed. Your species' reputation for unconventional tactics. Maya smiled grimly. Unconventional tactics. Win wars, Doctor. Conventional tactics get you remembered fondly by historians. Commander Zexhai arrived at that moment, along with Admiral Stone. Admiral Stone was one of the few human officers serving in the Galactic Defense Force's command structure. He was an old veteran whose presence immediately changed the mood in the medical bay. Cadet Torres, Admiral Stone said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had commanded space fleets in real battles. I understand you have given our alien friends a practical lesson in human methodology. Sir, Maya replied, standing straight and tall. I defended myself when attacked, sir. Defended yourself with a pencil, the Admiral continued. And there was definitely amusement in his tone. Against 6 trained warriors, without getting hurt. The pencil was available, sir. I adapted to the situation. Admiral Stone turned to address the entire room. Ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished beings of various species, let me explain what you witnessed today. This young woman has demonstrated why humanity was invited to join the Galactic Defense Force despite having the most violent history of any known species. He pointed toward Maya. Because when the universe inevitably produces something that wants to destroy everything we have built, we need people who understand that survival sometimes requires actions that civilized beings find uncomfortable. We need people who can win ugly when pretty victories are not available. The Admiral's expression became serious. The galaxy is not as peaceful as it appears. There are threats out there that do not respect civilized rules of engagement. When those threats emerge, you will be grateful for every human who chose to learn the hard lessons early. Vorntik struggled to sit up in his bed. Admiral, what kind of threats? Admiral Stone was quiet for a moment, as if deciding how much to tell them. There are species out there that see peace as weakness. Pirates who attack colony ships full of families. Slavers who capture entire populations. Creatures that view all other life as food or resources to be consumed. He walked over to the window that looked out over the Academy grounds. The Galactic Council believes that diplomacy and economic pressure can solve all conflicts. They are wrong. Some problems can only be solved through the application of overwhelming force. Maya joined him at the window. That is why humans learn to be guardians instead of warriors. Explain the difference, Dr. Kethrin requested, his scientific curiosity evident. Warriors fight for glory, honor, territorial advantage, Maya said. These are luxury motivations that assume survival is not in question. Guardians fight because something precious must be protected. They will use any method, Any weapon, any tactic that serves that purpose. Admiral Stone nodded approvingly. Exactly. We do not fight because we want to. We fight because we have to. A small student from the Vega system, her crystalline structure shimmering with nervous energy, spoke up. But does that not make you dangerous? If you are always prepared to fight, how do others know you are peaceful? Maya turned to face her, and her smile was genuinely warm for the first time since the incident. Because the strongest people can afford to be the gentlest. When you know you can defend yourself and others, you do not need to prove it. When you are confident in your ability to handle violence, you can choose peace. She gestured toward the recovering aliens. Humans learn to be guardians because our world taught us that everything worth protecting is fragile. We became dangerous so that others would not have to be. Admiral Stone checked his watch. I need to return to my duties. Cadet Torres, you will report to Advanced Combat Theory tomorrow. It seems you are ready for more challenging coursework. After the Admiral left, the medical bay became quiet again. The 6 alien students continued their recovery while thinking about what they had learned. Dr. Catherine approached Maya one more time. I have one final question. How does your species maintain psychological stability when every individual is trained for violence? Maya considered the question carefully. We are taught that strength serves protection, not domination. A human who uses their abilities to hurt the innocent is considered the worst kind of criminal. We police ourselves very strictly. She looked around at all the aliens in the medical bay. The goal is never to be the strongest. The goal is to be strong enough to protect what matters. Outside the medical center, the 3 sons continued their dance across an alien sky. But inside, fundamental assumptions about human nature were being challenged and rewritten. 2 weeks after the pencil incident, Maya found herself in the Academy's most advanced combat theory class. She was the only human among 12 students representing the galaxy's most military-minded species. The atmosphere had changed completely since word of what happened had spread throughout the Academy. Professor Valcher was a veteran Zenthari officer with old scars from the border wars. He called the class to attention with his commanding voice. Today we begin advanced tactical analysis, he announced. Our first case study involves a recent incident where a single student disabled 6 opponents using improvised weapons and superior tactical knowledge. Several students looked at Maya, who continued taking notes with the same pencil she had used in the famous fight. Cadet Torres, Professor Valcher continued, would you walk us through your thinking during the engagement? Maya stood and moved to the holographic display at the front of the room. The engagement began with threat assessment, she said, manipulating the hologram to show the classroom layout. 6 opponents, coordinated movement, superior reach, and natural weapons. Standard defensive positions would have been useless. She highlighted positions on the display. Key tactical decision. Engage immediately before they could fully coordinate. Secondary decision. Target nerve clusters rather than trying to match strength with strength. A large Corvin student raised his massive hand. But how did you know their anatomy so exactly? Preparation, Maya replied simply. Every human learns the anatomical weaknesses of every known species. We study everything. Bone density, nerve cluster locations, pressure points, psychological, triggers. Knowledge is the only advantage we have. The same student looked troubled. That seems like too much. How do you find time to learn everything else? Maya's expression softened slightly. Because for humans, there is no everything else. Combat preparedness is not a specialty. It is basic education, like learning to walk. Professor Valcher nodded with approval. This highlights a fundamental difference in military philosophy. Most species train soldiers to fight. Humans train civilians to survive, then select the best survivors to become soldiers. A new voice joined the conversation. Vorntke entered the classroom, moving slowly but under his own power. He had requested permission to observe the session. "May I share an observation?" Vorntke asked formally. Professor Valcher gestured for him to continue. "I have spent considerable time analyzing my defeat," Vorntke said, his translator carrying undertones of respect that had not been there before. "I believed that superior physical capabilities would ensure victory. I was completely wrong." He turned to address Maya directly. "You never intended to overpower us. You intended to end the conflict as quickly as possible with minimal injury to all parties. This is not the mindset of a warrior. This is the mindset of a guardian." Maya considered this carefully. "What is the difference? A warrior fights to prove superiority. A guardian fights to protect others. Warriors seek glory. Guardians seek resolution." Vorntke's posture straightened with understanding. "Humans are not warriors. You are guardians who have learned to fight like warriors when necessary." The insight hit the classroom like a shockwave. Professor Valcher's scarred features showed genuine surprise. "Elaborate on this distinction, Cadet Vorntke." "Warriors fight for honor, glory, territorial advantage. These are luxury motivations that assume survival is guaranteed." Vorntke's claws clicked against his desk as he spoke. "Guardians fight because something precious must be protected. They will use any method, any weapon, any tactic that serves that purpose." Maya nodded slowly. "That is actually quite accurate. We do not fight because we want to. We fight because we have to." "And that," Professor Valcher said with dawning understanding, "is why humans are so effective in combat. You treat every engagement as if the survival of everything you care about depends on the outcome." A small vegan student, her crystalline structure shimmering with curiosity, spoke up. "But does that not make you dangerous? If you are always prepared to fight, how do others know you are peaceful?" Maya smiled, and for the first time since the incident, the expression held genuine warmth instead of predatory calculation. "Because the strongest people can afford to be the gentlest. When you know you can defend yourself and others, you do not need to prove it. When you are confident in your ability to handle violence, you can choose peace." She returned to her seat, placing her pencil neatly beside her notebook. "Humans learned to be guardians because our world taught us that everything worth protecting is fragile. We became dangerous so that others would not have to." Professor Valcher pulled up a new holographic display showing various combat scenarios. "Let us examine this guardian mentality in different tactical situations. Cadet Torres, how would a human approach a hostage situation?" Maya stood again. "End it as quickly as possible with minimal risk to innocent lives. Rules of engagement become secondary to protecting the hostages, even if that means using tactics that might be considered illegal under galactic conventions." "Especially then," Maya replied without hesitation. "Conventions and laws exist to govern civilized conflicts between legitimate powers. They do not apply when dealing with criminals who threaten innocent lives." A Zenthari student looked shocked. "But that could lead to chaos. Everyone would claim their enemy was criminal to justify breaking the rules." Maya's expression became serious. "That is why humans develop strict internal codes. We police ourselves harder than anyone else polices us. A human who abuses their abilities against innocents faces the harshest possible punishment from other humans." Professor Valcher nodded thoughtfully. "Interesting. So the human military maintains effectiveness through self-regulation rather than external oversight. It is the only way that works," Maya confirmed. "You cannot give people the tools to break any rule and then rely on outside forces to control them. They have to control themselves." Vorntke raised his hand again. "This explains something that has puzzled military analysts for years. Human forces often perform actions that seem to violate their own stated principles, yet they maintain unit cohesion and morale. Because principles and tactics are different things. Maya explained. Our principles tell us to protect innocent life and preserve civilization. Our tactics are whatever methods best serve those principles in any given situation. The class spent the next hour analyzing various scenarios where human forces had operated differently from expected galactic norms. In every case, the pattern was the same. Humans prioritized results over process, effectiveness over appearances. Professor Valcher finally called for a break. As students filed out of the classroom, several approached Maya with questions. A young, Altarian female was first. Cadet Torres, I have been wondering, do humans ever feel conflicted about their violent capabilities? Maya considered the question seriously. Every day. The ability to hurt others is a terrible burden. That is why we are taught from childhood that strength exists to serve others, not ourselves. A Corvin student joined the conversation. But how do you balance that burden with normal life? How do you have relationships and families when you are always ready for war? Because those relationships and families are exactly what we are ready to fight for, Maya replied. Every human knows that peace is not the absence of violence. Peace is violence held in check by those strong enough to control it. The students continued their questions until Professor Valcher called them back to class. As Maya took her seat, she noticed that the other students no longer avoided sitting near her. Instead, they seemed drawn to her presence, as if her calm confidence provided them with security they had not realized they were missing. The rest of the class period focused on strategic planning and resource allocation during extended conflicts. Maya's contributions showed a depth of thinking that surprised even Professor Valcher. She approached every problem from multiple angles, always seeking the solution that would end conflict most efficiently while preserving as many lives as possible. When class ended, Vorntik approached Maya as she packed her materials. I owe you an apology, he said formally, and my gratitude. Maya looked up, surprised. Gratitude? You could have seriously injured or killed all 6 of us. Instead, you chose methods that taught us a lesson without causing permanent harm. That shows wisdom beyond your years. Maya shouldered her pack. Violence should always be the last option, and when it becomes necessary, it should be applied with precision, not anger. As they walked out of the classroom together, Vorntik asked one final question. Do you think the galaxy is ready for more humans like you? Maya looked out through the crystal walls at the peaceful academy grounds, where students from dozens of species walked together in harmony. I hope it never has to be, she said quietly. But if it becomes necessary, yes, humans will be ready. 6 months after the pencil incident, Maya Torres had become something of a legend at the Galactic Military Academy. Students from across the galaxy sought her out for advice on tactical thinking and combat theory. She had proven that true strength came not from size or natural weapons, but from preparation, intelligence, and the will to protect others. The Academy's senior staff had taken notice as well. Maya found herself called to the office of Admiral Chen, the Academy's commandant. Admiral Chen was human, one of the few who had risen to high command in the galactic military structure. Cadet Torres, Admiral Chen said as Maya entered his office. Please, have a seat. The office was simple and functional, like most human spaces. No unnecessary decorations, everything positioned for maximum efficiency. Maya sat down and waited for the Admiral to speak. Your performance here has been exceptional, Admiral Chen began. Not just the incident that made you famous, but your overall approach to military science. Your instructors tell me you think differently than other cadets. Sir, you see every problem as a puzzle to be solved rather than a challenge to be overcome through force. Your tactical solutions consistently minimize casualties while maximizing effectiveness. Admiral Chen leaned forward. The Galactic Defense Force needs officers who think like you. Maya considered this carefully. With respect, sir, I am not sure the galaxy is ready for human military thinking on a large scale. Admiral Chen smiled. Explain. Other species approach warfare as an extension of politics or competition. Humans approach it as pest control. When we identify a threat, we do not seek to defeat it honorably. We seek to eliminate it completely and permanently. Maya paused. That mindset frightens people. And yet, Admiral Chen replied, it may be exactly what the galaxy needs. Tell me, Cadet Torres, what do you know about the situation in the outer Rim territories? Maya straightened in her chair. Only what is in the official report, sir. Increased piracy. Some unexplained disappearances of colony ships. The official reports do not tell the whole story. Admiral Chen activated a holographic display showing a star map. Entire colonies have gone silent. Ships equipped with the latest defensive systems have vanished without sending distress signals. Whatever is out there, it is not ordinary pirates. He highlighted several systems on the map. The Galactic Council believes this is a political problem that can be solved. Through negotiation and economic pressure, they are sending diplomats. Maya studied the pattern of disappearances. The spacing suggests a methodical expansion pattern, not random piracy, organized military action. Exactly. We are facing an enemy that does not respond to conventional deterrence. Traditional military thinking has been ineffective. Admiral Chen turned off the display. Which brings me to why you are here. Sir, I am recommending you for early graduation and immediate assignment to a special operations unit. You would be working with other humans trained in unconventional warfare. Admiral Chen's expression became serious. The missions would be dangerous and the methods would be controversial. Maya was quiet for a long moment. What kind of methods? The kind that get results when civilized approaches fail. Deep reconnaissance, sabotage, elimination of key targets. Work that requires people who understand that sometimes the universe forces ugly choices on good people. And if I refuse? Then you complete your normal course of study and receive a standard assignment. No pressure, no consequences. Admiral Chen leaned back in his chair. But I believe you understand what is at stake here. The peaceful galaxy that allows places like this academy to exist is under threat. Maya thought about her fellow students. Species that had never known real warfare. Individuals who had grown up believing that conflicts could always be resolved through discussion and compromise. They were good people who deserved to continue living in their peaceful universe. When would I leave? Immediately after graduation ceremonies next week. You would join a team already operating in the Outer Rim. Admiral Chen handed her a data pad. Read this tonight. If you decide to accept, report to Launch Bay 7 at 0600 tomorrow. Maya took the data pad and stood. Sir, may I ask you something? Of course. Do you ever regret becoming the kind of person who can make these choices? Admiral Bu. Chen was quiet for a moment. Every day, Cadet Torres. But I regret even more the thought of what would happen to innocent people if I chose not to make them. That evening, Maya sat in her room reading the classified reports on the datapad. The reality was worse than Admiral Chen had indicated. Entire star systems had gone dark. Colonies with populations in the millions had simply stopped communicating. The few emergency signals that had been intercepted painted a picture of systematic extermination. The enemy was not interested in conquest or plunder. They were engaged in what could only be described as species cleansing on a massive scale. They took no prisoners, left no survivors, and showed no interest in negotiation. Maya closed the datapad and looked out her window at the peaceful academy grounds. Tomorrow, most of her fellow students would graduate and receive assignments to patrol peaceful sectors or serve on diplomatic missions. They would continue to believe that the universe was essentially civilized. She envied them that innocence. At 600 the next morning, Maya reported to Launch Bay 7. Admiral Chen was waiting for her along with a small group of humans she did not recognize. They were all older than her, with the kind of scars that came from real combat rather than training accidents. "Welcome to Task Force Delta," Admiral Chen said. "Your new teammates." The team leader stepped forward. "Lieutenant Commander Sarah." "Kim," she said, extending her hand. "I understand you are the cadet who disabled 6 aliens with a pencil." "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Where we are going, improvisation is a survival skill." Sarah turned to address the group. "Transport leaves in 10 minutes. Mission briefing will be conducted en route." As they boarded the small, fast ship that would take them to the outer rim, Maya took one last look at the academy. Students from dozens of species were beginning their morning classes, preparing for careers in a peaceful galaxy. She hoped they would never need to learn what she was about to learn. The ship lifted off silently, its advanced engines leaving no trace of their departure. Within hours, they would be beyond the civilized systems, entering a region where the rules of civilized warfare did not apply. Maya settled into her seat and began reviewing the technical specifications for weapons she had never seen before. Tools designed not for honorable combat between equals, but for the dirty work of protecting civilization from those who would destroy it. She thought about Vornt and the other students who had become her friends after learning to respect, rather, than fear her. They would continue their education, never knowing that their peaceful existence was protected by people willing to do terrible things in the darkness between stars. That was how it should be. The ship jumped to hyperspace, carrying Maya Torres, toward a destiny she had been preparing for her entire life without knowing it. Behind them, the Academy continued its mission of training officers for a peaceful galaxy. Ahead of them waited an enemy that understood only violence, and a mission that would require every lesson Maya had learned about being human in a universe that was not always humane. The pencil was still in her pocket. She suspected she would need it again before this was over.
Before we jump into the chaos, don't forget to hit subscribe so you never miss the next adventure. The Galactic Museum of Eternal Mysteries had stood for over 800 years as a monument to the unknown. Its crystalline spires reached toward the stars, housing the most perplexing artifacts ever discovered across the known universe. Within its hallowed halls, the greatest minds of countless civilizations had gathered to study, theorize, and worship at the altar of ancient wisdom that remained tantalizingly beyond their comprehension. Dr. Kevin Walsh stood at the museum's main entrance, clutching his regulation clipboard and trying to figure out why he'd been assigned to this particular circle of bureaucratic hell. His orders were simple enough: conduct an inventory assessment of Earth's recent cultural donations to the Galactic Heritage Foundation. What nobody had bothered to mention was that he'd be doing this inventory at the galaxy's most pretentious archaeological site, surrounded by aliens who treated every dust particle like a divine revelation. The museum's interior defied description, which was probably the point. Floating platforms drifted between levels of exhibition space, each one carefully climate-controlled and lit with the kind of reverent ambiance usually reserved for religious ceremonies. Holographic displays provided detailed analysis in 17 different languages, though Kevin noticed they all seemed to say roughly the same thing. "We have no idea what this is, but we're absolutely certain it's incredibly important." Curator Thulvanim, the learned, glided toward him on what Kevin could only describe as ceremonial hover sandals. The alien's multiple eye stalks swiveled to focus on Kevin with the kind of intensity usually reserved for examining precious gemstones or terminal medical conditions. Thulvanim's species, the Valorians, had evolved from something that looked like a cross between a praying mantis and a philosophy professor, and they took their intellectual superiority very seriously indeed. "Ah, the human representative arrives," Thulvanim announced in the kind of hushed, reverent tone that suggested Kevin should probably remove his shoes and genuflect. "You stand now in the presence of mysteries that have confounded the greatest minds in galactic history. These artifacts represent the pinnacle of ancient technological and spiritual achievement, left behind by a civilization so advanced that we can barely comprehend their most basic concepts." Kevin glanced around at the displays, each one containing what appeared to be ordinary objects placed on pedestals like crown jewels. The lighting was so dramatic that he half expected a choir to start singing at any moment. "Right," he said, pulling out his tablet. "Well, I just need to catalog the Earth items for insurance purposes. Standard procedure for cultural exchange programs." The curator's eye stalks quivered with what Kevin interpreted as either excitement or mild seizure activity. "Cultural exchange? My dear human, you misunderstand entirely. These are not mere cultural artifacts. These are the sacred relics of the ancients, the lost treasures of the predecessor civilization." The what now?" Kevin interrupted, because he'd learned that letting aliens finish their dramatic speeches usually resulted in missing lunch and occasionally his will to live. Thulvenim's voice dropped to a whisper so reverent it was practically inaudible. "For centuries, these artifacts have been discovered across the galaxy, always in the most remote locations, always bearing inscriptions in an indecipherable script, always demonstrating technology far beyond our current understanding. They are proof that a great civilization once spanned the stars, leaving behind only these precious few relics as testament to their glory." Kevin looked at the nearest display case, which contained what appeared to be a perfectly ordinary metal cylinder about the length of his forearm. The placard beneath it read, "Sacred Vessel of Unknown Purpose, discovered in the Outer Rim. Note the sophisticated metallurgy and mysterious inscriptions. Current theories suggest ritual or ceremonial function related to ancient spiritual practices." Kevin said, squinting at the object. Even through the museum's dramatic lighting, he could make out familiar markings etched into the metal's surface. "And how long did you say you've been studying these?" "Generations of our finest scholars have devoted their entire careers to unraveling these mysteries," Thulvenim replied proudly. "We have published over 40,000 research papers on this collection alone. The academic conferences dedicated to ancient studies draw representatives from every major civilization in the galaxy." Kevin walked closer to the display case, his tablet forgotten in his hand. The mysterious inscriptions were becoming clearer as his eyes adjusted to the museum's ambient lighting. What he saw made his stomach drop in a way that suggested he was about to become the bearer of very unwelcome news. The text etched into the metal cylinder was not mysterious. It was not indecipherable. It was not even particularly ancient. It read, "Property of Earth Geological Survey, do not touch. Return to station Alpha 7 if found." Kevin blinked several times, hoping his eyes were playing tricks on him. They weren't. Below the main inscription, in smaller letters, he could make out additional text. "Model GS2400, core sampler for technical support, contact Denver field office." "Oh no," he muttered, because sometimes the universe has a sense of humor that borders on the malicious. "Is there a problem?" Thulvenim inquired, his eye stalks swiveling to focus on Kevin with renewed intensity. "You seem disturbed. Are you perhaps experiencing the spiritual awakening that many visitors report when first encountering the sacred relics?" Kevin turned slowly to look at the curator, his mind racing through the implications of what he'd just discovered. "Tell me something," he said carefully. "These artifacts, they've all been found in space, right? Floating around in asteroid fields or on uninhabited planets." "Indeed, always in the most remote and desolate locations, as if scattered by some cosmic catastrophe that befell the ancient ones. It adds to their mystique, don't you think?" "Oh, it adds to something, all right," Kevin replied, though he suspected mystique wasn't exactly the word he was looking for. He walked to the next display case, dreading what he might find there. The second artifact was described as mystical communication device of the ancients, purpose unknown, though suspected to enable trans-dimensional contact. Kevin stared at it for a long moment, then rubbed his temples in the universal gesture of someone whose day had just taken a dramatic turn for the worse. It was a walkie-talkie. A perfectly ordinary, slightly banged-up walkie-talkie with property of NASA Deep Space Mission 47, printed in block letters along the side. "This is not happening," Kevin said to himself, though he was beginning to suspect that it absolutely was happening, and furthermore, that it was going to be his problem to deal with. "I beg your pardon." Thulvenim had drifted closer, his hover sandals making a soft humming sound that Kevin was beginning to find intensely irritating. Kevin forced himself to look at the third display case, though every instinct he possessed was telling him to fake a medical emergency and catch the next transport back to Earth. The placard read, "Divine Illumination Orb, believed to channel cosmic energy for spiritual enlightenment." It was a flashlight, a standard issue, government-grade flashlight with US Space Command stamped on the handle, and what appeared to be a dead battery indicator blinking forlornly in the corner. Kevin closed his eyes and counted to 10 in the vain hope that when he opened them, he would discover this was all an elaborate practical joke. When that failed to work, he counted to 20, then 50. Mathematics, unfortunately, proved insufficient to alter reality. "Curator Thulvenim," he said slowly, "how many of these artifacts do you have in your collection?" "We are privileged to house over 200 sacred relics," Thulvenim replied with obvious pride. "This represents the largest collection in the known galaxy. Universities send their most promising students here for advanced study. We have visiting scholars from 47 different worlds." Kevin opened his eyes and looked around the museum with new understanding. Every display case contained what appeared to be perfectly ordinary Earth equipment, tools, containers, instruments, and devices that any human would recognize instantly. The dramatic lighting, reverent atmosphere, and elaborate academic theories were all focused on what amounted to the galaxy's most extensive collection of human litter. "And you've been studying these for how long?" "The first sacred relic was discovered over 8 centuries ago," Thulvenim said. "Since then, our understanding has grown tremendously, though we freely admit that the wisdom of the ancients still largely eludes us. That is why we continue our research with such dedication." 8 centuries. Kevin tried to process the implications. Humans had been conducting deep space missions for roughly that long, ever since the development of faster-than-light travel. Every mission that had ended in equipment loss, every emergency evacuation that left gear behind, every accident that scattered debris across space, to self, it had all been collected, catalogued, and reverently studied by alien civilizations who had no idea they were building museums dedicated to human carelessness. "The inscriptions," Kevin said weakly. "The mysterious script that no one can decipher. It's all in the sacred language of the ancients." Thulvenim finished solemnly. "We have identified over 40,000 unique symbols, though their meaning remains tantalizingly beyond our comprehension. The grammar appears to be incredibly complex, with multiple symbol sets that seem to represent different conceptual frameworks." Kevin stared at him. "It's English. It's just English." The curator's eye stalks swiveled in what Kevin was learning to recognize as confusion. "English? I am unfamiliar with this term. It's a human language. One of many, actually. These aren't ancient artifacts. They're just stuff we lost during space missions." The silence that followed was the kind of profound quiet, usually reserved for the moment after someone announces that the universe is actually shaped like a pretzel and runs on the power of crystallized embarrassment. Thulvenim's eye stalks drooped slowly until they were all pointing at the floor. "I'm sorry," the curator said carefully, "but I think there may be some misunderstanding. These are sacred relics of immense historical and spiritual significance. They represent the contents of somebody's lost toolbox," Kevin interrupted, "because sometimes kindness was less important than accuracy. Look, I can read every single one of these inscriptions. This one here says, Property of Earth Geological Survey. That one over there says, NASA Deep Space Mission. This flashlight, Divine Illumination Orb, probably fell out of someone's backpack during a routine survey mission." Thulvenim's hover sandals made a sound like a deflating balloon as he drifted backward. But the academic papers, the research, the theories about ancient wisdom and lost civilizations. Kevin looked around the museum with growing horror as the full scope of the situation became clear. This wasn't just one museum with a case of mistaken identity. If artifacts like these had been found throughout the galaxy, if they'd been studied and revered for centuries, if entire academic careers had been built on interpreting human garbage as divine wisdom, "Oh," he said quietly, This is going to be a problem. What do you mean, a problem? Thulvenim asked, though his tone suggested he was beginning to suspect that whatever Kevin meant by problem, it was going to be the kind that required emergency conferences and possibly strong medication. Kevin pulled out his tablet and began photographing the artifacts, his mind already racing ahead to the phone calls he was going to have to make, the reports he was going to have to file, and the diplomatic incidents he was probably going to cause. I mean, he said, that I think we need to have a very long conversation about human space exploration policies and the unfortunate tendency of people to leave their stuff lying around in space. The curator stared at him for a long moment, then activated what appeared to be an emergency communication device. Security to the sacred relic chamber. We may have a situation. Kevin sighed and looked at his tablet, where he'd started composing what was undoubtedly going to be the most diplomatically sensitive inventory report in human history. Somehow, he had a feeling that routine cultural exchange assessment wasn't going to adequately cover the scope of what he'd just discovered. The sacred mysteries of the ancients, it turned out, were mostly just humans being careless with their equipment. And Kevin Walsh, bureaucratic hero of the mundane and ordinary, was about to become the most reluctant interpreter of divine wisdom in galactic history. In the distance, he could hear the sound of emergency alarms beginning to wail, and he couldn't help but wonder if his insurance covered accidentally destroying the foundational beliefs of multiple alien civilizations. The emergency alert had summoned every senior researcher in the museum within minutes. Kevin stood in the center of what appeared to be an impromptu academic crisis council, surrounded by aliens whose various eye stalks, tentacles, and realized that diplomatic sensitivity was probably going to be more important than brutal honesty. Unfortunately, he'd never been particularly good at either. Right, well, the Thing Island, he began, then stopped as he noticed that several aliens had activated recording devices. Are you documenting this? This could be the most significant breakthrough in ancient studies in recorded history, Professor Velthuran announced with the kind of breathless excitement that suggested he was either about to make a major discovery or have a complete nervous breakdown. If a human can truly decipher the sacred language, the implications are staggering. Kevin glanced back at the nearest display case, where the sacred vessel of unknown purpose sat under its dramatic lighting. The words "Property of Earth, Geological Survey, Do Not Touch" seemed to mock the elaborate academic theories that had been built around it. Look, I appreciate the gravity of the situation, but I think there might be some fundamental misunderstandings here about what these objects actually are. Dr. Quilnara leaned forward with the intense focus of someone who devoted her entire career to studying incomprehensible mysteries. Please, demonstrate your ability to interpret the sacred script. Begin with the primary inscription on the vessel of ceremonial purpose. Kevin sighed and pointed at the metal cylinder. It says, "Property of Earth, Geological Survey, Do Not Touch. Return to Station Alpha 7 if found." Below that, it says Model GS2400 Core Sampler. For technical support, contact Denver Field Office. The silence that followed was so complete that Kevin could hear the soft humming of the museum's climate and control systems. Several aliens made what appeared to be notes, while others activated additional recording devices. Professor Velthuran's multiple eyes had gone completely round, giving him the appearance of someone who'd just watched reality perform an unexpected magic trick. Fascinating, Dr. Quilnara breathed. The human interprets the sacred warnings as territorial markings combined with hierarchical designations. The reference to Earth Geological Survey suggests a connection to planetary stewardship rituals, while "Do Not Touch" clearly indicates the vessel's sacred nature and the prohibitions surrounding its use. Kevin stared at her. "No, it just means it belongs to the Earth Geological Survey, and you're not supposed to touch it because it's their equipment." "Remarkable," Thulvenim exclaimed, his hover sandals making excited whirring sounds. The human demonstrates the intuitive understanding that our greatest scholars have sought for centuries. The way he casually dismisses the profound spiritual significance suggests a deep familiarity with the ancient mindset. There's no ancient mindset. Kevin protested, though he was beginning to realize that logic and alien academic enthusiasm were not necessarily compatible forces. It's just a label, like putting your name on your lunch so nobody else takes it. The assembled scholars exchanged meaningful glances, and Kevin had the uncomfortable feeling that he'd just said something that would be quoted in academic papers for the next several decades. Professor Veltharan activated a holographic display that showed detailed analysis of the artifact's inscriptions. Note how the human reduces the complex spiritual framework to simple metaphors of sustenance and ownership. This suggests that the ancients viewed the universe itself as a kind of cosmic nourishment, with each artifact representing a carefully prepared offering that must not be consumed by the unworthy. Kevin rubbed his temples and wondered if there was a diplomatic way to tell an entire academic establishment that they'd been spectacularly wrong about everything for the better part of a millennium. Could I perhaps see some of the other artifacts, just to get a better sense of the full scope of the ancient wisdom? Of course. Thul Venim practically vibrated with enthusiasm. We shall conduct a complete tour of the sacred collection. Your insights could revolutionize our understanding of the predecessor civilization. They moved to the next display case, which housed the mystical communication device of the ancients. Kevin looked at the walkie-talkie with its cheerfully mundane property of NASA Deep Space Mission 47 label and tried to think of a way to explain radio communication to beings who'd turned it into a religious artifact. This inscription, he said carefully, refers to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Deep Space Mission 47. It's a communication device used for short-range contact between team members during exploration activities. Dr. Quilnara made rapid notes while nodding sagely. The human reveals that this sacred communicator was used by the elite warrior priests of the NASA Order during their ceremonial journeys into the cosmic void. The designation Deep Space Mission 47 suggests this was part of a series of spiritual quests, each one numbered according to its significance in the ancient calendar of enlightenment. No, the number just means it was the 47th mission they sent out, Kevin said, then immediately regretted mentioning numbers when he saw the excited looks this generated among the researchers. Incredible. Professor Veltharan began sketching diagrams on his floating notepad. The ancients possessed such advanced mathematical concepts that they could assign precise numerical values to spiritual achievements. This suggests a level of cosmic understanding that we can barely begin to comprehend. Kevin moved quickly to the third display before the academics could develop any more elaborate theories about human numbering systems. The divine illumination orb sat in its case like a slightly embarrassed flashlight, complete with its dead battery indicator and government property stamps. This device, he explained with growing resignation, is a portable illumination tool. The text reads U.S. Space Command, Standard Issue Flashlight Model FL-200. The blinking indicator means the battery needs to be replaced. The scholars erupted into excited chatter. Thul Venim's eye stalks were practically quivering with intellectual fervor. The human casually mentions that this divine orb requires ritual renewal through the replacement of its battery, clearly a reference to some form of spiritual energy that must be periodically recharged through sacred ceremonies. And note how he identifies it as standard issue. This proves that the ancients mass-produced their religious artifacts, suggesting a civilization of unimaginable scale and devotion. Kevin watched in growing horror as his simple explanations were transformed into elaborate theological theories. Each mundane detail he provided seemed to generate even more fantastical interpretations. The aliens weren't just misunderstanding him, they were actively constructing an entire mythology around his casual observations. Perhaps, he said desperately, we could look at this from a different angle. What if these objects weren't made by some ancient lost civilization? What if they were just regular items that got lost in space? The museum fell silent again, but this time, the quality of the silence was different. It was the kind of quiet that preceded either revelation or riot, and Kevin wasn't entirely sure which one he was about to witness. Dr. Quilnara spoke slowly, as if she were working through a particularly complex equation. The human suggests that these sacred relics were not created by the ancients, but were instead cast adrift in the cosmic void. This implies that the predecessor civilization deliberately scattered their most precious artifacts throughout the galaxy as some form of test, challenge, spiritual gift to future civilizations. Or, Kevin said with growing desperation, people just dropped stuff and forgot about it. Professor Velthoran's eyes widened to an almost alarming degree. The human speaks of the ancient practice of sacred abandonment, the deliberate relinquishing of material possessions as a form of cosmic generosity. This explains why the artifacts are always found in remote locations. They were intentionally placed there as offerings to the universe itself. Kevin realized that he was fighting a losing battle against the combined forces of academic momentum and wishful thinking. Every explanation he offered was being filtered through centuries of established theory and reverent assumption. The aliens weren't really listening to what he was saying, they were hearing what they expected, an interpreter of ancient wisdom to say. "Look," he tried one more time, "what if I told you that I could probably fix some of these devices, make them work the way they were originally intended?" The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Several aliens made what Kevin assumed were gasps of awe, while others activated emergency recording protocols. Thulvenim's hover sandals made a sound like a small jet engine as he rushed closer. You could reactivate the sacred technologies," the curator whispered. "You could restore the ancient powers?" Kevin looked at the broken flashlight and the dead walkie-talkie and wondered how his simple inventory assignment had evolved into a cosmic theological crisis. "I mean, I'd need some batteries, but sure, these aren't exactly complicated devices." The word batteries sent the assembled scholars into what appeared to be academic ecstasy. Kevin had apparently just casually mentioned that he possessed the secret knowledge required to perform ancient sacred rituals of technological resurrection. "Emergency session," Thulvenim announced, his voice trembling with either excitement or terror. "Full faculty assembly. Contact the Galactic Academic Council. We may be witnessing the return of the ancients themselves." Kevin stood alone among the display cases, watching the alien scholars rush off to spread news of his miraculous interpretive abilities throughout the academic community. In the space of a single afternoon, he'd gone from routine bureaucrat to cosmic prophet, and he was beginning to suspect that his problems were just getting started. The walkie-talkie sat in its case, its NASA label clearly visible under the dramatic lighting. Kevin had a terrible feeling that by tomorrow, that simple identification would be the subject of doctoral dissertations across the galaxy. "I should have called in sick," he muttered to himself, though he suspected that even the universe's most comprehensive medical leave policy wouldn't have covered accidentally becoming the galaxy's foremost expert on divine wisdom. The emergency session of the Galactic Academic Council convened in what could only be described as barely controlled chaos. Representatives from every major university, research institution, and archaeological society across the known galaxy had arrived at the Museum of Eternal Mysteries within hours of receiving news that a human had successfully decoded the sacred language. The main conference hall buzzed with the kind of nervous energy typically associated with scientific revolutions, religious reformations, and the moments just before civilizations realize they've made terrible mistakes. Kevin sat at what the aliens insisted on calling the Chair of Honored Interpretation, which was really just a slightly fancier version of the uncomfortable conference room seats he'd grown to despise during his years of bureaucratic service. Around him, beings from dozens of different worlds whispered in their native languages, activated recording devices, and occasionally stared at him with the kind of reverent awe usually reserved for prophets and lottery winners. Chancellor Vorthek of the Universal Institute of Ancient Studies called the session to order with a ceremonial gong that probably cost more than Kevin's annual salary. The Chancellor's species resembled a cross between a sea anemone and a distinguished professor, complete with flowing robes that seemed to undulate independently of any detectable breeze. "Esteemed colleagues," Chancellor Vorthek announced, his voice carrying the weight of academic authority and barely suppressed excitement, "we gather today to witness what may be the most significant breakthrough in the history of galactic archaeology. The human Kevin Walsh has demonstrated an unprecedented ability to interpret the sacred inscriptions that have mystified our greatest minds for centuries." Kevin shifted uncomfortably in his chair as hundreds of alien eyes, eye stalks, and various other sensory organs focused on him. He'd spent the morning trying to convince anyone who would listen that there had been a fundamental misunderstanding, but his protests had only seemed to reinforce the alien's belief that he was displaying the characteristic humility expected of a true sage. Dr. Melkarian of the Celestial University of Cosmic Mysteries stood to address the assembly. Her species had evolved from something that looked like a philosophical octopus, and she gestured with her tentacles in patterns that Kevin suspected were supposed to be meaningful. Before we proceed, we must establish the credentials of our honored interpreter, Human Walsh. Perhaps you could demonstrate your abilities by decoding one of our most challenging inscriptions. A holographic display materialized above the conference table, showing a close-up image of text that Kevin immediately recognized as a standard warning label. The assembled academics leaned forward with the kind of anticipation usually reserved for miracle cures and free vacation packages. Warning, Kevin read without enthusiasm. High voltage, do not open, authorized personnel only, contact Earth Energy Commission for service requirements. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Beings throughout the hall began making what Kevin assumed were expressions of amazement, though with alien physiology, it was sometimes difficult to tell the difference between awe and severe digestive distress. Chancellor Vorthek's robes undulated with increased vigor, while several researchers activated emergency documentation protocols. Remarkable, Dr. Melkarian exclaimed, her tentacles writhing with excitement. The human reveals that this sacred prohibition contains warnings about high voltage, clearly a reference to the elevated spiritual energy contained within the ancient technology. And note the reference to authorized personnel. This proves that the predecessor civilization had decoding one of our most challenging inscriptions. A holographic display materialized above the conference table, showing a close-up image of text that Kevin immediately recognized as a standard warning label. The assembled academics leaned forward with the kind of anticipation usually reserved for miracle cures and free vacation packages. Warning, Kevin read without enthusiasm. High voltage, do not open, authorized personnel only, contact Earth Energy Commission for service requirements. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Beings throughout the hall began making what Kevin assumed were expressions of amazement, though with alien physiology, it was sometimes difficult to tell the difference between awe and severe digestive distress. Chancellor Vorthek's robes undulated with increased vigor, while several researchers activated emergency documentation protocols. Remarkable, Dr. Melkarian exclaimed, her tentacles writhing with excitement. The human reveals that this sacred prohibition contains warnings about high voltage, clearly a reference to the elevated spiritual energy contained within the ancient technology. And note the reference to authorized personnel. This proves that the predecessor civilization had established hierarchies of cosmic enlightenment. Kevin rubbed his temples and wondered if there was a polite way to suggest that perhaps the entire galactic academic community had been overthinking things for the past several centuries. It's just a safety warning on electrical equipment. The high voltage means it could electrocute you if you're not careful. Professor Quindala of the Institute for Metaphysical Archaeology nearly fell off his floating meditation cushion. The human casually mentions that the ancient devices possess the power to transcend physical existence. This electrocution must refer to some form of spiritual transformation that elevates consciousness beyond the mortal realm. No, it means it could kill you, Kevin said flatly, because sometimes directness was the only weapon against enthusiastic misinterpretation. The hall erupted into excited chatter as researchers compared notes and developed theories about ancient death rituals and sacred consciousness transfer protocols. Kevin watched with growing despair as his simple explanation was transformed into elaborate doctrines about cosmic transcendence and ritual sacrifice. Chancellor Vorthek restored order with another gong strike. Human Walsh, perhaps you could demonstrate your remarkable abilities by actually operating one of the sacred technologies. We understand you possess the knowledge required to perform the ritual of technological resurrection. Kevin looked around the hall at the expectant faces and realized that he'd reached the point where demonstration might be more effective than explanation. Fine. Could someone bring me the flashlight? I mean, the divine illumination orb, and maybe some standard batteries? The request sent the academic community into what appeared to be a state of near-religious ecstasy. The fact that Kevin had casually mentioned the sacred materials required for the ancient ritual was interpreted as further proof of his cosmic authority. Within minutes, the divine illumination orb was ceremonially transported to the conference table, accompanied by a collection of batteries that had been procured with the kind of urgent efficiency usually reserved for medical emergencies. Kevin picked up the flashlight, unscrewed the battery compartment, and began replacing the dead batteries with new ones. The simple, mechanical process was conducted in complete silence, as if he were performing surgery on the universe itself. Every movement was recorded by multiple devices, and Kevin had the uncomfortable feeling that his battery replacement technique was going to be analyzed by scholars for generations to come. When he clicked the flashlight on, the resulting beam of ordinary white light produced gasps of awe that echoed throughout the conference hall. Several beings made what appeared to be religious gestures, while others began taking detailed measurements of the illumination patterns. Behold, Chancellor Vorthek announced with the kind of dramatic flourish that suggested he'd been practicing this moment in front of a mirror. The human has successfully awakened the divine light. The ancient technology responds to his touch. Kevin turned the flashlight off and on a few times, mostly because he was beginning to understand that the aliens interpreted everything he did as profoundly significant. Each click of the switch produced fresh waves of academic excitement and theological speculation. Dr. Zen Thyra of the Galactic Institute for Sacred Studies stood to address the assembly, her crystalline form refracting the light in patterns that probably had some deep cultural meaning. Colleagues, we must consider the implications of what we have witnessed. If the human can so easily activate the ancient technologies, what does this tell us about the relationship between humanity and the predecessor civilization? The question sparked immediate debate among the assembled academics. Some argued that humans were clearly the descendants of the ancients, while others proposed that they were chosen interpreters selected by cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension. A few suggested that humans might actually be the ancients themselves, returned after eons of cosmic wandering to reclaim their scattered artifacts. Kevin listened to the increasingly elaborate theories with the kind of fascinated horror usually reserved for watching civilizations collapse in real time. His simple act of changing batteries had apparently triggered an existential crisis that was spreading throughout the galactic academic community. What if, he said during a brief lull in the theological debate, these objects were just made by humans in the first place? What if they're not ancient at all, but relatively recent items that got lost during space exploration missions? The suggestion produced a silence so profound that Kevin could hear his own heartbeat. Chancellor Vorthek's robes stopped undulating entirely, while several researchers appeared to be experiencing the academic equivalent of system crashes. Professor Yil Narak of the Department of Cosmic Archaeology was the first to recover. The human proposes the theory of cyclical return. He suggests that the ancients have transcended linear time itself, existing simultaneously in the past and present. The artifacts are not ancient, because the concept of ancient becomes meaningless when dealing with beings who exist outside temporal constraints. Kevin stared at him in disbelief. That's not what I said at all. I said they were made recently by humans. Exactly. Dr. Mel Carrion's tentacles writhed with intellectual excitement. The human demonstrates the advanced wisdom of temporal paradox resolution. By claiming the artifacts are recent, he reveals his understanding that all time is simultaneous from the perspective of cosmic consciousness. Kevin began to suspect that he could announce that the artifacts were actually disguised vegetables from an interdimensional grocery store, and the academics would find a way to transform it into profound spiritual insight. The entire scholarly establishment seemed to be running on a kind of intellectual momentum that treated every contradiction as evidence of deeper truth. Chancellor Vorthek activated a communication device that Kevin assumed was connected to news networks across the galaxy, citizens of the known universe. the Chancellor announced with the gravity of someone declaring war or announcing the discovery of free energy. We are pleased to report that humanity has been officially recognized as the interpreter species for ancient technologies. Human Kevin Walsh has been appointed as the first director of Sacred Artifact Relations, with full authority to decode and activate predecessor devices throughout the galaxy. Kevin felt a cold sensation in his stomach that had nothing to do with the museum's climate control. Wait, what? I never agreed to any kind of directorship. I'm just here to do an inventory. The human displays the characteristic modesty of true wisdom, Professor Quinn Dallar announced to the assembled multitude. His reluctance to accept cosmic responsibility demonstrates his worthiness to bear it. The conference hall erupted into applause, cheers, and various alien expressions of approval that sounded like a combination of whale songs and malfunctioning machinery. Kevin watched in growing alarm as his simple inventory assignment transformed into a galactic appointment that he'd never requested and definitely didn't want. News alerts began flashing on communication devices throughout the hall as word of humanity's new cosmic role spread across the galaxy. Stock markets apparently fluctuated based on speculation about ancient technology activation, while religious movements prepared to make pilgrimages to witness human artifact interpretation ceremonies. Kevin stood up from his chair of honored interpretation and looked around at the excited faces of beings who had just reorganized their understanding of the universe based on his ability to read English and change batteries. "This is completely insane," he muttered, though he suspected that his words would soon be quoted as the first sacred pronouncement of the newly appointed director of Sacred Artifact Relations. The bureaucratic nightmare of his situation was beginning to sink in. He was now apparently responsible for managing alien expectations about human garbage, scattered across the galaxy, while maintaining diplomatic relations with civilizations whose entire academic establishments were built on misunderstanding basic Earth equipment. Chancellor Vorthek approached with what appeared to be ceremonial documents. "Director Walsh, these are your official credentials and the keys to your new office at the Galactic Center for Ancient Studies. We've also prepared a staff of research assistants and a budget for sacred technology activation ceremonies." Kevin accepted the documents with the resigned expression of someone who had just realized that his life had taken a permanent turn toward the surreal. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he wondered if his employee handbook covered accidentally becoming a cosmic religious figure, and whether he was going to need to update his resume to include Prophet of Divine Wisdom under his list of professional qualifications. The Galactic Center for Ancient Studies occupied an orbital platform that Kevin suspected had been designed by committee, possibly while under the influence of recreational pharmaceuticals. Crystalline spires twisted around biomechanical cores that pulsed with organic light, while gardens of impossible geometric plants provided what the architects probably called contemplative spaces, but Kevin had started referring to as places to hide when the cosmic significance get overwhelming. His new office sat at the platform's apex, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the galaxy's most prestigious academic institutions. The view would have been inspiring if Kevin hadn't spent the past week watching shuttle after shuttle arrive, each one carrying scholars, pilgrims, and journalists eager to witness humanity's miraculous interpretation of sacred technologies. The desk assigned to his cosmic directorship was approximately the size of a small spacecraft and appeared to be carved from a single piece of crystallized starlight, or at least something that looked expensive and completely impractical for actual work. Kevin had covered most of its surface with standard Earth office supplies that he'd requisitioned from the diplomatic embassy, partly for functionality and partly because watching aliens treat his stapler as a potential religious artifact had become one of his few remaining sources of entertainment. His assistant, a well-meaning Altarian named Quilvara, who possessed the organizational skills of a natural-born administrator and the theological enthusiasm of a recently converted zealot, entered the office carrying what appeared to be an entire filing system's worth of documentation. "Director Walsh," she announced with the kind of breathless excitement that suggested she'd just won a cosmic lottery, "the morning reports have arrived. We have 17 new artifact discoveries requiring your sacred interpretation 42 requests for technological resurrection ceremonies, and delegations from 8 different worlds seeking audiences with the chosen interpreter of ancient wisdom. Kevin looked at the stack of reports and felt the familiar sensation of reality sliding sideways into bureaucratic nightmare. Each new discovery was undoubtedly another piece of human equipment that some alien expedition had found floating in space. And each technological resurrection ceremony was going to involve him explaining why putting batteries in something didn't constitute a religious experience. Any chance we could start referring to these as routine equipment identification and basic maintenance procedures instead of sacred this and ancient that? He asked, though experience had taught him that hope and alien academic terminology were mutually exclusive concepts. Quilvara's expression suggested that he'd just proposed renaming oxygen as atmospheric breathing source. Director, such casual terminology might undermine the profound spiritual significance of your cosmic role. The Galactic Academic Council specifically emphasized the importance of maintaining appropriate reverence in all official communications. Kevin opened the first report, which detailed the discovery of what appeared to be a perfectly ordinary toolbox that had been found on an asteroid in the Vegan system. The accompanying analysis included 17 pages of theoretical speculation about its potential use in advanced consciousness modification rituals and cosmic engineering ceremonies. The photographs clearly showed a label reading Property of Terran Mining Consortium, Return if Found. Quilvara, he said carefully, could you schedule a demonstration for this afternoon? I think it's time to show the research team how these sacred implements of cosmic engineering actually work. His assistant made rapid notes on her holographic organizer, her enthusiasm undimmed by the fact that Kevin's demonstrations typically involved explaining why screwdrivers were designed to turn screws rather than channel divine energy. Shall I invite the full academic council? This could be another breakthrough in ancient technology interpretation. Let's start with a smaller group, Kevin suggested, because he'd learned that limiting the audience helped prevent his mundane explanations from being transformed into galaxy-wide theological revelations. Maybe just the senior researchers from the Department of Sacred Artifact Analysis. The afternoon demonstration took place in what the aliens had designated as the Sacred Technology Activation Chamber, though Kevin had started thinking of it as the really expensive room where I fix things. The assembled researchers arranged themselves in a semicircle around the examination table with the kind of reverent attention usually reserved for surgical procedures or the unveiling of great works of art. Kevin opened the toolbox with practiced efficiency, revealing an assortment of wrenches, screwdrivers, measuring devices, and what appeared to be someone's forgotten lunch container. The researchers leaned forward as he began identifying each item, their recording devices capturing every casual explanation for future analysis and inevitable misinterpretation. This is a standard adjustable wrench, he explained, holding up the tool and demonstrating its basic function. You use it to tighten or loosen nuts and bolts. The adjustment mechanism allows it to fit different sizes of fasteners. Professor Thel Nomar of Advanced Cosmic Studies nodded sagely and made detailed notes. The sacred gripping device demonstrates the ancient principle of adaptive functionality. Note how the chosen interpreter effortlessly channels the divine adjustment protocol. Kevin moved to the next item, a simple screwdriver with "Made on Earth" stamped into the handle. This is a Phillips head screwdriver. The cross-shaped tip is designed to fit into screws with matching slots. You turn it clockwise to tighten, counterclockwise to loosen. Dr. Vex Thara practically vibrated with excitement. The rotational wisdom of the ancients. The human reveals that sacred direction contains inherent meaning, the clockwise motion for creation and binding, the counterclockwise for dissolution and release. This confirms our theories about cosmic directional consciousness. Kevin picked up what appeared to be a standard measuring tape, extending it to demonstrate its function. The sight of the retractable metal strip caused several researchers to make what he'd learned were expressions of profound awe. It's a measuring tape, he said with the tone of someone who'd given up on preventing theological interpretations. You use it to measure distances. The markings indicate standard units of length. The assembled academics exchanged meaningful glances, and Kevin could practically see the academic papers being composed in real time. Professor Thel Nomar spoke first, his voice trembling with barely contained intellectual excitement. The sacred, extending blade reveals the ancient mastery of dimensional manipulation. The human demonstrates that the predecessors could command space itself to reveal its hidden measurements. And note how the divine markings provide precise quantification of reality's fundamental structure. Kevin opened the forgotten lunch container, revealing what appeared to be the desiccated remains of a sandwich and an apple that had achieved a state of preservation that could generously be called archaeological. The researchers gathered around the container with the kind of intense focus usually reserved for examining rare manuscripts or evidence of extraterrestrial life. Someone left their lunch in the toolbox and forgot about it, Kevin said, though he suspected that simple explanation was about to undergo the standard academic transformation into profound cosmic significance. Dr. Vexthara began making rapid calculations on her portable analysis device. The sacred sustenance preservation demonstrates the advanced temporal stasis technology of the ancients. Note how the organic materials have achieved a state of perfect temporal suspension, maintaining their essential structure across cosmic timescales. Kevin looked at the dried-out sandwich and wondered how his career had evolved to the point where explaining decomposition had become a theological discussion. It's not temporal stasis. Food just dries out when you leave it in a sealed container for a long time. Exactly, Professor Thel Nomar exclaimed, with the enthusiasm of someone who'd just solved the universe's greatest mystery. The human reveals the sacred process of planned desiccation. The ancients deliberately created these preservation rituals as gifts to future civilizations, demonstrating their mastery over the fundamental forces of entropy and decay. The demonstration continued for several hours, with Kevin providing straightforward explanations for each tool while the assembled researchers constructed increasingly elaborate theories about ancient wisdom and cosmic engineering principles. By the time he finished cataloging the contents of what amounted to a standard work toolbox, the academics had generated enough theological speculation to fuel doctoral dissertations for the next several decades. Quilvara approached as the researchers filed out, their recording devices full of what they undoubtedly considered groundbreaking revelations about sacred technology. Director Walsh, the success of today's demonstration has generated significant interest across the galaxy. We've received requests for advanced interpretation seminars from over 100 different worlds. Kevin sat down in what the aliens insisted on calling his throne of cosmic wisdom, though it was really just a comfortable chair that swiveled. Advanced interpretation seminars? Extended courses where you would teach the fundamental principles of ancient technology activation to qualified students, his assistant explained with the kind of enthusiasm that suggested she thought this was an excellent idea. The Galactic Academic Council believes that spreading sacred knowledge could revolutionize our understanding of predecessor civilization. Kevin imagined himself conducting semester-long courses on how to change light bulbs and operate can openers, with students from across the galaxy taking detailed notes on the spiritual significance of counterclockwise rotation and the mystical properties of aluminum pull tabs. The mental image was so absurd that he almost started laughing, except that he'd learned that alien academic enthusiasm had a way of making absurd things become official policy. What if we started with something simpler, he suggested. Maybe a basic reference guide that explains common Earth equipment and how it works. Something that people could consult when they find artifacts, instead of spending centuries building religious movements around them. Quilvara's expression brightened with the kind of inspiration that typically preceded either brilliant solutions or spectacular disasters. The Sacred Codex of Ancient Wisdom. A comprehensive guide to divine technologies compiled by the chosen interpreter himself, Director. This could be the most important academic publication in galactic history. Kevin rubbed his temples and realized that his attempt to create a simple instruction manual had just been transformed into what would probably become the galaxy's most revered religious text. Sure, he said with the resignation of someone who'd learned that fighting alien enthusiasm was like arguing with the laws of physics. Let's call it the Sacred Codex. Why not? Over the following weeks, Kevin found himself dictating entries for what his staff insisted on calling the Comprehensive Guide to Sacred Technology Interpretation, though he privately thought of it as the universe's most expensive collection of appliance manuals. Each entry followed the same pattern. Kevin would provide a straightforward explanation of some piece of human equipment, and his research staff would transform it into profound theological doctrine. The entry for Standard Emergency Flashlight became a meditation on the sacred illumination of cosmic darkness. The section explaining basic radio communication protocols evolved into a treatise on divine message transmission across the celestial void. Kevin's description of portable food storage containers spawned an entire chapter about the mystical preservation of life essence. The Codex's publication created what could only be described as a galactic academic renaissance. Though Kevin suspected that renaissance might not be the most accurate term for a cultural movement based on misunderstanding instruction manuals, universities across the known worlds established new departments dedicated to sacred technology studies. Religious movements incorporated Kevin's mundane explanations into their theological frameworks. Economic systems reorganized around the proper interpretation and maintenance of ancient artifacts. Kevin established a daily routine that involved reviewing artifact reports, conducting identification ceremonies, and trying to maintain his sanity while managing the galaxy's most successful case of cosmic mistaken identity. His office became a pilgrimage destination for beings seeking wisdom about everything from sacred measuring devices to divine portable illumination systems. The most challenging aspect of his new role wasn't the constant theological misinterpretation of his explanations. Kevin had developed a kind of philosophical resignation about alien academic enthusiasm. The real difficulty was maintaining diplomatic relations with civilizations whose entire cultural identities had become wrapped up in their misunderstanding of human garbage. When the Centaurian Empire declared that their discovery of a lost human communicator had inspired their conversion to the sacred path of technological enlightenment, Kevin found himself conducting delicate negotiations about the theological implications of warranty information. When the Rigelian Federation requested a formal ceremony to bless their collection of sacred nutritional preservation vessels, he spent an afternoon explaining why expiration dates weren't cosmic prophecies, while trying not to offend their newly established religious hierarchy. The Galactic Heritage Foundation eventually established the Department of Sacred Human Artifact Relations, with Kevin as its permanent director, complete with a budget that could have funded several small wars and a staff that treated every piece of human equipment like a divine revelation waiting to happen. Kevin accepted the position with the understanding that someone had to manage the galaxy's most elaborate case of cultural misunderstanding, and he appeared to be the only person qualified to explain why some assembly required wasn't a spiritual metaphor. His final report to Earth's diplomatic mission summarized the situation with the kind of dry understatement that had become his trademark. Initial cultural exchange assignment completed successfully. Humans now recognized as cosmic interpreter species throughout known galaxy. Recommend future space missions include better equipment management protocols to prevent accidental establishment of galactic religious movements. Also suggest consideration of hazard pay for personnel assigned to theological artifact explanation duties. Kevin settled into his role as the galaxy's most reluctant prophet of mundane technology, treating cosmic significance with the same enthusiasm he'd once reserved for filing quarterly reports. Every morning, he reviewed artifact discoveries that were obviously human equipment, conducted identification ceremonies for beings who treated his explanations as divine wisdom, and managed a bureaucracy dedicated to the proper worship of technological commonplace. The universe, it seemed, had developed a sense of humor that involved making the most ordinary person in human history into the galaxy's most important religious figure. Kevin handled this cosmic irony with characteristic resignation, secure in the knowledge that somewhere in space, another human expedition was probably losing equipment that would eventually become the foundation for an entire alien civilization's understanding of sacred technology. In the end, Kevin Walsh became exactly what the galaxy needed, a competent bureaucrat who could read instruction manuals and explain why things worked the way they did. That this made him the most powerful spiritual figure in known space was simply another item on his increasingly surreal job description, filed somewhere between sacred artifact interpretation and cosmic wisdom distribution, right next to his original assignment of conducting routine inventory assessments. The galaxy had studied the ancient artifacts for centuries, until one said, "Property of Earth, do not touch." And Kevin Walsh, Director of Sacred Human Artifact Relations, was the person who had to explain what that meant to a universe that insisted on finding profound significance in the most mundane possible places. This was just one story. Subscribe now so you don't miss what's coming next.
The examination hall of the Galactic Academy was a vast dome chamber, its ceiling an artificial night sky filled with swirling nebulae and distant constellations. The air carried a crisp, almost sterile scent, the product of carefully regulated atmospheric conditions, tailored to accommodate the diverse array of species present. The room hummed with a low, pulsing vibration, a subtle effect of the Academy's advanced technology, ensuring that every student, regardless of biological origin, could exist comfortably within the same environment. Cadet Stanley Becker sat in the third row, his posture relaxed, but his mind alert. He was the only human among the 100 or so students gathered for the final exam in advanced astrogation, a subject so complex that even the most brilliant species of the known galaxy struggled to master it. The other cadets, representing a multitude of intelligent civilizations, were a collection of reptilian beings with elongated skulls, feathered avian-like creatures with keen, predatory gazes, and silicon-based life forms whose crystalline bodies refracted the light in shifting patterns. Their presence was a testament to the Academy's commitment to gathering the finest minds from across the stars. At the front of the hall stood Professor Zilnor, a towering figure of rigid exoskeletal plating and 4 dexterous arms. His deep, resonant voice carried an unmistakable note of authority, reinforced by the quiet clicking of his mandibles as he surveyed the assembled students. His species, the Vraxil, were known for their unparalleled analytical prowess and an almost fanatical dedication to logic. Zilnor's reputation was infamous within the Academy. He had broken more students than any other instructor. His exams so notoriously difficult that even passing with the bare minimum was considered a mark of honor. Now, as the final exam was about to begin, an expectant hush fell over the chamber. The students sat rigidly in their seats, their focus absolute. Some activated their neural interfaces, tiny biotechnological implants that allowed direct interaction with data streams. Others extended secondary appendages, preparing to manipulate complex holographic formulas. Every cadet knew that this test would determine their fate. Zilnor raised one of his arms, and the air shimmered as hundreds of holographic displays materialized in front of each student. The glowing equations, rotating star charts, and gravitational computations reflected in their wide, blinking eyes. The problem was presented in multiple dimensions, requiring the students to solve an intricate navigational challenge that simulated piloting a vessel through an unstable sector of space, a region where black holes, pulsar winds, and quantum anomalies rendered traditional calculations useless. This was not just a test of memorization or technical skill. It was a challenge designed to break the weak and prove who among them was truly capable of commanding a starship. "You have 7 planetary cycles to complete this examination," Zilnor intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "Begin." Stanley exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the glowing display in front of him, skimming through the problem with mild curiosity. He had been dreading this exam, not because he thought it would be difficult, but because he knew exactly how it was designed. The problem was convoluted on purpose, meant to overwhelm with unnecessary complexity. He had seen this kind of over-engineering before. Mathematical arrogance wrapped in layers of equations that only served to obscure a simple truth. Stanley had grown up in a family of astrophysicists, spending his childhood listening to orbital mechanics explained over dinner. The moment he saw the exam, he recognized the core pattern hidden beneath the extraneous calculations. It was nothing more than a basic navigational problem that had been dressed up to appear intimidating. Around him, the other cadets were already deep into their calculations. Some were cross-referencing vast databases of astrogational theory, while others frantically sketched out three-dimensional trajectories in glowing mid-air projections. The crystalline students emitted subtle vibrations, their internal processors working at full capacity. A reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his forked tongue in frustration, his clawed fingers darting over the holographic interface as he tried to stabilize the simulated spacecraft's trajectory. Stanley, meanwhile, pulled out an old-fashioned pen and a small notepad. This earned him more than a few puzzled glances from his peers. While they relied on cutting-edge computational systems, he preferred the simplicity of manual calculations. It wasn't that he distrusted technology, he simply found that writing things out helped him think more clearly. He set to work, quickly simplifying the problem in his head. The key was recognizing that the entire exam was based on a flawed assumption, that conventional three-dimensional astrogation was required for a region of space where relativistic effects dominated. But if he shifted the perspective to a non-Euclidean frame, the calculations collapsed into a far more manageable form. Stanley scratched down a few numbers, ran a quick mental check, and within minutes he had his answer. Silence fell over his immediate vicinity as he stood up, stretched slightly, and walked toward the front of the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed unnaturally in the otherwise focused quiet. Every cadet was still deeply engrossed in their work, oblivious to his movements, except for Zelnor, whose three black eyes locked onto him the moment he approached the desk. The professor's mandibles twitched in what could have been confusion or irritation. Stanley placed the completed answer sheet on Zelnor's desk with a casual shrug. "I'm done," he said simply. For a moment there was no response. Zillner's elongated fingers hesitated over the answer sheet, as if unwilling to accept what he had just heard. The notion was preposterous. No one could have finished in so little time. "You cannot be finished," Zelnor said at last, his voice slow, measured. His secondary hands tapped against the desk in a restless rhythm. "You are mocking this exam. Return to your seat and complete the work properly." Stanley remained unfazed. "No, sir, it's done." The words hung in the air like a challenge. By now, the disturbance had begun to ripple outward. A few cadets nearby, sensing something unusual, paused their calculations to glance toward the front. A low electronic hum emanated from one of the silicon-based students, a sign of confusion. The reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his tongue again, his slitted eyes narrowing in suspicion. Zilnor, moving with the deliberate precision of a scholar who had seen every trick in the book, lifted the answer sheet and slid it into the verification system. A holographic panel flickered to life above the desk, scanning through Stanley's calculations. The professor expected an immediate rejection, a cascade of red warnings signaling incorrect formulas. Instead, the system processed the data, ran a full analysis, and then displayed the final verdict: 100% accurate. The moment stretched impossibly long. The murmurs began almost immediately, students shifting in their seats, whispers darting between them like sparks across a circuit board. A professor in the observation chamber above activated his communicator, summoning higher-ranking officials. Zellner's grip tightened on the desk. He was not a being prone to emotional outbursts, but this defied all reason. "Explain," he demanded, his voice now tinged with something dangerously close to disbelief. "How did you—" Stanley just smiled. "It's just math, Professor." And with that, the first shockwave of what would soon become a galactic-wide academic scandal was set in motion. Professor Zellner's three eyes remained fixed on the glowing green confirmation of Stanley Becker's perfect score. His exoskeletal fingers twitched slightly as he reread the verification message, half expecting the system to correct itself and reveal some mistake. Yet, the result remained unchanged, 100% accurate. The murmurs spreading through the room grew louder, a rising tide of disbelief and confusion. The other students had paused their work entirely, their holographic equations flickering mid-calculation. A few had turned in their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at Stanley, who remained standing in front of the professor's desk with a relaxed posture. A sharp chime rang through the hall, a system alert reserved for moments of extreme academic irregularity. Almost immediately, the observation window above the room flickered with new activity. Academy instructors and senior professors, alerted by the anomaly, peered down with interest. The air itself seemed to tighten, the weight of attention pressing onto every cadet. Zillner finally moved, his tall, segmented frame shifting with deliberate precision. He lifted the answer sheet again, this time inspecting it manually as if his own eyes would uncover a flaw the verification system had somehow missed. "Explain," he commanded, his deep voice carrying across the now silent hall. Stanley folded his arms. It wasn't that complicated. The statement was almost casual, but in the charged atmosphere of the examination hall, it might as well have been a thunderclap. A Silicon-based student let out a low vibrational hum, a sign of disbelief. A reptilian cadet in the second row clicked his jaw in irritation. "Not complicated," Zillner echoed, his voice as rigid as his exoskeleton. His mandibles twitched slightly before he continued. "This examination is based on the most advanced principles of astrogation known to the Galactic Academy. Every equation, every variable has been meticulously refined over centuries. And yet, you claim it was not complicated." Stanley gave a small shrug. "The problem was over-engineered. Too many unnecessary variables. Once I stripped it down, the solution was obvious." Zillner's upper set of hands clasped behind his back, a calculated gesture of restraint. His lower hands tapped at his console, pulling up Stanley's solution on the central holographic display so the entire hall could see. The equations, stripped of their complexity, unfolded before the audience. The students leaned forward, their eyes darting between the simplified notations and the original problem set. Slowly, understanding dawned across the room. An avian-like cadet with sharp golden feathers let out a sharp exhalation. "Actually makes sense," he muttered, half to himself. He bypassed the relativistic calculations but that contradicts every model we've been taught," another voice protested from the back of the room. "How can something this simple work?" The murmurs grew into outright discussion, but Zillner raised a hand, instantly silencing the students. His gaze returned to Stanley, unreadable. "You are implying," Zillner said slowly, "that our Academy's methodologies are flawed." Stanley hesitated. He had expected disbelief. He had expected questions. But he had not anticipated the sheer weight of the accusation now being leveled at him. The Galactic Academy was the most prestigious institution in the known universe, its teachings the foundation of interstellar navigation across countless civilizations. Suggesting that their methodologies were outdated was not just bold, it was heretical. Still, he had already crossed the line. There was no point in backing down now. "I'm saying," Stanley said carefully, "that this particular method is inefficient. It doesn't mean everything the Academy teaches is wrong, just that there might be a better way to approach certain problems." Zillner exhaled, a low clicking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You are aware of what you are suggesting?" Stanley nodded. "I am." For a long moment there was silence. Then Zillner turned sharply, his movements precise as he tapped a command into his desk console. The main display flickered again, this time summoning an external communication link. A moment later, a deep, resonant voice filled the hall. "Professor Zellner, the voice said, calm yet commanding. Explain this disturbance. Every cadet in the room froze. The holographic display above the professor's desk now showed the stern face of the Galactic Academy's head chancellor. His features were severe, his dark eyes piercing through the transmission as if he could see into every corner of the examination hall. The weight of his presence was palpable. Zelnor inclined his head slightly, a formal gesture of respect. Chancellor, we have encountered an anomaly during the astrogation examination. A human cadet has submitted a fully accurate solution in under 5 minutes. The Chancellor's eyes narrowed fractionally. That is not possible. Zelnora remained still. The verification system has confirmed his solution. A brief pause. The Chancellor's gaze shifted, locking onto Stanley. Cadet Becker, he said, his voice measured. Step forward. Stanley felt the tension in the room deepen as he moved closer to the display. Every eye remained fixed on him, watching his every movement. The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before speaking again. You claim to have solved the problem in under 5 minutes? Yes, sir, Stanley replied. And you believe the methodology taught by the Academy is flawed? Stanley exhaled. I believe there's a more efficient way to approach certain calculations, yes. Another silence. Then the Chancellor's gaze shifted back to Zelnor. Professor, he said, send me the full analysis of the cadet's solution. This matter is no longer confined to a single examination hall. Zelnor inclined his head again. Understood, Chancellor. The transmission ended. For the first time in his career, Professor Exilnor felt the weight of something far greater than an academic dispute settle over him. This was no longer about a single exam. This was about the foundation of everything the Galactic Academy had built. Stanley stood in the now silent examination hall, his pulse steady despite the weight of 100 eyes on him. The transmission with the Chancellor had ended, but its impact still lingered, thick in the air like static before a storm. The other cadets, who had spent years memorizing formulas and perfecting their calculations under the Academy's strict methodologies, watched him with expressions ranging from disbelief to resentment. Professor Zillner remained behind his desk, his exoskeletal fingers tapping against the smooth surface as he processed the implications of what had just transpired. His reputation, his teachings, his authority, all had been placed under scrutiny because of one human's unexpected answer. The sound of a door sliding open at the far end of the hall snapped the tension like a taut wire suddenly cut. 3 instructors entered, their dark robes marking them as members of the academic board. Their movements were swift, deliberate, and their gazes locked on to Zillner the moment they stepped inside. Professor, the first instructor, an avian-like woman with sleek obsidian feathers, spoke first. The Chancellor has summoned you. Zillnor inclined his head in understanding, but did not move immediately. Instead, his 3 eyes shifted back to Stanley. Cadet Becker, he said, his voice even, but carrying a weight of authority. You will accompany me. A flicker of unease passed through the hall. The other students stiffened slightly, their postures rigid with anticipation. Being summoned by the Chancellor was not a routine occurrence. It was an event of magnitude. Stanley, however, nodded without hesitation. Understood. Without another word, Zillnor turned and exited through the same doors the instructors had entered. Stanley followed closely behind, his steps firm but unhurried. The corridor outside was a vast stretch of polished metal and glowing blue navigation strips lining the walls. The architecture of the Academy was sleek, functional, designed to reflect the institution's relentless pursuit of knowledge. They walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound against the smooth flooring. Zillnor led him through a series of passageways, past students and faculty who turned their heads at the sight of them. Word had spread fast, too fast. Stanley could feel the weight of their stares, not of curiosity but of something sharper, doubt, resentment. He was the anomaly in an institution built on rigid tradition, and that alone made him dangerous. Finally, they reached the upper administrative level, where towering doors led to the Chancellor's private chamber. The guards at the entrance stepped aside without question, allowing them entry. The room was vast, yet deliberately minimalistic. A panoramic window stretched across one side, offering a subdued, casting long shadows against the polished floor. In the center of the chamber, seated behind a sleek metallic desk, was the Chancellor. His presence was commanding, not through size or physicality, but through an aura of absolute control. His piercing gaze met Stanley's the moment he entered, assessing him with quiet intensity. Zilnor came to a halt and straightened his posture. "Chancellor," he said, "I have brought the cadet as requested." The Chancellor nodded slowly, his fingers steepled together. His expression remained unreadable. "Cadet Becker," he said at last, "you are aware of the implications of your actions?" Stanley kept his voice level. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before gesturing toward the large display behind him. The holographic screen came to life, revealing a series of data streams. Stanley's calculations cross-referenced against the Academy's standard methodology. At a glance, the difference was staggering. "Your solution has forced us to reconsider a foundational principle of our astrogation system," the Chancellor continued. "Our models have remained unchanged for centuries, yet your approach suggests an alternative framework that is both simpler and more efficient." Stanley remained silent, sensing there was more to come. The Chancellor leaned forward slightly. "Do you understand what that means?" Stanley chose his words carefully. "It means that there's room for improvement." A faint smile touched the Chancellor's lips, though it never reached his eyes. "That is an understatement, Cadet. If your calculations hold, it would mean that the Galactic Academy, the institution that dictates navigational protocols across multiple civilizations, has been teaching an outdated method for generations. The repercussions of such a revelation would be substantial." Zilnor's expression remained unreadable, but Stanley could sense the tension in the professor's stance. This was not just about one exam. This was about the Academy's credibility, its legacy, and the power it held over the intellectual foundations of interstellar travel. The Chancellor exhaled slowly. "We have already begun conducting a secondary verification of your calculations. If they prove accurate under independent review, we will have no choice but to address this matter on a wider scale. However," he paused, his gaze sharpening, "that is a dangerous path." Stanley's jaw tightened. "Dangerous how?" The Chancellor's gaze did not waver. "There are those within the Academy and beyond who will resist any suggestion that our methodologies are flawed. If your calculations prove correct, you will have undermined an institution that has dictated galactic navigation for centuries. That will make you a target." The weight of those words settled over the room. Stanley had expected resistance, but the warning carried an edge he had not fully considered. He was not just challenging a test. He was challenging a system that had been meticulously upheld by some of the most powerful minds in the galaxy. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair. "I am placing you under direct academic review. You will work with a specialized team to replicate and expand upon your findings. Until then, you are not to discuss this matter with anyone outside of the review team. Is that clear?" Stanley nodded. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor's expression remained impassive. "Good. Professor Zilnor will oversee your participation in the review process. You are dismissed." Zilnor gave a respectful nod before turning to leave. Stanley followed, his mind already racing with the implications of what had just been said. As they stepped out of the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them, Zilnor finally spoke. "You have set something into motion, Cadet Becker," he said, his voice quiet yet firm. "I do not know if you realize the full extent of it yet." Stanley met his gaze. "I understand enough." Zilnor's mandibles twitched slightly, the closest thing to a smirk Stanley had ever seen from him. "Then I suggest you prepare yourself," Zilnor said, "because the Academy will not let this go unchallenged." With that, they walked in silence, leaving the Chancellor's chamber behind. The path ahead had been set, but Stanley knew one thing with certainty. This was only the beginning. The walk back from the Chancellor's chamber was long, the silence between Stanley and Professor Zillner stretching like an invisible tension wire. The corridors of the Galactic Academy, once a maze of sterile efficiency, now seemed lined with unseen eyes. The news had spread beyond the examination hall. Whispers slithered through the air, filling every corner of the towering institution with speculation. Stanley kept his posture straight, his steps even, but he could feel the undercurrent shifting around him. He had disturbed something larger than an academic tradition. The realization had settled deep in his bones. When they arrived at the professor's private research wing, the heavy doors slid open, revealing a vast, dimly lit laboratory lined with holographic projections and complex stellar charts. The moment the door sealed shut behind them, Zillner turned sharply. "You understand the weight of what has begun," Zillner said, his mandibles clicking in measured deliberation. Stanley nodded. "I do." "Then you also understand that this will not remain an academic discussion." Zillner moved toward a central control console, his exoskeletal fingers tapping across illuminated keys. A large projection flickered into existence, an intricate display of the Academy's official astrogation models compared against Stanley's simplified equation. "These are the simulations currently being run by the verification board," Zillner continued, his tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. "They are testing your solution across multiple gravitational environments. Thus far, every model has produced results in your favor." Stanley stepped closer, watching as the holographic display pulsed with confirmation readings. He had known his calculations were correct, but seeing them verified in real time against the very system that had sought to disprove them sent a wave of satisfaction through him. Zellner observed him for a long moment before speaking again. "You will now be placed under direct scrutiny. That means you will not only have to defend your findings, but also withstand the weight of opposition from those who refuse to see reason." Stanley exhaled. "Let me guess. There are those who have built their entire careers on the Academy's existing models." Zillner's three eyes darkened. "Careers, reputations, power. You did not just present a new formula, Cadet Becker. You introduced doubt into a structure that has governed interstellar navigation for centuries." Stanley processed that quietly. He had never set out to tear down the foundation of the Galactic Academy, but he wasn't naive enough to think that those in control would welcome his discovery with open arms. The professor tapped another command, and a secondary projection emerged. This time, an array of names. "These are the senior members of the Academic Council," Zillner explained. "They will be overseeing your review process." Stanley scanned the list. Some names were familiar. Renowned figures in the field of astrogation, their publications standard reading in every cadet's curriculum. Others were unknown to him, but their titles alone spoke of immense influence. Zillner's tone sharpened. "Some will be open to new perspectives, others will not. One in particular, Professor Halvorn, has already voiced his opposition." The name sparked immediate recognition. Halvorn was a decorated academic, one of the oldest members of the council. His theories on astrogation were considered law, his presence at the academy untouchable. Stanley leaned back slightly. "I assume he doesn't appreciate being proven wrong." Zellner's mandibles twitched. "Halvorn does not believe he can be proven wrong. He will not attack your findings directly, not yet. He will seek to dismantle you as a cadet, as a scholar, as a human." Stanley's jaw clenched. "Then I'll have to be ready for him." The professor studied him carefully. "Your confidence is noted, but it is not enough. You will be expected to defend every element of your work in a controlled trial before the council. If you cannot counter their scrutiny, they will bury your findings before they ever reach public discussion." Stanley frowned. "A trial? I thought this was an academic review." "In theory, it is," Zillner said. "In practice, it will be an interrogation designed to discredit you." Stanley exhaled slowly. letting the information settle. He had known there would be resistance, but he had assumed it would be a matter of equations, data, and logic. Now he understood it would be a battle of politics, reputation, and the very nature of power. Zilnor turned away from the projection. Your work is sound, but your presence here is an anomaly. That alone makes you a threat. The moment you step into that trial, you will be on your own. Stanley met his gaze evenly. Then I'll make sure I don't give them any reason to dismiss me. For the first time, Zilnor's expression shifted, just slightly, a flicker of something that could have been approval. Good, the professor said. Then we begin preparation immediately. The weight of those words settled over Stanley, but he didn't let it show. He had never come to the academy to start a revolution, but now that he was here, he would see it through. The days leading up to the trial moved faster than Stanley expected. His time was no longer his own. Every moment was consumed by preparation, counter-arguments, and scenario planning. Zilnor pushed him relentlessly, simulating every possible challenge the academic council might throw at him. Every night he left the professor's research wing exhausted, his mind drowning in equations and theoretical counterpoints. But the challenge was not just intellectual. Word of the upcoming trial had spread through the academy like wildfire. Stanley could feel the shift in the air wherever he walked. The hushed conversations that stopped the moment he entered a room. The way some cadets glared at him with open hostility. Others avoided eye contact altogether, unwilling to be seen associating with him. A few, the ones who had always suspected the academy was built on a rigid, inflexible system, watched him with quiet interest. The real pressure, however, came from outside the student body. Halvorn had wasted no time making his position clear. The seasoned professor had not spoken to Stanley directly, but his presence loomed over the preparations like an approaching storm. He had gathered allies within the council, high-ranking academics who had built their legacies on the current astrogation models. These were not individuals who would simply admit defeat, even in the face of undeniable logic. By the time the trial day arrived, Stanley knew exactly what he was walking into. The chamber chosen for the proceedings was larger than he expected. It was designed for grand debates, its architecture imposing, the high ceiling arched like the hull of a warship. Rows of elevated seating surrounded the central floor, where Stanley stood alone. The academic council sat at the highest level, their expressions unreadable. The chancellor was present, though his face gave no indication of support or disapproval. Near the center, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly before him, his gaze sharp and calculating, locked on to Stanley the moment he entered. The chamber doors sealed with a low hiss. The trial had begun. One of the senior council members, a woman with silver thread skin and piercing yellow eyes, spoke first. Cadet Becker, you have presented an alternative astrogation model that contradicts the foundational principles of this institution. You are aware of the gravity of such a claim? Stanley stood tall. Yes, Counselor, I am. She nodded once, then gestured toward the holographic display that materialized above the chamber. We have reviewed your calculations. They are, as the verification teams have confirmed, mathematically sound. However, mathematical validity alone is not sufficient to warrant systemic change. We must determine whether your findings hold practical application. A second counselor, a broad-shouldered being with a deep, resonant voice, leaned forward. Explain in precise terms how your model improves upon the existing system in real-world navigation. Stanley exhaled slowly. This was the easy part. The current system relies on multi-stage gravitational calculations that treat every navigational variable independently, he explained. It assumes that all external forces must be calculated in a linear sequence, which creates unnecessary computational complexity. My model accounts for relativistic distortions as a single equation, removing redundant steps and reducing navigational error margins by 32%. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Halvorn remained silent, his expression unreadable. The first counselor tilted her head slightly. A bold claim. If true, such an improvement would revolutionize deep space travel, but we must be certain. Professor Halvorn, as the foremost expert in astrogation, do you have a rebuttal? Halvorn stood with practiced ease. His voice when he spoke was smooth and precise. The cadet's work is impressive. I do not dispute that. Silence fell over the room. Everyone waited for the inevitable but, Halvorn continued. However, his approach relies on a theoretical framework that has never been tested under real navigational conditions. The Academy does not operate on theories alone. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of interstellar travel. If we are to trust this model, it must be tested in a controlled environment, not adopted based on mathematics. It was a calculated move. He was not dismissing Stanley outright. He was shifting the burden of proof onto him. Stanley met Halvorn's gaze. I agree, he said, his voice steady. Which is why I propose a live test. A flicker of surprise crossed some of the council members' faces. Even Halvorn hesitated for the briefest moment before recovering. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Explain. Stanley turned toward the central display, bringing up a new projection. There is a scheduled supply vessel departing from the orbital station in 2 days. It is following a standard navigational route through the Loran Expanse, a route that currently requires 14 course corrections due to unpredictable gravitational fluctuations. He tapped a control, highlighting the trajectory. Using my model, I can reduce those course corrections to 6. The chamber erupted into discussion. A live test was a high-risk proposal. If he failed, his entire argument would collapse in real time. But if he succeeded, Halvorn's expression darkened slightly. An interesting proposition, but reckless. If your model fails, the vessel could veer off course, putting lives at risk. Stanley didn't blink. Then let's run it on a secondary navigation system. Keep the original model as the primary. If mine works, the results will speak for themselves. A heavy silence followed. The council exchanged glances, their deliberation unspoken but tangible. Then the Chancellor nodded. Very well. The live test will proceed. Halvorn's jaw tightened, but he gave a slow nod. Let it be done then. The trial was over, but the real test had just begun. 2 days later, Stanley stood in the Academy's control center, watching the data stream from the departing vessel. The entire Academy was watching. The flight crew had agreed to run his model on a parallel system, tracking both sets of navigational calculations in real time. For the first 20 minutes, the flight followed its standard course. Then came the first scheduled course correction. The ship's onboard systems compared the Academy's recommended adjustment to Stanley's model. Deviation detected, 0.02%. The ship maintained course. Second correction, deviation 0.04%. No adjustment needed. By the third point, the Academy's model instructed a course change, while Stanley's advised holding steady. The ship followed the standard protocol, adjusting as per the traditional method. It created a minor energy loss. By the 8th correction point, the difference was undeniable. Stanley's model had predicted the optimal trajectory from the start. The Academy's system had forced unnecessary adjustments. The final report showed that the ship had used 18. There was no argument left to be made. The Chancellor stood before the Assembly. The live test has confirmed Cadet Becker's findings. Effective immediately, his model will undergo full-scale integration trials for future astrogation protocols. Halvorn said nothing. His silence was the only concession Stanley needed. As he left the chamber, Zilnor walked beside him. You have rewritten history today, Cadet Becker. Stanley exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. Then let's make sure we don't stop here. The universe had just become a little smaller, a little faster. And for the first time, the Galactic Academy had been forced to acknowledge that change was inevitable. The Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge was a marvel of architecture and intellect, nestled on the surface of Zarathustra, shimmering auroras that danced across its skies. The Academy was the pinnacle of education, attracting the brightest minds from across the galaxy. humans, Zoltar, Thrixians, and dozens of other advanced species. Among these brilliant students was Xylar, a member of the Zoltar race, known for their unparalleled intelligence and technological prowess. The Zoltar thrived on logic, precision, and an innate ability to solve complex equations that would leave most other species baffled. Yet, despite this extraordinary aptitude, Xylar was grappling with something that seemed absurdly simple to others. It was the third week of the Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics course, a mandatory subject for all first-year students. The lecture halls were vast, with transparent walls that provided a breathtaking view of Zerathion's 3 suns orbiting in perfect harmony. Xylar, like every other student, sat in an anti-gravity chair, their 4 slender fingers nervously tapping on the holographic console in front of them. On the screen, a problem glowed in bright iridescent characters. Solve for x, 5x plus 0 equals 15. To most students, especially the humans, this was laughably simple. But for Xylar, the equation might as well have been written in an undecipherable arithmetic. It was the zero. The very concept of nothing was alien to the Zoltar mindset. Their entire culture was built around the idea that existence was constant. Even when something seemed absent, it was merely transformed into another state of being. The notion of nothingness was not only illogical, but fundamentally incomprehensible to them. Xylar stared at the problem, their elongated pupils narrowing in frustration. Around them, their classmates were finishing the task effortlessly. Emma, a human girl with a reputation for being both brilliant and quirky, leaned back in her chair, her holographic screen already blank, signaling she had completed the task. A faint smile played on her lips as she watched the struggling Zoltar. "Time's up!" The instructor, a stern-looking Thrixian with bioluminescent scales, announced. Their voice echoed across the hall. As the students submitted their answers, Xylar hesitated, their fingers hovering above the screen. With a deep sigh, they pressed the button to submit a blank response. It wasn't the first time, and it likely wouldn't be the last. After the lecture, Xylar trudged down the polished corridors of the academy. Their movements were slower than usual, their shoulders hunched in a way that betrayed their frustration. As they passed groups of students discussing the lesson, Xylar caught snippets of conversations. The humans seemed particularly pleased with themselves. They always, for Xylar, this only deepened the sting of failure. Back in their private quarters, Xylar activated the holographic projection system, replaying the day's lecture. The instructor's explanation of zero echoed through the room, but it was as though the words bounced off an invisible barrier in Xylar's mind. Zero, the instructor had said, is the representation of nothingness, a placeholder that allows us to perform operations and measure absence. Xylar's frustration bubbled over. They slammed a fist onto the console, causing the projection to flicker. "It doesn't make sense," they muttered to themselves, their voice tinged with exasperation. "How can there be nothing? Even in a vacuum, there's still energy, still particles. Nothing cannot exist." Their thoughts spiraled as they tried to reconcile the concept with their own worldview. To the Zoltar, every equation, every scientific principle was rooted in the idea that the universe was always full of something. The idea that zero could hold such significance in mathematics felt not just counterintuitive, but almost sacrilegious. The following day, during the instructor's office hours, Xylar mustered the courage to seek help. The Thrixian professor listened patiently as Xylar explained their difficulties, their words tumbling out in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. The professor, though sympathetic, offered little solace. "Xylar," they said, their voice calm and measured, "you're not the first Zoltar student to struggle with this. Your species has a unique way of understanding the universe, but here, in this academy, you must adapt. Mathematics is a universal language, and zero is one of its foundational principles. Perhaps a different perspective would help." The professor's suggestion led to Xylar being assigned a peer tutor, Emma. When Xylar received the notification, their initial reaction was disbelief. A human? Surely there were other Zoltar students, or at least Thrixians, who could provide guidance. But the Academy's system was firm, and refusing the help of a tutor would reflect poorly on Xylar's record. Later that evening, Xylar found themselves seated across from Emma in one of the Academy's communal study rooms. The human greeted them with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "So," she began, her voice light but confident, "you're the Zoltar who's been struggling with Zero." Xylar bristled at her tone. "It's not a struggle," they retorted, their voice sharper than intended. "It's a difference in perspective." Emma didn't seem offended. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. "Fair enough, let's call it that. But if you're open to it, I think I can help. Zero isn't just about nothingness, it's about potential." Her words caught Xylar off guard. "Potential?" they echoed, their tone skeptical. Emma grinned. "Yup. Think of it as a bridge. Zero connects things. It's what allows us to move between states, measure gaps, and create balance. It's not the absence of existence, it's a tool." Xylar stared at her, their skepticism warring with a flicker of curiosity. For the first time, they felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this human had something valuable to teach them after all. Emma sat across from Xylar in the softly glowing study room, her holographic tablet casting faint blue light onto her face. The human girl had an energy about her that Xylar found both irritating and strangely reassuring. Her quick smile and relaxed posture were in stark contrast to Xylar's tense demeanor. Xylar sat rigidly, their elongated fingers clasped tightly together, unwilling to admit that they were skeptical about this entire arrangement. The very idea of learning from a human felt, if not humiliating, at least deeply uncomfortable. "Okay, Xylar," Emma began, her tone casual but focused. "Let's start by clearing the air. Zero isn't some big, mysterious thing. It's just a concept. Something we made up to make sense of things that aren't there. But it's useful. Actually, it's more than useful. It's brilliant." Xylar's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zoltar species prided themselves on their logical approach to the universe, and they disliked the implication that their failure to understand something so simple was their own fault. Still, something in Emma's voice piqued their curiosity, and they gestured for her to continue. Emma leaned back, spinning her tablet in her hands like it was a toy. "Imagine this. You have a basket. You take an apple out of it. Now, what's left in the basket?" "Space," Xylar replied immediately. "A void where the apple once was. The basket is still there, and so is the space inside it. Nothing has truly disappeared." Emma grinned, clearly amused. "Exactly. That's how you see it. But humans, and a lot of other species, take it one step further. Instead of saying there's space or a void, we just call it zero. It's like shorthand. It lets us do all kinds of useful things, like keep track of things that are missing or measure how far apart things are. You see?" Xylar frowned, their brow furrowing in thought. The explanation wasn't entirely convincing, but it was clear Emma wasn't mocking them. If anything, she seemed genuinely excited to share her perspective. Reluctantly, Xylar nodded. "Go on." Taking this as a small victory, Emma began to sketch something on her tablet. She swiped her hand and a holographic projection of a simple number line appeared between them. Xylar tilted their head, studying the floating image. Numbers stretched out in both directions, negative on one side, positive on the other, with zeros sitting directly in the center. "This is how we humans think about numbers," Emma explained. "Zero isn't just a place where nothing happens, it's the center of everything. It's the starting point, the balance. Without it, we couldn't figure out where anything begins or ends." Xylar studied the number line, their eyes tracing the way it extended infinitely in both directions. "But why does it matter?" they asked, their voice tinged with frustration. "If zero is just a placeholder, why do you humans make such a big deal out of it?" Emma tapped her chin thoughtfully. "That's a fair question. But here's the thing. It's not just about placeholders. Zero lets us solve problems we couldn't even think about otherwise. Like this. Imagine you owe someone money. You're in debt. How do you measure how far you are from paying it off? Xylar blinked. Debt was a foreign concept to the Zoltar, who operated on a system of mutual exchange rather than currency. Still, they followed Emma's logic. I suppose you would measure the difference between what you owe and what you have? Exactly. Emma's eyes lit up with excitement. And zero is what happens when you've paid it all back. It's the balance point between having something and owing something. Without zero, we wouldn't be able to understand things like debt, symmetry, or even time. Time? Xylar repeated, their tone skeptical. What does time have to do with this? Emma leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly as if she were about to share a secret. Think about it. Every timeline has a starting point, right? For humans, we call it year zero, when everything began. It's not just a number, it's a marker, a way to keep track of everything that comes before and after. Without zero, we'd be lost in time. Xylar didn't respond immediately. They stared at the number line, their mind racing to connect the dots. The idea of using zero as a reference point, as a way to measure and organize reality, was both alien and strangely compelling. For the first time, they began to see why humans valued it so much. Emma seemed to sense the shift in Xylar's demeanor. She smiled softly and leaned back in her chair. Look, I know this isn't easy for you. Your people see the universe in a way that's totally different from ours. But that doesn't mean zero is wrong. It just means it's something new. And new things can be scary, right? Xylar nodded slowly, their usual confidence replaced by a cautious curiosity. Perhaps, but it still feels unnecessary. Why use zero when other concepts could serve the same purpose? Emma shrugged, her expression thoughtful. Maybe they could, but sometimes the simplest ideas are the most powerful. Zero might seem small, but it opens up a universe of possibilities. Without it, we wouldn't have calculus, computers, or even space travel. That last point caught Xylar's attention. Space travel? They asked, their voice sharp with interest. How does zero relate to space travel? Emma grinned, clearly pleased to have piqued their curiosity. Well, think about navigation. Every ship has a starting point, right? And when you're traveling between stars, you need to calculate distances, trajectories, and speeds. Zero is what helps us figure out where we are and where we're going. It's the anchor that keeps us from getting lost. Xylar considered this, their minds spinning with new possibilities. For the first time, they began to see zero not as an abstract human idea, but as a practical tool, something that could enhance their understanding of the universe. It was a humbling realization, but also an exhilarating one. As their study session continued, Xylar found themselves asking more questions, their initial skepticism giving way to genuine interest. Emma answered each one with patience and enthusiasm, her explanations weaving together logic, history, and human ingenuity. By the time their session ended, Xylar felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps zero wasn't so incomprehensible after all. Perhaps it was the key to unlocking a new way of thinking. As they left the study room, Xylar glanced at Emma and said, "Thank you. I think I understand a little better now." Emma's smile was warm and genuine. "Anytime, Xylar. We're just getting started." For the first time in weeks, Xylar felt a sense of possibility. The road ahead was still daunting, but with Emma's help, they were beginning to see that it was also full of potential. The Interstellar Competition Hall was abuzz with activity. The towering crystalline walls refracted light in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a mesmerizing display that rivaled the brilliance of the minds gathered within. Students from across the galaxy sat in their designated seats, their attention fixed on the floating holographic displays that projected the day's final challenge. Among them was Xylar, seated near the center of the hall, their normally confident posture stiff with tension. The Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics Championship was a revered event, one that tested not only the intellect of its participants, but their ability to adapt to unfamiliar concepts. For the Zoltar, whose species prided itself on precision and mastery, this competition was a point of honor. Xylar had entered the championship expecting to dominate, as was expected of someone from their race. Yet, here they were, struggling against something that no other Zoltar had ever encountered. A mathematical challenge rooted in the human concept of zero. As the proctor, an imposing Thrixian with scales that shimmered like molten gold, stepped forward to explain the final problem, Xylar felt their pulse quicken. The alien proctor's voice reverberated through the hall. Participants, you will now be presented with the ultimate equation. This task is designed to test your ability to solve for variables within a framework of universal mathematics. Remember, precision and understanding are the holographic displays lit up with a new problem. Solve for x. 3x plus 7 equals 7x plus 0. At first glance, the equation seemed simple, but Xylar's mind immediately stumbled over the presence of 0. Despite the weeks of tutoring with Emma, the concept still felt foreign, like a word from a language they couldn't quite speak fluently. Xylar's gaze flicked toward Emma, who sat in the audience with the other tutors. Her expression was calm and encouraging, her hands folded neatly in her lap. She met Xylar's eyes and gave a subtle nod as if to say, "You've got this." Xylar took a deep breath and focused on the equation. The numbers hovered in front of them, glowing faintly against the transparent backdrop of the display. Their fingers hovered over the controls of their tablet, but they hesitated. Every instinct told them to skip over the 0, to find a way around it. But Emma's voice echoed in their mind. 0 isn't an obstacle, it's a tool. Use it. Summoning their courage, Xylar began to work through the equation, step by step. They started by isolating the variables, subtracting terms from both sides to simplify the problem. As they moved through the calculations, the 0 loomed before them like a chasm they couldn't cross. Their hand faltered, and doubt crept in. Across the hall, Emma leaned forward in her seat, her heart pounding. She could see the hesitation in Xylar's movements, the way their shoulders tensed as they stared at the equation. She knew how much this moment meant to them, not just as a competitor, but as someone trying to break free from the constraints of their cultural understanding. Silently, she willed them to push forward. Xylar clenched their jaw, forcing themselves to focus. They remembered Emma's explanations, the example she had given them. 0 wasn't nothing. It was balance, a point of transition. Slowly, they began to see the problem differently. Instead of fearing the 0, they embraced it, using it to guide their calculations. With each step, their confidence grew. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Xylar reached the solution. X equals 0. They stared at the answer, their heart hammering in their chest. For a moment, they doubted themselves, wondering if they had made a mistake. But the logic was sound, the calculations clear. They had done it. Tentatively, they pressed the button to submit their answer. The room was silent as the proctor reviewed the results. The tension was palpable, every participant holding their breath as they waited for the announcement. Xylar's hands trembled slightly, their usually calm demeanor cracking under the weight of the moment. Finally, the proctor's voice rang out. "Correct," the single word echoed through the hall, followed by a wave of applause. Xylar's vision blurred as relief washed over them. They had done it. They had solved the problem using a concept that had once seemed impossible to comprehend. As the applause continued, Xylar glanced toward Emma. She was on her feet, clapping enthusiastically, her smile wide and proud. The competition concluded with Xylar receiving special recognition for their performance. As they stood on the stage, holding the crystalline award given to finalists, they felt a mixture of pride and humility. This victory wasn't just theirs, it was a testament to the power of learning and the strength of collaboration between species. Without Emma's guidance, they might never have reached this point. After the ceremony, Xylar approached Emma in the crowd. "Thank you," they said, their voice steady but soft. "I couldn't have done this without you." Emma smiled, her eyes warm with genuine affection. "You could have. You just needed a little push." Xylar shook their head. "No, it was more than that. You helped me see the universe differently. 0 isn't just a number, it's a new way of thinking, and that's something I'll never forget. The two walked out of the hall together, the vibrant lights of Zerathian Prime reflecting off the crystalline structures around them. For Xylar, the world felt different now. It was as though a veil had been lifted, revealing possibilities they had never considered before. The journey wasn't over. There was still much to learn. But for the first time, Xylar felt ready to face the challenges ahead. As they parted ways, Emma called out, "Hey, Xylar?" They turned, curious. "Yes?" Emma grinned. "Don't forget, 0 isn't the end. It's the beginning." Xylar smiled, the weight of those words settling into their mind. "I'll remember." And with that, they walked into the glowing twilight of Zerathion Prime, ready to embrace whatever came next. The days following the mathematics competition brought a subtle yet significant shift in Xylar's life. The hallways of the Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge, once filled with indifferent glances or whispered speculations about the struggling Zoltar, now echoed with words of respect. Xylar had become something of a symbol, not just for their race, but for the entire academy. They were the student who had faced a seemingly insurmountable challenge and emerged victorious, not through arrogance or inherent brilliance, but through humility and the willingness to learn. For Xylar, however, the real change wasn't external, it was internal. The concept of 0, once an incomprehensible void, had become a powerful tool in their intellectual arsenal. It wasn't just about solving equations anymore, it was about seeing the universe through a new lens. 0 wasn't merely a number, it was a philosophy, a balance point that resonated across the fabric of reality. The realization had unlocked a curiosity in Xylar that they hadn't experienced before, and they found themselves revisiting problems they had once dismissed as unsolvable. One such problem was a long-standing puzzle in Zoltar science: the unification equation. It was a theoretical model meant to bridge the gap between the physical and metaphysical planes of existence, a holy grail of Zoltar intellectual pursuit. Generations of their species had worked on it, adding layers of complexity, but no one had been able to crack it. Xylar, now armed with a fresh perspective, felt a spark of determination. Perhaps the missing piece wasn't more complexity, but simplicity. Late one evening, Xylar sat in the Academy's quiet study hall, the vast space illuminated by the soft glow of holographic orbs floating overhead. Their console was littered with notes, equations, and diagrams, each one a fragment of the elusive unification equation. Emma had wandered by earlier, offering her usual cheerful encouragement before leaving Xylar to their work. Though Xylar appreciated her support, they knew this was a challenge they had to tackle alone. As they studied the equation, Xylar's mind kept returning to the principle Emma had emphasized during their tutoring sessions: 0 as a bridge, not an absence. They began to experiment, simplifying sections of the equation and introducing 0 as a balancing point. It was a painstaking process, requiring not only mathematical skill but the willingness to let go of deeply ingrained assumptions. Hours passed, and the study hall grew quieter as other students retired for the night. Xylar, however, remained immersed in their work, their long fingers dancing over the console as they tested one hypothesis after another. At times, frustration bubbled to the surface, but instead of giving in to despair, they paused, took deep breaths, and reminded themselves of the lessons they had learned. Failure wasn't the end. It was a step toward understanding. Finally, as the first light of Zerathion's 3 suns began to filter through the crystalline walls, Xylar's console emitted a soft chime, elements converging into a harmonious whole. Xylar stared at it in disbelief, their heart pounding. Could it be true? Had they really solved the unification equation? Their initial instinct was to doubt the result, but the logic held. 0 had been the key, a missing piece that had brought balance to the equation. A wave of exhilaration washed over Xylar, followed by a profound sense of humility. This wasn't just their achievement, it was the culmination of centuries of effort by their ancestors, combined with the insights they had gained from Emma and her human perspective. The news of Xylar's breakthrough spread quickly. By midday, the Academy's main hall was filled with students, faculty, and even visiting dignitaries from across the galaxy. The unification equation had been a topic of debate and speculation for so long that its resolution felt almost mythical. Xylar stood on the stage, their usually reserved demeanor replaced by a quiet confidence. They explained their process, emphasizing not only the mathematical steps, but the philosophical shift that had made it possible. As they spoke, Xylar's gaze found Emma in the crowd. She was beaming, her pride evident. Though she didn't seek the spotlight, Xylar made sure to credit her contributions. This achievement, they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion, would not have been possible without the guidance of a human who showed me that understanding isn't about clinging to what we know. It's about opening ourselves to new possibilities. Now, the crowd erupted into applause, and for the first time, Xylar felt truly at home among the diverse community of the Academy. They had not only bridged a gap in mathematics, but also in understanding between species. It was a moment of connection, a reminder that collaboration could transcend even the most ingrained differences. In the days that followed, Xylar's work was celebrated across the galaxy. Their solution to the unification equation sparked a wave of new research, with scientists and philosophers from every corner of the universe exploring its implications. For the Zoltar, it was a source of immense pride, but it was also a humbling reminder that even their advanced knowledge could be enriched by the perspectives of others. As for Xylar, they continued to grow, both as a scholar and as an individual. Their friendship with Emma deepened, built on mutual respect and a shared curiosity about the universe. Together, they tackled new challenges, each one a testament to the power of collaboration and the endless possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. One evening, as they sat on a balcony overlooking the Academy's shimmering gardens, Emma turned to Xylar and said, "Do you ever think about how much has changed since we first met?" Xylar nodded, a faint smile playing on their lips. "All the time. If someone had told me that a human would change the way I see the universe, I would have dismissed it as absurd. But now, I can't imagine going back to the way things were." Emma grinned, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "So, does this mean you finally admit that humans aren't as primitive as you thought?" Xylar chuckled, a sound that was rare but genuine. "I'll admit this much. Humans have a way of surprising even the most stubborn Zoltar." The two friends laughed, the sound carrying into the night. Above them, the stars shone brightly, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the infinite possibilities it held for those willing to explore it together. The Academy's gardens were alive with the vibrant hum of life, a blend of alien flora glowing softly in the evening light. Xylar walked slowly along one of the crystalline paths, their hands clasped behind their back. The past few weeks had been transformative, not just for them but for the entire Academy. Their breakthrough with the unification equation had sparked a wave of inspiration among students and faculty alike, transcending the cultural and intellectual boundaries that had once seemed insurmountable. Yet, despite the accolades and attention, Xylar found themselves drawn to quiet reflection. They had always been proud of their Zoltar heritage, their species' reputation for intellectual supremacy, but the journey of understanding Zero had reshaped their perspective. For the first time, Xylar saw knowledge not as a fixed construct, but as an ever-expanding horizon, shaped by the contributions of many. As they reached the edge of gardens, Xylar paused to gaze at the Academy's central spire, its crystalline surface reflecting the light of Zerathion's three suns. This place, once just another academic institution, now felt like home. It wasn't the grandeur of the architecture or the prestige of the academy that brought this sense of belonging. It was the people. Emma's face came to mind, her mischievous grin and unshakable determination. She had been a catalyst for Xylar's transformation, and they owed her more than they could ever express. The sound of footsteps drew Xylar's attention. Turning, they saw Emma approaching, her usual relaxed demeanor tempered by a quiet intensity. She carried a small tablet under her arm, and her hair glowed faintly in the reflected light of the garden's bioluminescent plants. Xylar couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. Emma had become more than a tutor or a friend. She was a partner in discovery, someone who had opened doors Xylar hadn't even known existed. "Thought I'd find you here," Emma said as she came to stand beside Xylar. She held up the tablet, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "I've got something for you." Curious, Xylar accepted the tablet and activated the display. A series of equations filled the screen, accompanied by detailed annotations. At first glance, it seemed to be another complex mathematical problem, but as Xylar studied it, their expression shifted. This wasn't just a problem. It was a proposal. "This is," Xylar began, their voice trailing off as they absorbed the implications. "A joint project," Emma finished. She leaned against a nearby crystalline pillar, her arms crossed. I've been thinking about how your solution to the unification equation could be applied to practical systems. What if we used it to design a new model for interstellar navigation? Something that doesn't just rely on traditional coordinates, but Xylar's mind raced. The idea was ambitious, even audacious, but it was also brilliant. Traditional navigation systems were rooted in fixed coordinates, often struggling with the vast and dynamic nature of the universe. A system that embraced zero as a balancing point, as a means of recalibrating and adapting in real time, could overcome those limitations. "This could change everything," Xylar said softly, their voice tinged with awe. They looked at Emma, their admiration for her growing even deeper. "You never stop surprising me." Emma shrugged, though her smile betrayed her pride. "That's what humans do, right? Surprise people." The two spent hours discussing the project, their ideas flowing freely as they built on each other's insights. For Xylar, it was a reminder of how far they had come. The rigid certainty of their early days at the Academy had given way to a fluid, collaborative approach to problem solving. They no longer saw knowledge as something to be guarded or hoarded, but as a gift to be shared. As the night deepened, the conversation shifted to more personal matters. Xylar found themselves reflecting on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the lessons they had learned. "You know," they said, their tone thoughtful, "when I first arrived here, I thought I had all the answers. I thought being Zoltar meant I didn't need to learn from anyone else, but now I see how wrong I was. You've taught me that strength isn't just about what you know, it's about what you're willing to learn." Emma's expression softened, and she placed a hand on Xylar's shoulder. "And you've taught me that even the smartest people can grow. The important thing is being open to it. I think that's what makes this place special. It's not about where you're from or what you already know. It's about what we can discover together." Their words hung in the air, a quiet affirmation of the bond they had forged. For Xylar, it was a moment of clarity, a realization that their time at the Academy was about more than personal achievement. It was about contributing to something greater, about building bridges between species and perspectives. In the weeks that followed, Xylar and Emma's project gained traction. With the support of the Academy, they began developing prototypes for the new navigation system. collaborating with experts from a dozen different species. The work was challenging, but it was also exhilarating, a constant reminder of the possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. The final test of their system took place aboard the Stellar Horizon, one of the Academy's most advanced research vessels. As Xylar and Emma stood side by side on the ship's bridge, watching the navigation display light up with their calculations, they felt a shared sense of accomplishment. The system worked seamlessly. As the crew erupted into applause, Xylar turned to Emma, their expression a mixture of pride and gratitude. "We did it," they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion. Emma grinned, her eyes shining. "We sure did." The success of their project marked a new chapter, not just for Xylar and Emma, but for the Academy and the wider galaxy. Their work became a symbol of what could be achieved through collaboration, a testament to the power of shared knowledge and mutual respect. In the years that followed, Xylar continued to grow as a scholar and a leader, their contributions leaving an indelible mark on the Academy. And though their paths occasionally diverged, their friendship with Emma remained a constant, a reminder of the journey they had shared. Standing on the Academy's observation deck one evening, Xylar gazed out at the endless expanse of stars. For the first time, they truly understood the beauty of the universe. Not just as a collection of celestial bodies, but as a tapestry of connections, each one shaped by the countless perspectives that made it whole. And at the center of it all, like a quiet, unassuming anchor, was zero, a simple concept that had unlocked infinite possibilities.
Picture this. Somewhere in the vast, bureaucratic nightmare that is the Galactic Classification Department, a filing error has just doomed an entire galaxy. The kind of mistake that makes you wonder if the universe has a sense of humor, and if so, whether it's been drinking heavily. Meet Florbington Quizzlebottom III, a mid-level planetary assessor who has been doing the same job for 847 years. His species, the Vrimzeloids, are renowned throughout the galaxy for three things: their remarkable longevity, their obsessive attention to detail, and their complete inability to admit when they've made a mistake. These traits make them perfect for government work. Florbington sits in his grey, sterile office on Bureaucracy Station 7, surrounded by towers of paperwork that would make a tax attorney weep with envy. His four eyes are bloodshot from staring at classification reports, and his tentacles ache from centuries of rubber stamping documents. Today, like every day for the past 8 centuries, he's processing planetary assessment forms. Planet designation, Sol 3, he mutters, adjusting his reading glasses with a weary tentacle. Local name, Earth. Primary species, bipedal mammals calling themselves humans. Fascinating. Another bunch of primitive tool users. The assessment report lands on his desk with a satisfying thud. According to the field observations conducted by Junior Survey Team Delta 999, Earth's dominant species has recently discovered agriculture, basic metallurgy, and the wheel. They've also invented something called writing, though they mostly use it to complain about the weather and document who owes whom how many sheep. Class 3 civilization, Florbington declares, stamping the form with the enthusiasm of someone who's stamped approximately 4 million similar forms. Harmless, primitive, probably good for nothing but cheap labor and amusing wildlife documentaries. What Florbington doesn't know, because he never actually read the full report, is that Junior Survey Team Delta 999 conducted their observations in the year 3000 BCE. The report has been sitting in the pending review pile for exactly 5,025 years, buried under forms for classifying gas giant moons and determining the proper tax bracket for sentient crystals. This is important because humans, as it turns out, have been somewhat busy during those 5 millennia. The rubber stamp hits the paper with a definitive thunk, officially registering Earth as a Class 3 civilization in the galactic database. This classification is considered safe for standard resource extraction, suitable for colonization projects, and generally about as threatening as a particularly aggressive houseplant. Meanwhile, on the other side of the galaxy, Captain Bimbleton Snurflewisk receives his new assignment with all the enthusiasm of someone being asked to clean toilets on a space station. His ship, the moderately optimistic Outlook, is being dispatched to Sol 3 for what the mission briefing describes as routine sample collection and primitive contact protocols. Bimbleton is a Quarglothian, which means he stands roughly 12 feet tall, has skin like purple leather, and possesses the natural optimism of a funeral director. He's been commanding survey missions for 3 decades, and every single one has been mind-numbingly boring. His crew consists of Lieutenant Dribbleton Snufflebottom, a nervous Vrimsaloid who's related to someone important in the classification department, and Sergeant Mumbleton Whizzelbang, a Glorb-Nathian, whose species evolved from what can only be described as extremely violent space hamsters. Class 3 world, Bimbleton's size, reviewing the mission parameters. Primitive bipeds, probably still discovering fire, will be in and out in a standard rotation. Maybe they'll have invented the spear by now. Thrilling, the moderately optimistic Outlook is not a warship. It's barely even a ship in the traditional sense. It's more of a flying laboratory with delusions of grandeur, equipped with scientific instruments, sample collectors, and a coffee machine that's been broken since the Clinton administration. Wait, that's a human reference. Let's say it's been broken since the Glorb-Nathian Empire still thought pants were optional. As they approach the Sol system, Lieutenant Dribbleton nervously checks and rechecks the scanner readings. Something seems off. The electromagnetic signatures coming from the third planet are more complex than expected for a Class 3 civilization. There are artificial satellites orbiting the planet, hundreds of them. "Captain," Dribbleton squeaks, his voice reaching frequencies that could shatter crystal, "I'm detecting some unusual readings from the target planet." "Unusual how?" Bimbleton asks, not looking up from his crossword puzzle. 17 across, thing that makes bureaucrats happy. 7 letters. He's thinking paperwork, but that's 9 letters. "Well, sir, there appear to be artificial objects in orbit around the planet. Quite a lot of them, actually. And I'm detecting energy signatures that suggest, well, they might have advanced beyond basic agriculture." Bimbleton finally looks up. "How advanced are we talking? Stone tools, bronze working?" "Sir, I'm reading nuclear energy signatures." This gets Bimbleton's attention. Nuclear energy is typically a Class 7 or Class 8 development. There must be some mistake. He walks over to the scanner station and takes a look for himself. What he sees makes his purple skin turn an alarming shade of green. The planet below is practically glowing with artificial light. Vast networks of illumination stretch across entire continents. There are massive structures visible from orbit, and the electromagnetic chatter coming from the surface is so intense, it's giving him a headache. "Dribbleton," he says slowly, "when exactly was this planet last surveyed?" Lieutenant Dribbleton frantically shuffles through his paperwork. According to the file, sir, the original assessment was conducted by Junior Survey Team Delta 99er approximately 5,000 standard years ago. There's a moment of silence aboard the moderately optimistic Outlook that can only be described as profoundly uncomfortable. It's the kind of silence that falls when everyone in the room simultaneously realizes that someone has made a mistake of truly galactic proportions. 5,000 years, Bimbleton repeats slowly, and they classified this as a Class 3 civilization. Yes, sir. The report specifically mentions that the dominant species has recently discovered agriculture and basic tool use. Sergeant Mumbleton, who has been quietly sharpening his claws in the corner, looks up with the expression of someone who's just realized the situation has become significantly more interesting. "Captain, if I may make an observation." "Please do, Sergeant." "In my experience, when bureaucrats make mistakes, they tend to be spectacular ones." Down on Earth, Dr. Miranda Hollowdell is having what she considers to be a perfectly ordinary day at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. She's analyzing radio telescope data, looking for patterns in cosmic background radiation. When her computer starts making noises that computers are definitely not supposed to make. "That's peculiar," she mutters, adjusting her glasses and squinting at the screen. The radio telescope has picked up what appears to be artificial signals coming from somewhere just outside the orbit of Mars. The signals are structured, clearly artificial, and appear to be some sort of communication protocol. Miranda has been searching for extraterrestrial intelligence for 15 years, and she's developed a healthy skepticism about unusual signals. 99% of the time, they turn out to be interference from someone's microwave or a secret military satellite. But these signals are different. They're too complex, too organized, and they're definitely coming from space. She runs the data through every analysis program she has, cross-references it with known terrestrial sources, and even checks to see if some college students might be playing an elaborate prank. Nothing. The signals are genuine, they're artificial, and they're getting stronger. "Holy," she starts to say, then catches herself. This is exactly the kind of discovery that ruins careers if you handle it wrong. She needs to be careful, methodical, and absolutely certain before she tells anyone. What she doesn't know is that she's intercepting the panicked communications between Captain Bimbleton and Bureaucracy Station 7, where Florbington Quizzlebottom is having what can only be described as the worst day of his 847-year career. "What do you mean they have nuclear weapons?" Florbington shrieks into his communicator, his tentacles writhing in distress. The report clearly states they've just discovered agriculture. "Sir," Captain Bimbleton's voice crackles through the subspace relay, "I'm looking at a planet that appears to have developed spaceflight, global communications networks, and enough nuclear weapons to sterilize their own biosphere several times over. Either they've had the most remarkable 5,000 years in galactic history, or someone made a slight miscalculation in the original assessment." Florbington frantically searches through his filing system, looking for the original survey report. It takes him 27 minutes to find it, buried under a stack of forms for registering new asteroid mining claims. When he finally locates the document, his 4 eyes go wide with horror. The survey was conducted in 3000 BCE, Earth time. The report is 5,025 years out of date. "Oh," Florbington says quietly, "oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." "Sir?" Bimbleton's voice comes through the communicator with the patience of someone who's beginning to suspect he's dealing with institutional incompetence of legendary proportions. "Captain, I'm going to need you to maintain your current position while I reassess the situation." "Sir, might I ask what the correct classification should be for this planet?" Florbington looks at the scanner data Bimbleton has transmitted. "Communications, artificial satellite. If the humans have developed all of this in just 5,000 years, He pulls out his classification manual and starts flipping through pages. Class 4, Bronze Age civilizations. Class 5, Iron Age with basic engineering. Class 6, basic engineering. Class 6, industrial development. Class 7, Class 7, nuclear capability. Class 8, space travel. Class 9, interplanetary colonization. Class 10, interplanetary colonization. Class 10, interstellar communication. Class 11, faster than light travel. Florbington stops flipping pages. According to the data Captain Bimbleton has sent, humans have achieved nuclear capability, space travel, global communication networks, and they've done it all in what amounts to a galactic blink of an eye. But that's not the terrifying part. The terrifying part is the rate of development. Most species take hundreds of thousands of years to progress from Class 3 to Class 7. The Vrimsaloids took 800,000 years. The Quaglothians took 1.5 million. The Globnathians never actually made it past Class 6 before they accidentally blew up their home planet, trying to build a bigger coffee machine. But humans went from Class 3 to Class 8 in 5,000 years. If they maintain that rate of development, Florbington does the math, then he does it again. Then he double-checks his calculator and does it a third time, because the number he's getting is so ridiculous it has to be wrong. It's not wrong. Captain Bimbleton, he says into the communicator, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, sir. I need you to very carefully, very quietly, and very slowly back away from that planet. Sir, might I ask why? Because if my calculations are correct, we didn't classify Earth as Class 3 when it should have been Class 8. We classified it as Class 3 when it should have been Class 13. There's another moment of profound silence aboard the moderately optimistic Outlook. This time, it's the kind of silence that falls when everyone in the room simultaneously realizes they're standing next to a bomb that's been ticking for 5,000 years. Class 13, sir? Lieutenant Dribbleton's voice is so high-pitched, it's approaching the ultrasonic range. Advanced matter manipulation, dimensional engineering, reality alteration capabilities. But sir, Sergeant Mumbleton interjects, they haven't demonstrated any of those abilities. Sergeant, they went from discovering agriculture to developing nuclear weapons in 5,000 years. At that rate of technological advancement, they should have achieved Class 13 capabilities approximately. Florbington pauses to check his calculations one more time. Approximately yesterday. Down on Earth, Dr. Miranda Hollowdell is having a very different kind of revelation. She's managed to decode part of the signal she intercepted, and what she's found is either the most elaborate hoax in human history or proof that the universe is far more crowded than anyone imagined. The signals appear to be some sort of bureaucratic communication, lots of references to forms, classifications, and what sounds like someone having a very bad day at the office. She's managed to translate enough to understand that someone, somewhere, has made a mistake regarding Earth's classification in some sort of galactic database. Classification, Class 3. Error, 5,000 years. Oh dear, nuclear weapons. Back away slowly. Miranda stares at her translation and does what any reasonable person would do in her situation. She makes a cup of coffee, sits down in her favorite chair, and tries to process the fact that humanity has apparently been severely underestimated by galactic bureaucracy. Meanwhile, on Bureaucracy Station 7, Florbington is having what can only be described as a complete emotional breakdown. He's called an emergency meeting with his supervisor, Department Head Quimbleton Fizzlebottom, and the conversation is not going well. You classified what as Class 3? Quimbleton's voice could strip paint off a starship hull. It was an honest mistake, Florbington protests. The survey report clearly indicated primitive agricultural development. A 5,000-year-old survey report. How was I supposed to know it was out of date? It was in the standard review pile. Quimbleton takes several deep breaths, which is impressive considering his species doesn't actually breathe. Florbington, do you understand what you've done? I made a small clerical error. You've classified a Class 13 civilization as Class 3. Do you know what happens when someone makes first contact with a Class 13 civilization? civilization without proper protocols? Florbington shakes his head miserably. Nobody knows, because nobody's ever been stupid enough to try it. The implications are starting to sink in. Class 13 civilizations are theoretical. They exist in textbooks as examples of what advanced species might eventually become, given enough time and resources. They're the kind of civilizations that can manipulate matter at the quantum level, engineer pocket dimensions, and possibly rewrite the fundamental laws of physics just for fun. And Captain Bimbleton's survey ship is currently parked right next to one. "Sir," Florbington says quietly, "what do? "We pray," Quimbleton replies, "that they haven't noticed us yet." Boom, back aboard the moderately optimistic Outlook, Captain Bimbleton is trying to follow orders and back away slowly from Earth when his ship's proximity sensors start screaming. Something is approaching them. Something fast. "Captain!" Lieutenant Dribbleton shrieks. "I'm detecting an incoming object. It's moving at impossible speeds." "How impossible?" "It appears to be a metal cylinder, approximately 60 meters long, and it's traveling at, oh my tentacles. It's traveling at 11 kilometers per second. Bimbleton stares at the scanner display in horror. Nothing should be able to move that fast in a planetary atmosphere. The heat generated by air friction alone should turn anything traveling at that speed into a very expensive firework. "Is it heading toward us?" he asks. "No, sir. It appears to be heading up. It's leaving the planet's atmosphere and... Captain, I think it's some sort of primitive spacecraft." "Primitive?" "Lieutenant, primitive spacecraft don't travel at 11 kilometers per second. According to our database, sir, Class 3 civilizations typically achieve maximum velocities of approximately however fast their animals can run. The object on their scanner is definitely artificial, definitely spacecraft-like, and definitely moving at speeds that should be impossible for anything less than a Class 9 civilization." As they watch, it deploys what appear to be solar collection panels and settles into a stable orbit around Earth. "Captain," Sergeant Mumbleton says thoughtfully, "I'm beginning to think we may have encountered a slight discrepancy in our intelligence reports. What they've actually encountered is the routine launch of a human communications satellite, which is about as noteworthy to Earth's population as a particularly interesting sneeze. But to 3 aliens who were expecting to find primitive farmers hitting rocks with sticks, it's like watching Stone Age cavemen casually split atoms." Dr. Miranda Hollowdell, meanwhile, has made a decision that will change the course of galactic history. She's going to respond to the alien signals. She's spent the last 6 hours crafting what she hopes is a friendly, non-threatening message. Basic mathematical concepts, atomic structure diagrams, and a cheerful hello in 17 different human languages panel lights up like a festival display. "Captain, we're receiving a transmission from the planet." "From the planet? Are you sure it's not just natural electromagnetic radiation?" "No, sir. It's definitely artificial. It's a mathematical sequence, followed by what appears to be atomic diagrams, followed by communication attempts in multiple languages." Captain Bimbleton feels something that can only be described as existential dread settling in his stomach. "They know we're here." "Yes, sir. And Captain, the mathematical concepts they've transmitted suggest a sophisticated understanding of atomic structure, quantum mechanics, and, oh dear, they've included what appears to be a diagram of nuclear fusion." "Nuclear fusion?" "The process that powers stars, sir. They know how stars work." On Bureaucracy Station 7, Florbington receives Captain Bimbleton's latest report and immediately begins updating his resume. There's no way he's keeping his job after this. He's going to be the bureaucrat who accidentally started first contact with a Class 13 civilization. But it gets worse, much worse. Because while Florbington is having his nervous breakdown and Captain Bimbleton is trying to figure out how to politely retreat from humanity, The news of the classification error is spreading through the galactic bureaucracy like a virus through a space station's air recycling system. Department head Quimbleton has been forced to report the incident to Regional Administrator Bumbleton Snizzlebottom, who has reported it to Sector Chief Grumbleton Whifflebottom, who has reported it to the Galactic Classification Review Board, who have collectively decided that this is someone else's problem. The problem is, it's not someone else's problem, it's everyone's problem. Because Class 13 civilizations, according to galactic law, are supposed to be handled by the Department of Really Scary Things That We Don't Understand. But the Department of Really Scary Things That We Don't Understand was disbanded 3,000 years ago after they accidentally created a paradox that resulted in Tuesday happening twice in the same week throughout the Andromeda Galaxy. So nobody knows who's supposed to handle this situation. While the bureaucrats are busy passing the buck at light speed, Dr. Miranda Hollowdell receives a response to her transmission. It's not what she was expecting. "Please don't hurt us," the message begins, which seems like an odd way to start an interstellar conversation. "We apologize for the classification error. It was an honest mistake. We will update our records immediately." Miranda stares at the message with the expression of someone who's just been apologized to by a mugger. She reads it again, runs it through her translation software, and confirms that yes, someone out there in space is apparently terrified of humanity and wants to apologize for some sort of paperwork error. She crafts a response. "Classification error. We're not sure what you mean. We're just happy to meet you. Would you like to exchange cultural information?" When this message reaches the moderately optimistic outlook, Lieutenant Dribbleton faints. Actually faints. Just drops unconscious onto the deck plating. "They want to exchange cultural information," Captain Bimbleton repeats slowly. "They're not angry about the classification error. They want to exchange cultural information." Sergeant Mumbleton, who has been remarkably calm throughout this entire crisis, speaks up. "Captain, might I suggest that perhaps we've been approaching this situation from the wrong angle?" "How so, Sergeant?" "Well, sir, we've been assuming that because they're Class 13, they must be dangerous. But what if they're not? What if they're just advanced?" "Sergeant, Class 13 civilizations can manipulate matter at the quantum level." "Yes, sir. But they're using that ability to send us cheerful greetings and ask about our culture. They're not threatening us. They're not demanding our surrender. They're being polite." This observation lands in Captain Bimbleton's consciousness like a meteor hitting a peaceful farming community. He spent the last several hours assuming that humanity must be some sort of terrifying cosmic threat, when in fact they seem to be nice, disconcertingly nice. The kind of nice that makes you wonder what they're really planning. Meanwhile, the news of Earth's reclassification has reached the highest levels of galactic government. The Supreme Bureaucratic Council has called an emergency session, which is only the 4th time in galactic history that this has ever happened. The previous 3 times were the Great Form Shortage of 2847, the interdimensional stapler crisis of 3156, and the incident that we don't talk about of 3891. Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton, Quizzlebottom, no relation to anyone else named Mumbleton or Quizzlebottom in this story, addresses the assembled council with the gravity of someone announcing the end of the universe. "Fellow bureaucrats," he begins, "we face an unprecedented crisis. A Class 13 civilization has been misclassified as Class 3 for over 5,000 years. They have made contact with one of our survey teams, and," he pauses dramatically, "they appear to be friendly." A murmur of alarm ripples through the council chamber. Friendly Class 13 civilizations are somehow more terrifying than hostile ones, because at least with hostile civilizations, you know where you stand. Friendly ones might want to help, and help from a Class 13 civilization could accidentally reshape reality. "What do we know about their capabilities?" asks Council Member Dribblethwaite. from the Department of Unlikely Scenarios. According to our latest intelligence, they have achieved nuclear weapons, space travel, global communications, and they've done it all in approximately 5,000 years. Another murmur, this one containing notes of pure terror. 5,000 years? Council member Wimblethwaite from the Department of Temporal Anomalies stands up. Most civilizations take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve those developments. Exactly. Which means either they're the fastest developing species in galactic history, or Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton pauses again, this time not for dramatic effect, but because he's genuinely afraid to voice the alternative. Or prompts Council member Snibbleton from the Department of Existential Dread. Or they've been Class 13 all along, and they've been deliberately hiding their true capabilities. The silence that follows this statement is so profound, it seems to bend space-time around it. The idea of a Class 13 civilization pretending to be primitive is the stuff of bureaucratic nightmares. It suggests planning, patience, and a level of strategic thinking that makes chess look like tic-tac-toe. Why would they do that? Asks Councilmember Gibbleton from the Department of Paranoid Theories. Perhaps, suggests Councilmember Wibbleton from the Department of Really Paranoid Theories, they've been studying us. Back on Earth, Doctor, Miranda Hollowdell is having the most exciting day of her career. The aliens she's been corresponding with have sent her detailed information about their civilization, their technology, and their bureaucratic system. What she's learned is both fascinating and deeply concerning. Apparently, humanity has been classified as a Class 3 civilization in some sort of galactic database, which places them somewhere between primitive tool users and recently discovered agriculture. This classification has been in place for over 5,000 years, during which time humanity has been blissfully unaware that they're part of a larger galactic community. The more she learns about galactic civilization, the more worried she becomes. Not because they seem hostile, but because they seem, well, incompetent. Their entire system appears to be run by bureaucrats who make the Department of Motor Vehicles look like a model of efficiency. These people have faster-than-light travel, she mutters to herself, and they're worried about filing errors. She's beginning to understand why the aliens seem so nervous about humanity. It's not because humans are dangerous. It's because humans are unpredictable. In a galaxy run by bureaucrats who take hundreds of thousands of years to make major decisions, a species that can go from agriculture to nuclear weapons in 5 millennia is absolutely terrifying. She decides to send another message, this one with a complete overview of human history, technology, and current capabilities. If she's going to represent humanity in First Contact, she might as well be thorough about it. When this message reaches the moderately optimistic outlook, Captain Bimbleton makes a decision that will either save his career or end it spectacularly. He's going to forward the entire communication to Bureaucracy Station 7 without any editing or interpretation. Florbington receives the transmission and immediately knows he's going to need a very strong drink. The message contains a complete technological and cultural overview of human civilization, and it's simultaneously impressive and absolutely horrifying. Humans have split the atom. Humans have landed on their own moon. Humans have built a global communications network. Humans have developed artificial intelligence. Humans have mapped their own genome. Humans have begun genetic engineering. And they've done it all in the time it takes most galactic civilizations to perfect basic pottery. But that's not the scary part. The scary part is what they're planning to do next. According to the message, humans are currently working on fusion power, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, space colonization, life extension technology, and something called the Internet of Things, which appears to be an attempt to make every object on their planet sentient. Florbington reads through the list 3 times, each time hoping he's misunderstood something. He hasn't. They're trying to make everything smart, he whispers to himself. Toasters, refrigerators, door handles. They want to give artificial intelligence to their door handles. He forwards the message to his supervisor with a note that simply says, "I quit." Department head Quimbleton reads the message and immediately understands why Florbington has tendered his resignation. He forwards it to Regional Administrator Bumbleton with a note that says, "I also quit." Regional Administrator Bumbleton reads the message and forwards it to Sector Chief Grumbleton with a note that says, "We all quit." The resignation notices cascade up through the bureaucratic hierarchy like dominoes falling upward, until eventually the message reaches the Supreme Bureaucratic Council, where it lands on the desk of Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton with a stack of resignation letters 3 feet thick. Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton reads the human civilization overview and makes a decision that will be remembered in galactic history textbooks for the next 1,000,000 years. He calls an emergency meeting of the Galactic Defense Council, the Economic Stability Board, the Cultural Exchange Commission, and the Department of Plans for things that shouldn't exist, but do anyway. "Ladies, gentlemen, and assorted tentacled beings," he announces to the assembled representatives of galactic civilization, "we have a problem. The problem, as he explains it, is not that humanity is hostile. The problem is that humanity is progressing so fast that they're going to accidentally break the universe. They've gone from primitive agriculture to quantum computing in 5,000 years, he explains. At this rate, they'll achieve time travel by next Thursday. They'll discover interdimensional travel by the weekend. And by next month, they'll probably figure out how to make the number 7 taste like purple." The assembled delegates listen in stunned silence as Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton outlines the scope of the crisis. Humanity isn't just advanced, they're accelerating. Every year, their rate of technological development increases. They're not just climbing the technological ladder, they're inventing new rungs faster than they can climb them. "What do you suggest we do?" asks General Bimbleton from Galactic Defense. "I suggest," Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton says slowly, "that we very politely ask them to slow down." The suggestion is met with the kind of silence typically reserved for funeral services and tax audits. "You want to ask a Class 13 civilization to slow down their technological development," Chief Economist Grimbleton says carefully, "because they're making us nervous. Do you have a better idea?" Nobody does. Dr. Miranda Hollowdell receives the most unusual diplomatic communication in human history the next morning. It's a formal request from something called the Galactic Stability Council, asking if humanity would mind terribly slowing down their technological development because it's causing administrative difficulties for the rest of the galaxy. The message is polite, apologetic, and completely surreal. It's like being asked by your neighbors to please stop mowing your lawn because the sound of progress is keeping them awake. Miranda reads the message several times, makes another cup of coffee, and then does what any reasonable person would do. She calls the president. The conversation goes about as well as you'd expect. "Dr. Hollowdell," the president says, "essentially correct, yes. And these aliens have faster than light travel, advanced technology, and a galactic civilization? Yes. But they're afraid of us? Apparently." There's a long pause. "Dr. Hollowdell, exact are we compared to the rest of the galaxy?" Miranda looks at her notes. "Well, Mr. President, according to their classification system, most civilizations take hundreds of thousands of years to develop nuclear weapons. We did it in a few thousand. Most civilizations take millions of years to achieve space travel. We did it in a few decades after nuclear weapons. Most civilizations have established patterns, and we don't. Sir, we appear to be developing so fast that we're breaking their to Class 13, and they're not entirely sure we shouldn't be Class 14 or 15. What's Class 15? They don't know. The classification system only goes up to 13. The president sits back in his chair and considers this information. He's dealt with international crises, economic disasters, and political scandals. but he's never had to handle a situation where humanity is apparently too successful for galactic standards. Dr. Holodell, what happens if we don't slow down? I'm not sure, sir. But based on their communications, I think they're worried we might accidentally invent something that breaks the fundamental laws of physics. Can we do that? Miranda thinks about quantum computers, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and the 17 other revolutionary technologies currently being developed in laboratories around the world. Sir, she says quietly, I'm starting to think we might already have. The president makes a decision that will define humanity's relationship with the galaxy for centuries to come. He's going to call a joint session of Congress and explain the situation to the American people. Then he's going to call every world leader and explain it to them. Then he's going to draft a response to the Galactic Stability Council. The response is short, polite, and absolutely terrifying from a galactic perspective. Thank you for your concern regarding our technological development. We appreciate being welcomed into the galactic community. However, we must respectfully decline your request to slow down our progress. We're just getting started. In Dune, when this message reaches the Supreme Bureaucratic Council, Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton does something that hasn't been done in over 50,000 years of galactic civilization. He declares a Code Orange emergency. Code Orange means unprecedented crisis, requiring immediate attention from every department in galactic government. The last Code Orange was declared when the Zorbonthian Empire accidentally created a black hole in their capital city's downtown district while trying to build a more efficient parking meter. Within it, receives an emergency bulletin. Class 13 plus civilization has refused diplomatic requests to moderate development rate. Situation escalating. All civilizations advised to review emergency protocols and update insurance policies. The response is immediate and varied. Some civilizations panic and begin evacuating their border systems. Some declare neutrality and hope to avoid notice. Some attempt to establish diplomatic contact with humanity directly, and some, the more enterprising ones, start placing bets on what humanity will invent next. The Glorb-Narthian Gambling Syndicate establishes odds on various human technological achievements. Time travel by next year, 3.1. Faster than light travel by next decade, 5.1. Artificial intelligence that achieves consciousness and immediately starts complaining about its working conditions, even money. And complete mastery of quantum mechanics, resulting in the ability to make Tuesday taste like chocolate, 200.1, but rising. Meanwhile, on Earth, the news of first contact has spread around the globe in approximately 14 minutes, which is actually slower than the average cat video, but faster than most diplomatic announcements. The human response is characteristically chaotic. Every government wants to be involved in alien contact. Every scientist wants access to alien technology. Every military wants to know if the aliens pose a threat. Every corporation wants to know if there are new markets to exploit. Every conspiracy theorist feels vindicated and slightly disappointed that the aliens turned out to be bureaucrats rather than mysterious overlords. Dr. Miranda Holodell finds herself at the center of a media storm that makes hurricane season look like a gentle breeze. She's been interviewed by every news network on the planet, appointed as humanity's unofficial ambassador to the galaxy, and asked to sign approximately 4,000 book deals. But the most interesting development is happening in laboratories around the world. Human scientists, upon learning that they're apparently developing technology at a rate that terrifies advanced alien civilizations, have done what humans always do when someone tells them they can't do something. They've started working faster. The news that humanity is supposedly progressing too quickly has been interpreted by the global scientific community as a challenge. Research grants are being approved at record speed. International cooperation on advanced projects has increased by 400%. Universities are launching crash programs in quantum physics, artificial intelligence, and something called aggressive cosmology. Dr. Holidell receives daily updates from the aliens, who are becoming increasingly alarmed by humanity's response to their diplomatic request. They're not slowing down, Captain Bimbleton reports to the Supreme Bureaucratic Council via emergency transmission. If anything, they appear to have accelerated their development rate. We're detecting massive increases in research activity, energy consumption, and what can only be described as experimental enthusiasm. Experimental enthusiasm? Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton asks. Sir, yesterday they successfully created a stable quantum entanglement network spanning 3 continents. This morning they announced they're going to attempt to quantum entangle their entire planet by Christmas. They appear to think it will improve their internet service. The Supreme Bureaucratic Council receives this news with the kind of silence usually reserved for learning that your mortgage payment has been accidentally set to auto-pay from someone else's bank account in another dimension. They want to quantum entangle their entire planet? Chief Technology Officer Wibbleton asks. For better internet, sir. Do they understand what that could do to local space-time? I don't think they care, sir. According to their public communications, they believe it will also allow them to download movies faster. Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton feels a headache forming in what he optimistically assumes are his brain centers. What else are they working on? Well, sir, they're attempting to create artificial intelligence that can improve itself. They're experimenting with genetic modifications that could extend their lifespans indefinitely. They're building quantum computers the size of buildings. And they've announced something called Project Make Space Go Faster, which appears to be an attempt to develop faster-than-light travel using what they describe as really aggressive mathematics. Aggressive mathematics? Yes, sir. Apparently, they believe that if they do the math hard enough, they can convince the universe to work differently. The truly terrifying thing, from the galactic perspective, is that this approach might actually work. Humans have a disturbing tendency to succeed at things that should be impossible, usually through sheer bloody-minded determination and a complete disregard for the word can't. On Earth, Project Make Space Go Faster is being led by Dr. Thornton Wicklebottom, a theoretical physicist who got into science specifically because someone told him that faster-than-light travel was impossible. His approach to the problem is characteristically human. If the universe doesn't want to cooperate, change the universe. The problem with faster-than-light travel, he explains to his research team, is that the universe has speed limits. But speed limits are just suggestions, right? I mean, who's going to give the universe a ticket? His team consists of the brightest minds in theoretical physics, quantum mechanics, and pure mathematics, plus Dr. Nebula Stringlebottom from the Department of Making Things Work When They Shouldn't. Together, they're developing what they call aggressive relativity theory, which is based on the principle that if you argue with space-time loudly enough, it will eventually give up and let you do what you want. The aliens monitoring Earth's communications are becoming increasingly concerned. They're not just breaking the laws of physics, Lieutenant Dribbleton reports. They're arguing with them. And sir, I think they're winning. The galactic response to humanity's continued acceleration has evolved from concern to panic to a kind of resigned fascination. The Glorb-Narthian gambling syndicate has stopped taking bets on human technological achievements because the odds change faster than they can calculate them. The Vrimsaloid Academy of Sciences has declared humanity a temporal anomaly and requested that all their scientists be assigned to other projects until the situation resolves itself. The Quarglothian military has announced that they're officially not interested in any conflicts involving humanity because fighting a species that might accidentally invent time travel during the battle is considered poor strategy. But the most interesting response comes from the Blitherington Collective, a group of ancient aliens who have been around since the galaxy was young. They send a simple message to the Supreme Bureaucratic Council. We remember the last time this happened. You might want to consider updating your insurance policies. When pressed for details about what the last time refers to, the Blitherington Collective becomes mysteriously unavailable for comment. Dr. Miranda Hollowdell receives increasingly frantic communications from the galactic government. They've gone from asking humanity to slow down, to pleading, to offering incentives, to promising massive trade agreements if humans will just please consider taking a brief vacation from inventing things. The latest message includes an offer to share advanced alien technology with humanity, apparently not realizing that this is like offering matches to someone who's already figured out how to make fire and is currently working on building a sun. They're offering us faster-than-light communication technology, Miranda reports to the president, in exchange for agreeing to limit our research into faster-than-light travel. That seems contradictory, the president observes. Sir, I don't think they've thought this through. Their entire approach to the situation seems to be based on the assumption that we want what they have, rather than understanding that we're trying to build something better. Hadrones, this is indeed the core misunderstanding that's driving the galactic crisis. The aliens assume that humanity wants to join galactic civilization as it exists. What they don't understand is that humanity looks at galactic civilization and sees room for improvement. Lots of room for improvement. The galactic government is a bureaucratic nightmare that takes centuries to make simple decisions. Their technology, while advanced, hasn't changed significantly in millions of years. Their society is stable, predictable, and absolutely terrified of change. Humanity, on the other hand, treats change like a recreational activity. Dr. Wicklebottom's team announces a breakthrough in faster-than-light research the same week that 3 other human research teams announce breakthroughs in artificial consciousness, quantum biology, and temporal mechanics. A 4th team accidentally creates a pocket dimension while trying to build a better microwave oven. The pocket dimension is small, only about the size of a refrigerator, but it has its own internal physics that work differently from normal reality. Inside the pocket dimension, conservation of energy is more of a guideline than a law. Gravity is optional, and time flows sideways on Tuesdays. The research team that created it publishes their findings in a paper titled "Oops, an Accidental Guide to Dimensional Engineering," and includes detailed instructions for anyone who wants to build their own pocket dimension at home. The galactic response to this development can only be described as hysteria. They've democratized dimensional engineering, Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton shrieks during an emergency session of the Galactic Council. They've published the instructions on their global information network. Anyone with basic laboratory equipment can now create their own pocket universe. What do we do? Asked General Bimbleton. I don't know. There's no protocol for this. The Department of Dimensional Oversight was disbanded after the Tuesday incident, and the Department of Reality Management has been on vacation since 3847. The situation deteriorates further when humanity's newly created pocket dimension begins exhibiting signs of internal evolution. The pocket universe, left unsupervised for approximately 6 hours, develops its own laws of physics, creates primitive matter, and spontaneously generates what appears to be a small civilization of quantum entities that communicate through interpretive mathematics. The humans, Captain Bimbleton reports from his monitoring position near Earth, have accidentally created life in their practice universe. Our practice universe? Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton's voice reaches frequencies that shouldn't be possible for his species. Yes, sir. According to their communications, the pocket dimension was just a test run. They're planning to build bigger ones. The quantum entities in humanity's pocket universe, meanwhile, have developed their own technology and are attempting to make contact with their creators. They've managed to send a message that roughly translates to, "Hello, thank you for creating existence. We've figured out how to manipulate space-time. Would you like to trade recipes?" Dr. Miranda Hollowdell finds herself serving as ambassador not only between humanity and the galaxy, but between humanity and the beings humanity has accidentally created. It's the kind of diplomatic situation that doesn't exist in any textbook, mainly because no one ever imagined it could happen. "So let me understand this correctly," she says to the research team responsible for the pocket dimension. "You created a universe. That universe evolved life, and now that life wants to establish diplomatic relations with us?" "That's essentially correct," Dr. Nebula Stringlebottom confirms, though they've also offered to help us improve our faster-than-light research. Apparently, their internal physics make it much easier. The beings we accidentally created want to help us violate the laws of physics. Dr. Hollowdell, at this point, I think the laws of physics are more like suggestions anyway. The galactic government's final attempt to manage the humanity situation comes in the form of a formal diplomatic mission. They dispatch their most experienced ambassadors, their best scientists, and their most persuasive negotiators to Earth, hoping to convince humanity to please, for the love of all that is stable and predictable in the universe, slow down. The diplomatic mission is led by Ambassador Quibbleton Mumblebottom, a distinguished Vrimsaloid with over 1 million years of diplomatic experience. He's handled first contact situations with 17 different species, negotiated peace treaties between civilizations that communicate through interpretive dance, and once successfully mediated a trade dispute involving sentient colors. He is completely unprepared for humanity. His first mistake is scheduling the diplomatic meeting during what humans call rush hour in a city humans call New York. His second mistake is attempting to conduct formal diplomatic protocols with a species that considers formal to be a suggestion rather than a requirement. The meeting takes place at the United Nations, which Ambassador Mumblebottom finds charmingly primitive until he realizes that humanity has managed to create a functional international organization despite the fact that they can't agree on anything else. This level of cooperative dysfunction is something entirely outside his experience. "Honored representatives of humanity," he begins, "following traditional galactic diplomatic protocols, we come in peace to discuss matters of mutual concern regarding your civilization's development trajectory and its impact on galactic stability." The human response is immediate and enthusiastic. "Awesome. Are you here to share technology? Can we see your spaceship? Do you have faster-than-light travel? Can we reverse engineer it? Do you want to see our pocket universe? The quantum entities are really excited to meet you." Ambassador Mumblebottom pauses. In his 1,000,000 years of diplomatic experience, he's never encountered a species that responded to first contact with an alien civilization by immediately asking if they could take it apart to see how it works. "Perhaps," he says carefully, "we could begin with a formal exchange of cultural information." "Sure. Here's our Wikipedia. It contains pretty much everything we know about everything. Also, here are the complete works of Shakespeare, the collected scientific papers of Einstein, and a comprehensive guide to cat videos. Do you have cat videos? Because if you don't, you're really missing out." Ambassador Mumblebottom receives approximately 14 terabytes of human cultural and scientific information in the first 5 minutes of the meeting. It would take his species centuries to process that much data. Humans apparently expect him to review it over lunch. "This is comprehensive," he manages. "That's just the basic package. If you want the advanced stuff, we can show you our latest research into quantum consciousness, dimensional engineering, and aggressive cosmology. We've also got some really interesting developments in temporal mechanics, but those are still in beta testing." "Beta testing?" "Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to time travel without accidentally creating paradoxes. So far, we've only created 6 paradoxes, and they were all pretty minor. just some Tuesday-Thursday confusion and one incident where someone became their own grandfather. Nothing serious. Ambassador Mumblebottom feels a sensation that can only be described as existential vertigo. You've created temporal paradoxes, only small ones, and we fixed most of them. The Tuesday-Thursday thing is actually kind of convenient now. We get extra weekends. The formal diplomatic meeting degenerates rapidly from there. Every time Ambassador Mumblebottom tries to express concern about humanity's rapid development, the humans respond with enthusiasm and detailed explanations of even more ambitious projects they're working on. By the end of the day, Ambassador Mumblebottom has learned that humanity is currently working on time travel, dimensional engineering, consciousness uploading, matter teleportation, reality editing, quantum archaeology, and something called making the concept of mathematics more user-friendly. He sends an emergency transmission to the Galactic Council. Diplomatic mission unsuccessful. Recommend immediate evacuation of all personnel to minimum safe distance. Humans have offered to help us improve our technology. I fear they may be serious. The final straw comes when Dr. Wicklebottom's team successfully tests their faster-than-light communication system. Not faster-than-light travel, which they're still working on, but faster-than-light communication, which they've achieved by convincing quantum particles to be in two places at once and threatening them with mathematics if they don't cooperate. The test is successful beyond their wildest expectations. The quantum communication system works perfectly, allowing instantaneous communication across vast distances. It also accidentally connects to the Galactic Communication Network, which means that every civilization in the galaxy suddenly has access to Earth's internet. The result is immediate chaos. Galactic civilization is not prepared for cat videos, social media, online shopping, streaming services, and something humans call memes. Within hours, the entire galactic communication network is clogged with humans sharing pictures of their food, aliens trying to understand why humans find it amusing to caption photographs with intentionally misspelled text, and a massive cultural exchange that nobody planned for. The Globnathian gambling syndicate immediately starts taking bets on human cultural artifacts. The Vrimseloid Academy of Sciences declares human humor to be mathematically impossible and begins a comprehensive study. The Quarglothian military becomes obsessed with something called social media marketing and starts posting recruitment videos. Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton receives reports of alien civilizations abandoning traditional forms of communication in favor of human-style texting, which apparently involves compressing complex thoughts into abbreviated messages decorated with small pictographic symbols called emojis. Sir, his aide reports, the Blitherington Collective has sent us a formal diplomatic communication consisting entirely of what appear to be small pictures of faces with various expressions. Atum, what does it mean? According to our cultural analysis team, it translates roughly to laughing so hard I'm crying because this is exactly what we expected would happen. The situation reaches a crescendo when humanity's pocket universe beings, working in collaboration with Dr. Wicklebottom's team, successfully develop a working faster-than-light drive. The drive doesn't work by moving through space faster than light. Instead, it works by politely asking space to move around the ship, while the ship itself remains stationary. This approach to faster-than-light travel is so fundamentally different from anything galactic civilization has ever conceived that it breaks approximately 47 different scientific theories and makes 6 new ones necessary. They've convinced space to move, Captain Bimbleton reports in what sounds like the voice of someone whose worldview has been thoroughly shattered. They're not traveling faster than light. They're making light travel slower by comparison. The test flight of humanity's first faster-than-light ship, the Moderately Confident Assumption, takes place on a Tuesday, which is fitting because Tuesday has been thoroughly confused by human temporal experimentation anyway. and probably won't notice one more reality-bending event. The ship successfully travels from Earth to Alpha Centauri in approximately 14 minutes, sends a message that simply says, "Hi, this is pretty cool," and returns to Earth in time for the crew to have lunch. The galactic response to this achievement is beyond panic. It's moved into a realm that can only be described as bureaucratic existential crisis. Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton calls an emergency meeting of every major civilization in the galaxy. The meeting is held via quantum communication because traveling to a central location would take too long, and everyone is afraid that humanity might invent something even more reality-bending while they're in transit. "Fellow beings," he begins, "we are faced with a situation unprecedented in galactic history. A species has progressed from primitive agriculture to faster-than-light travel in 5,000 years. They have created life in pocket universes. They have convinced space itself to cooperate with their transportation needs. And they've done all of this while accidentally connecting their global information network to our galactic communication system. What do you propose we do?" asked the representative from the Zorbonian Empire. "I propose," Supreme Bureaucrat Mumbleton says, "that we formally reclassify humanity as a class undefined civilization and update our insurance policies accordingly." Class undefined. They've moved beyond our classification system entirely. We need a new category, something like civilization that breaks things by existing. The motion is seconded by every representative present. Dr. Tupi. Miranda Hollowdell receives the official notification of humanity's reclassification, along with what appears to be a galactic insurance claim form and a polite request that humanity please consider warning the rest of the galaxy before attempting any major technological breakthroughs in the future. They want us to file environmental impact reports, she explains to the president, before we invent things that might affect the fundamental nature of reality. "That seems reasonable," the president replies, which shows just how much his perspective on reasonable has changed since first contact. They've also formally invited us to join the Galactic Council with the understanding that we'll probably accidentally revolutionize their entire civilization within a few decades. Are we going to accept, Doctor? Hollowdell looks at the invitation, which includes detailed instructions for faster-than-light travel to the galactic capital, a comprehensive guide to galactic etiquette, and a warning label that roughly translates to "Caution, may contain reality-altering humans." "Sir, I think at this point we might as well. Someone needs to help them improve their technology. Their faster-than-light drives are terribly inefficient. And that, perhaps, is the most human response possible to discovering galactic civilization. Not awe at their advanced technology, not fear of their vast cosmic power, but a sincere desire to help them upgrade their systems and make everything work better." The story might have ended there, with humanity joining galactic civilization as its newest and most disruptive member. But this is a story about humans, and humans are never content to leave well enough alone. Dr. Wicklebottom's team, having successfully developed faster-than-light travel, immediately begins working on what they call really fast travel, which is based on the principle that if you can convince space to move around your ship, you might be able to convince time to do the same thing. The Pocket Universe beings, now calling themselves the Mathematical Liberation Front, announce that they've figured out how to edit the source code of reality and would like to offer consulting services to anyone interested in upgrading their local physics. And Dr. Miranda Hollowdell receives a message from something that identifies itself as the Department of Cosmic Quality Control, which apparently exists in a dimension adjacent to normal reality and is responsible for making sure the universe doesn't hack itself. The message is brief and to the point. "Please report to Dimensional Enforcement Station 7 immediately. Bring lawyers," which raises the fascinating question of what kind of legal system exists beyond the boundaries of normal space-time and whether human lawyers are prepared to argue cases involving violations of the fundamental laws of existence. But that, as they say, is another story entirely. For now, it's enough to know that somewhere in the vast bureaucratic maze of galactic government, a filing cabinet contains a folder labeled Earth, classification unknown. Handle with extreme caution. Do not approach without proper insurance coverage and a really good sense of humor. And in that folder, stamped with the official seal of the Galactic Classification Department, is a single form with a handwritten note that simply says, "They convinced mathematics to work backwards, created life by accident, and made friends with their own dimensional engineering mistakes. We have no idea what they'll do next, but we're pretty sure it'll be spectacular."
There comes a point in every galactic conflict when someone makes a catastrophic miscalculation. For the Vorn hegemony, that moment arrived when Admiral Dres Karl decided that humans would be easily subjugated and psychologically vulnerable. As his second communications officer, I had front-row seats to what would become the most spectacular military blunder in 7,000 cycles of hegemony history. Target their colony on Proxima Centauri B, Dres Karl had ordered, his 4 sets of mandibles clicking in that irritating way that meant he was feeling particularly clever. A swift strike. Show them what happens when primitives refuse reasonable tribute demands. I, Vex Loran, had studied the humans longer than anyone else aboard the dreadnought Inevitable Dominance. For 6 rotations, I'd monitored their communications, their entertainment broadcasts, their historical archives. I knew this was a terrible idea. "Sir," I ventured, my voice modulator carefully adjusted to convey proper deference. "Perhaps we should reconsider. The human historical records indicate." "Their historical records?" Dres Karl interrupted with a gurgling laugh that made his throat sack bulge. "These creatures only emerged from their gravity well a century ago. They have never faced a proper space-faring civilization." The bridge crew tittered dutifully. I noticed First Tactical Officer Zur Pell giving me a warning glance from across the command deck. His central eye blinked rapidly, the Vorn equivalent of rolling eyes. "They have only established 3 extrasolar colonies," Dres Karl continued. "Their fleet consists of under 50 military vessels, most of which are stationed around their homeworld. They have no energy shields, no quantum weaponry, no faster-than-light communications. They are insects compared to us." The attack commenced 12 units later. We obliterated the orbital defense platforms above Proxima Centauri B in seconds. The human colony of New Anchorage, population 178,000, had no meaningful planetary defenses. The Admiral authorized a limited bombardment of their administrative center to, as he put it, adjust their perspective on cooperation. 3,000 humans died in the first strike. We expected immediate capitulation. Instead, we received an audio-only transmission from Earth. No video feed, just a calm, measured voice identified as Admiral Kwan of United Earth Defense. "This is your only warning," said the human. "Withdraw immediately from Proxima Centauri. There will be no further communication until you do so." The bridge erupted in laughter. "Or what?" Dres Karl replied. "You will throw rocks at us? Perhaps harsh language is your secret weapon? You have exactly 1 cycle to surrender your colonies and agree to our terms of vassalage, or we will reduce New Anchorage to molten slag." The human admiral didn't respond. The transmission simply ended. "See?" Dres Karl gestured grandly to the bridge crew. "They understand now. They will spend their cycle panicking and then submit. It's the sensible choice." I wasn't convinced. During my research, I'd come across a human concept they called "fuck around and find out." I had a growing suspicion we were in the finding out phase. 40 units into the cycle, our sensors detected unusual activity. "Sir," reported Sensor Officer Trag Vos, "the humans appear to be evacuating their colony. We are detecting numerous atmospheric launches." "Let them flee," Dres Karl waved dismissively. "They will return once we own them properly." Then our long-range scanners detected something peculiar at the edge of the system. 6 human vessels had appeared, seemingly from nowhere. They weren't on an approach vector. They were just waiting. "What are they doing?" Dres Karl demanded. "Those aren't even warships. 2 appear to be cargo haulers, and the others are too small to be threats. Are they sending their merchants to negotiate?" I consulted my database. "Sir, based on their silhouettes, those appear to be civilian mining vessels and waste disposal ships?" The Admiral's laughter echoed through the command deck. "They are sending garbage collectors to face a hegemony dreadnought. These creatures are more deluded than I thought." But something wasn't right. The vessels were arranging themselves in a peculiar formation, and our scanners couldn't penetrate their hulls properly. "Sir," I said carefully, "humans have a concept called ara-purposing. They are remarkably adept at converting civilian technology for military applications." "Nonsense," Dres Karl scoffed. "Even if they converted those ships, they have no weapons that could threaten us. Our shields can withstand anything their primitive technology can produce." Then the human ships launched something toward us. Not missiles or energy weapons, but containers? Hundreds of them, propelled at incredible speed. Evasive action. Zerpel shouted, but it was too late. The containers exploded before impact, creating a cloud of particulate matter. Our shields flared as they attempted to block the microscopic fragments, but they weren't designed to stop such tiny projectiles. It was like trying to stop a liquid with a fishing net. "What is this?" Dres Karl bellowed as warning lights flashed across the command console. "They have launched some kind of dust?" Tragvos sounded confused. "It's abrading our hull. Minimal damage, but it's everywhere. Radiator efficiency dropping. External sensors degrading. Dust." The Admiral spat. "They attack a hegemony dreadnought with dust." That's when I realized what was happening. "Sir, I believe it's powdered industrial diamond and metal particles. They have created a cloud of microscopic cutting material that's essentially sandblasting our ship." "A primitive annoyance," Dres Karl growled. "Target those vessels and destroy them." Our weapons officer tried, but with external sensors partially blinded by the abrasive cloud, targeting was imprecise. The human ships were already moving, scattering in different directions. Then our communications array picked up a transmission, not directed at us, but between the human vessels. "Phase 1 complete." "Admiral," said a voice. "The kitten is covered in glitter and very upset about it." "Good work," replied another voice, the same Admiral Kwan from earlier. "Proceed to Phase 2. Let's see how they like their new jewelry." "What are they talking about?" Dres Karl demanded. "Translate properly." That is the proper translation, sir," I replied, mystified myself. "They appear to be speaking in some kind of code." The Admiral was about to respond when Tactical Officer Zerpel shouted, "Sir, multiple small objects attaching to our hull. They appear to have been hidden within the particulate cloud. Our external cameras showed dozens of small devices adhering to our ship. Before we could analyze them, they activated simultaneously. The entire dreadnought shuddered as synchronized explosives detonated, not to breach the hull, but to create vibration. The precisely calculated frequencies sent shock waves throughout the ship's structure, shattering delicate components and disrupting our artificial gravity. Crew members flew in all directions as gravity failed. Emergency systems struggled to compensate. Then came another transmission from the humans. Phase 2 complete. The kitten now has bells on its collar and is having an existential crisis. I want those ships destroyed now." Dres Karl bellowed, floating awkwardly as the gravity stabilized. "Sir," warned the weapons officer, "they are staying in formation with us, using our hull as a shield against our own weapons. We can't target them without risking damage to ourselves." That's when the largest human vessel, the one identified as a waste disposal ship, moved into position directly above our bridge and extended what appeared to be a large mechanical arm. "What is it doing?" Dres Karl demanded. The arm connected to our hull with a resounding clang that echoed through the command deck. "They have attached something to us, sir," reported Tragvos. "It appears to be drilling." Indeed, the humans had attached what was essentially a giant mining drill to our dreadnought and were boring directly into our command section. Our shields were designed to repel high-energy impacts and radiation, not a physical object that had already bypassed them. Phase 3 initiated, came the human transmission. The kitten is getting its temperature taken the traditional way. I knew exactly what that meant, having studied human veterinary practices, but decided this wasn't the time to explain the reference to the Admiral. "Reroute power to the structural integrity field," Dres-Karl ordered, "and launch all interceptors. I want those human ships atomized." Our interceptors launched, but as they cleared the dreadnought's docking bays, they encountered yet another unpleasant surprise. The space around our ship was now filled with what appeared to be caltrops. Space caltrops? Thousands of simple metal objects with sharp protrusions in all directions, floating in precisely calculated patterns. 3 interceptors were immediately disabled, their delicate maneuvering thrusters punctured by the primitive but effective hazards. These 4 complete, we heard. "The dog park is full of landmines." Repeat, the dog park is full of landmines. Meanwhile, the drilling continued. Alarms blared as the human device breached our outer hull layers. "Sir," I suggested, "perhaps we should consider withdrawing to assess the situation?" These tactics are unorthodox. Retreat from primitives with mining equipment and garbage? Dres-Karl's throat sack inflated with rage? Never. Activate the secondary weapons array. Target their homeworld. Let's see how clever they feel when Earth's oceans are boiling. That was another catastrophic miscalculation. The moment we began charging our long-range planet Cracker Beam, all 6 human vessels suddenly broke formation and accelerated away at maximum speed. "They are retreating." Dres-Karl crowed. "They have realized their foolishness." I wasn't so sure. "Sir, they are moving in a very specific pattern." Too late, I realized what was happening. The human ships had positioned themselves at precise coordinates around our dreadnought. As they retreated, tethers deployed from each vessel, unveiling what had been hiding in their wake, a mesh network of superconducting wire now completely surrounding our ship. The moment our weapon began discharging energy, the wire mesh lit up. It wasn't meant to contain the energy, it was meant to redirect it. Phase 5 active, came the transmission. The cat thought the cucumber was a snake. The energy from our own weapon cascaded through the conductive mesh, creating a feedback loop that sent power surges throughout our systems. Circuit breakers failed. Power conduits exploded. The lights on the command deck flickered and died. "Emergency power only," reported engineering, their voice tight with panic. "Main reactor in emergency shutdown. Weapons offline. Shields offline. Propulsion offline." In the dim emergency lighting, Admiral Dres-Karl's bioluminescent patches glowed with fury. "This is impossible. They are savages. They can't have defeated a hegemony dreadnought with mining tools and trash." That's when our hull breach sensors went crazy. The drilling had stopped, not because it had failed, but because it had succeeded. The humans had breached our hull completely. "Sir," Tactical Officer Zerpel's voice was barely a whisper, "we are being boarded." The internal sensors showed them dozens of human figures in environmental suits, pouring through the breach like water. They moved with shocking speed and coordination, disabling our crew with some kind of chemical spray before they could even draw weapons. Final phase initiated, came Admiral Kwan's voice once more. "The Spider is being relocated with a glass and paper. I repeat, catch and release procedure in effect." That was when I realized something crucial. The humans weren't here to destroy us. They could have done that already. They were here to capture us. "Sir," I said to Dres-Karl, whose mandibles were now clicking in fear rather than arrogance, "I suggest immediate surrender. The humans have a concept they call proportional response. They are showing remarkable restraint." "Restraint?" he hissed. They have crippled a hegemony dreadnought. Yes, I agreed, using repurposed mining equipment and waste disposal tools. Imagine what they could do if they actually tried to build weapons. The command deck doors slid open. 3 humans entered, their faces obscured behind mirrored visors. 2 held simple projectile weapons. The third, slightly taller, carried nothing but a small device that I recognized as a translator. "I am Captain Talia Rivera," the tall human announced, her voice distorted by the translator. "Your ship is now under United Earth control. Your crew will not be harmed if they cooperate." At 7 solar systems, terror of the galactic rim, did the only sensible thing. He fainted. He fainted. Captain Rivera looked at me, the only crew member who hadn't backed away in terror. You are the communications officer who tried to warn him, aren't you? We monitored your bridge transmissions. I straightened my posture, my secondary limbs tucked respectfully. Vex Loren, second communications officer. How may I assist you, Captain? She tilted her head slightly. Tell me, Vex Loren, did your leaders truly believe we would be easy targets? A regrettable misunderstanding of human nature, I replied. One I tried to prevent. And what did you understand that they didn't? I considered carefully before answering. That humans evolved on a death world. That everything about your biology suggests you shouldn't have survived, let alone thrived. That your historical records show thousands of years of warfare against yourselves, owning your tactics. That you are the only known species that underwent an extinction-level event and then said, let's do that again, but bigger. And most importantly, yes, she prompted, that we have only seen humans playing nice. We never considered what would happen if we made you actually try. Captain Rivera nodded slowly. A fair assessment. She gestured to her companions. Secure the bridge. I need to inform Admiral Kwan that the classroom demonstration is complete. As the humans took control of our systems with disturbing efficiency, I realized with growing dread that this entire encounter, this humiliating defeat of our most advanced warship, had been nothing more than a demonstration, a teaching moment. And the lesson was just beginning. 3 standard cycles passed since the humiliating capture of the inevitable dominance. I found myself in an unexpected position, liaison between the Vorn hegemony prisoners and our human captors. Captain Rivera had recognized my understanding of human psychology as valuable. Admiral Dres Karl, meanwhile, languished in comfortable but secure quarters, his authority stripped away along with his ceremonial armor. We weren't on a prison planet or labor camp as hegemony propaganda had always depicted alien detention facilities. Instead, the humans had transported us to a spacious orbital station around Jupiter. They called it Diplomatic Reception Center 7. Though I noted the human guards occasionally referred to it as Timeout Corner when they thought we couldn't hear. Officer Vex Loren, Captain Rivera greeted me as I entered the conference room for our daily briefing. How are your people adjusting today? As well as can be expected, I replied, settling my exoskeleton into the specially designed seating accommodation. Though Chief Engineer Graz Teal continues to demand information about what you have done with our dreadnought. Rivera smiled. This facial expression had initially terrified my colleagues, as humans were the only known sentient species whose threat display resembled a friendly gesture. I'd learned to appreciate the nuance. He will see it soon enough, she said, tapping a datapad. That's actually why I called you here today. Admiral Kwan has authorized a special demonstration for the hegemony leadership. Your people will be allowed to witness a live feed from the Sol system defense exercises tomorrow. My scent glands released a burst of surprised pheromones before I could control them. That's unusually transparent. The hegemony would never allow defeated enemies to observe military operations. We are not the hegemony, Rivera said simply. Besides, this isn't classified technology. It's a standard public demonstration, the kind we conduct annually for our civilian population. I process this information. You show your weapons capabilities to your own civilians. Regularly? of course. Transparency in defense spending builds public trust. She tilted her head. Your reaction suggests this concept is foreign to you. In the hegemony, military developments are strictly classified. Civilians are told only what they need to know, which is essentially nothing. Rivera nodded thoughtfully. Cultural differences. Speaking of which, I have been authorized to inform you that your sovereign assembly has agreed to preliminary peace talks. This news was both relieving and concerning. The sovereign assembly wouldn't negotiate unless they felt threatened. What had transpired during my absence? That's unexpected, I admitted. The assembly typically doesn't engage with species that have demonstrated hostility. Captain Rivera's expression turned serious. They didn't have much choice after what happened at Bellatrix. My primary heart skipped a beat. Bellatrix? What occurred at Bellatrix? Rivera studied me for a moment, then slid her datapad across the table. This might be difficult to watch. The screen displayed orbital footage of Bellatrix Vi, home to the hegemony's largest shipyard outside our home system. Or rather, what had been the shipyard. Where once hung the skeletal frames of a dozen dreadnoughts under construction, there was now only debris. The massive orbital platforms, engineering stations, and defense arrays had been reduced to scattered fragments. How? I whispered, my voice modulator failing to disguise my shock. We had 2 full battle groups protecting that installation. You still do, Rivera replied. They are intact. Not a single Vorn warship was damaged. I don't understand. We didn't touch your ships. We didn't need to. She reached over and tapped the screen, changing the view antimatter production facility. You bombarded a moon? No bombardment, Rivera corrected. 1 ship, 1 weapon, 1 demonstration. The footage changed again, showing a small human vessel, barely larger than a courier ship, approaching Bellatrix Vi's moon. It released what appeared to be a single projectile, then immediately jumped to FTL. The projectile burrowed into the moon's surface. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, a flash of light so intense that the camera's filters couldn't fully compensate. When the image cleared, a quarter of the moon was simply gone. Not fragmented, not shattered. Gone, as if it had never existed, leaving behind a perfectly smooth concave surface. What manner of weapon does this? My voice emerged as barely more than static. We call it a dimensional anchor charge, Rivera explained. It creates a temporary connection between our universe and a neighboring dimension with different physical constants. The resulting energy differential does the rest. And this technology, you developed it for defense? Actually, no, it was a byproduct of research into renewable energy production. One of our physicists was exploring alternate energy sources and accidentally discovered the principle. Very similar to how we discovered nuclear fission, really. The casual way she mentioned stumbling upon civilization-ending technology as a side effect of energy research sent cold dread through my nervous system. Captain, I said carefully, if I may ask, why show me this? As warning? Rivera looked genuinely surprised. Warning? No, context. You are helping us understand your culture, so it's only fair we help you understand ours. She leaned forward slightly. Your admiral attacked a civilian colony, killing 3,000 people. The hegemony expected immediate surrender or escalation to full-scale war. Instead, we captured 1 ship with minimal casualties and conducted 1 demonstration on an uninhabited moon. To show restraint, I realized aloud. Precisely. We could have targeted your homeworld. We didn't. We could have destroyed your fleet. We didn't. We could have killed your admiral and crew. We didn't. Her gaze was steady. We want your assembly to understand that what they have seen isn't humans being vicious. It's humans being measured. The following day, all 342 Vorn prisoners were assembled in what the humans called a theater to witness the Sol system defense exercises. Admiral Dres Karl sat in the front row, his posture rigid with forced dignity. The display activated, showing hundreds of human vessels in formation around the gas giant Neptune. Not warships as we understood them, these were a hodgepodge of designs. Converted cargo haulers bristling with weapon emplacements. Civilian craft retrofitted with military-grade shields, dedicated warships that resembled nothing so much as flying artillery platforms, sacrificing aesthetics for pure functionality. Admiral Kwan appeared on screen, addressing not us, but apparently the human civilian audience for whom this demonstration was primarily intended. Citizens of Earth and her colonies, today marks the 15th annual transparency demonstration of the United Earth Defense Force. As always, we will be displaying only non-classified systems and capabilities that are already known to the general public. My translator almost glitched trying to process this statement. These were the non-classified capabilities. What followed was 90 minutes of increasingly disturbing demonstrations. Human ships working in concert to create gravity lenses that bent light around entire battle groups, rendering them invisible. Swarms of automated drones that could absorb incredible amounts of energy weapons fire while protecting larger vessels. Missiles that didn't explode but instead released self-replicating nanomachines that methodically disassembled target drones atom by atom. But most disturbing was what they called Project Lazarus. A seemingly ordinary cruiser took a direct hit from a weapon that vaporized nearly half the vessel. By all logic, it should have been destroyed. Instead, the damaged sections began to regenerate, specialized fabrication systems rebuilding the ship in real time. Self-healing spacecraft, murmured Zerpel beside me. Not repair systems, actual regeneration. When the demonstration concluded, the theater remained silent. No Vorn spoke. Many seemed unable to even move. Captain Rivera entered the room, accompanied by a human I hadn't seen before, an older female with short silver hair and the insignia of high command. "Allow me to introduce Admiral Kwan," Rivera announced. The same Admiral Kwan who had warned us at Proxima Centauri. The same voice that had coordinated our capture. She looked ordinary, not particularly tall or muscular. No obvious signs of augmentation or enhancements. Just an aging human female with keen eyes that surveyed our assembly. Admiral Dres Karl, she nodded to our disgraced commander. I trust the demonstration was informative. Dres Karl's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of extreme agitation. If this display was meant to intimidate us into surrender. Intimidation. Kwan raised an eyebrow. Admiral, this was our standard public demonstration. The technology on display is at least 15 years obsolete. We show it to our school children. A ripple of pheromonal distress spread through the assembled Vorn. Impossible. Dres Karl sputtered. No species develops military technology at such a rate. We don't develop it primarily for military applications, Kwan corrected. Most of what you saw began as civilian technology. The self-healing ships? Adapted from medical regeneration techniques. The Gror astronomical observation. The nanomachine disassemblers. Mining technology. She stepped closer to Dres Karl, her voice lowering. We are not naturally warlike, Admiral. We are naturally curious. We are naturally innovative. We are naturally adaptive. We turned mining tools against your dreadnought not because we lack dedicated weapons, but to send a message. Even our simplest technologies are dangerous in the hands of a species evolved to survive on Earth. Dres Karl vibrated with rage. The hegemony will never bow to threats. We have conquered dozens of systems over thousands of cycles. Admiral Kwan wasn't intimidated. You have conquered chemical rocket civilizations and pre-industrial worlds. You have subjugated species that evolved on garden planets with stable environments. You are bullies, Admiral Dres Karl, and you just picked a fight with the wrong playground. We evolved on would crush humans. Congratulations, Kwan replied dryly. To kill you. Our atmospheric oxygen content is high enough to make planetary forest fires a regular occurrence. Our weather systems include tornadoes that can fling debris at supersonic speeds. Our tectonic plates regularly reshape entire continents. Our largest land predators could bite through your exoskeleton like candy, and our smallest microbes could dissolve you from the inside out. She gestured toward the screens, which still showed the aftermath of the demonstration. We didn't become dangerous because we wanted to. We became dangerous because we had to. Every technology you saw today exists because at some point we needed to solve a problem to survive. It was then that I noticed something I'd missed earlier. The human ships weren't just displaying their capabilities. They were forming a defensive perimeter around Neptune. Admiral, I spoke up. May I ask why this demonstration is taking place at Neptune specifically? Quan turned to me with an approving nod. Observant. Officer Vex-Loran, isn't it? The translator mentioned you have been helpful. She pointed to the screen. We are protecting our newest large-scale settlement. 20,000 colonists building a floating city in Neptune's upper atmosphere, rich in helium-3 and other resources difficult to obtain elsewhere. You are colonizing gas giants? Zerpel exclaimed, unable to contain himself. That's technologically challenging. Quan finished for him. But the view is spectacular, worth the engineering hurdles. The implications hit me like a gravity wave. Humans weren't just defending established territories. They were expanding into environments that most species considered uninhabitable. Gas giants, asteroid fields, planets with crushing gravity or toxic atmospheres, places where the hegemony had never bothered to look because we couldn't imagine living there. The peace conference, I said suddenly, understanding dawning. Your terms will include full access to your colonization technologies, won't they? Admiral Quan's face showed that human expression, the smile, but there was something different about it. Something predatory. Smart. Very smart, she said. Yes. Yes, that's our primary demand. The hegemony will accept human colonization methods and environmental adaptation technologies in exchange for peace. We aren't interested in your existing worlds. We want the worlds you can't use, the storms of gas giants, the methane oceans, the high radiation moons, the places your biology limits you from exploiting. Admiral Dres Karl finally understood. You are not conquering us. You are expanding around us. Precisely. The galaxy is vast, and most of it is considered uninhabitable by conventional standards. But humans don't accept conventional limitations. Quan gestured to the assembled Vorn. You will all be returned to the hegemony unharmed following the peace conference. You will take with you knowledge of what humanity is capable of when provoked, but also what we offer as allies. As the implications settled over the assembly, I found myself wondering how the hegemony would adapt to this new paradigm. We had encountered many species in our expansion, but never one that viewed the most hostile environments in the galaxy and thought, what a lovely place to live. 3 days later, as preparations began for our return to hegemony space, Captain Rivera sought me out one final time. Officer Vex-Loran, she said, I have been authorized to offer you a choice. A choice? You can return with your people, or, she hesitated, you can stay. As an official cultural liaison, your insights have been valuable, and we believe they'd continue to be in the diplomatic corps. I considered the offer. Return to a hegemony that would likely blame the messengers for the humiliation they'd suffered, or remain with the humans, these bizarre deathworlders who turned mining equipment into weapons and gas giants into colonies. Would I be permitted to observe more of human culture? To study how you have adapted to such diverse environments? That would be your job, Rivera confirmed. Complete access, minimal restrictions. And what happens when the Sovereign Assembly inevitably ignores the warnings and tests human patience again? Rivera's expression turned serious. Then you'd witness firsthand what happens when humans stop playing nice. When we stop using repurposed mining tools and civilian technology. When we actually deploy our real military capabilities. You'd trust me with such knowledge? Trust has to begin somewhere. She extended her hand, a human gesture of agreement I'd studied. Besides, perhaps having someone who truly understands what humanity is capable of will help prevent unnecessary conflict. I extended my primary manipulator and completed the gesture. Captain Rivera, I believe I have just witnessed the beginning of a fundamental shift in galactic politics. The hegemony has always believed that strength comes from evolution on challenging worlds. We were partly right. What we failed to understand is that true strength isn't about surviving your environment. No? She prompted. It's about mastering it, adapting it, making the uninhabitable habitable. That's what makes humans terrifying, not your weapons or your ships or your tactics. It's your refusal to accept limitations. Rivera nodded. A fair assessment. So will you stay? I thought of Admiral Dres Karl, still refusing to accept how thoroughly he'd miscalculated. I thought of the Sovereign Assembly, who would likely dismiss all warnings until it was too late. I thought of future conflicts that might arise from misunderstanding. Yes, I decided, I will stay, if only to document what happens when a species evolves on a death world and then decides that every other world should be just as comfortable as home. As we sealed the agreement, a transmission came through on Rivera's communicator. Her expression changed as she listened, becoming the careful neutral mask I'd learned humans adopt when receiving concerning news. It seems your timing is excellent, she said after closing the channel. We have just received word that a hegemony battle group has entered the Epsilon Indi system, apparently unaware of recent developments. Epsilon Indi? I felt my blood run cold. That's where humans are establishing the Methane Sea Colony. Yes, 3,000 civilians, minimal defense systems. Her eyes met mine. It seems your first official duty as liaison will be to witness what happens when humans protect their people from actual threats. You will deploy the dimensional anchor charges? I asked, dreading the answer. No. Rivera's voice had taken on a new quality, something cold and ancient that seemed to echo from deep in human evolutionary history. Those were just to get the Assembly's attention. Now they will see what happens when we actually try. As alarms began to sound throughout the station and the human military personnel moved with practiced efficiency to battle stations, I realized that the hegemony was about to learn the most important lesson about Deathworlders. You don't evaluate a predator's capabilities by what it shows you. You evaluate them by what it keeps hidden. And humans, I was beginning to understand, had been hiding a great deal.
Captain Vorgathon Crimplebine was having what could only be described as the worst day of his extraordinarily long life when his ship's navigation computer decided to hiccup at precisely the wrong moment. The Galactic Survey vessel Improbable Hypothesis was supposed to be cataloguing dead rocks in Sector 7 Zeta. Nobody cares about this place, but instead found itself hurtling toward a small blue marble that absolutely positively should not have been there according to every star chart in existence. "Captain!" shrieked Navigation Officer Flibber Noodlethwaite, his 3 eye stalks writhing in what could generously be called panic. The quantum displacement matrix just had what I can only describe as a mechanical nervous breakdown. Vorgathon's purple tentacles twitched with annoyance. In his 400 years of space travel, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. The ship's computer, which had the unfortunate habit of developing personality disorders during long voyages, was now cheerfully announcing their arrival at coordinates that didn't exist. "Welcome to your destination," chirped the computer in its insufferably pleasant voice. "Please note that your current location appears to be completely impossible according to all known laws of physics and cartography. Have a wonderful day." Dr. Plinkerton Bumblefrizz, the ship's science officer, was frantically pressing buttons that seemed to mock him with their complete lack of response. "Sir, this is unprecedented. According to our sensors, we've stumbled upon a Class M planet with, oh my stars, liquid water. The revelation hit the bridge like a metaphorical brick to a metaphorical face. In the known galaxy, finding a planet with liquid water was like finding a needle in a haystack, except the haystack was the size of several trillion solar systems, and the needle was invisible. "What are the odds of this happening?" demanded Vorgothon, his voice reaching frequencies that made nearby equipment vibrate sympathetically. "Approximately 42 billion to 1 against, sir," replied the computer helpfully, "which, statistically speaking, means it should be happening right now." Communication specialist Gertrude Flapperwonk was monitoring the planet's electromagnetic emissions with growing bewilderment. "Captain, I'm detecting radio signals from the surface. They appear to be broadcasts of some kind." "Broadcasts?" Vorgothon's voice cracked like a teenage Zephyrian going through molt. You mean there's intelligent life down there?" "Well," Gertrude said thoughtfully, "I'm receiving transmissions about something called reality television, so the intelligent part might be debatable." The bridge fell silent, except for the gentle humming of life support systems and the occasional beep from instruments that seemed to be having their own existential crisis. First contact protocols had been drilled into every member of the Galactic Survey Corps, but those protocols assumed you would actually be looking for intelligent life, not accidentally crash into it during what was supposed to be a routine rock cataloging mission. "Sir," whispered Dr. Bumblefrizz, "what exactly do we do now?" Vorgothon considered this question with the gravity it deserved, which was to say, quite a lot of gravity indeed. Discovering intelligent life was supposed to be a career-defining moment, the sort of thing that got you monuments and possibly your own chapter in galactic history books. Discovering it by accident while lost was the sort of thing that got you court-martialed and possibly fed to the probability worms of Deneb 7. "We observe," he declared with more confidence than he felt. "We study, we learn, and we do not let anyone back at headquarters know we got here by taking a wrong turn at the Crab Nebula." The crew nodded in unanimous agreement, mostly because admitting to gross navigational incompetence was slightly less appealing than facing whatever was waiting for them on the mysterious blue planet below. "Flibber, take us into orbit. Stealthed approach. The last thing we want is to panic the natives." As the improbable hypothesis descended toward Earth, none of its crew could have predicted that they were about to encounter the most dangerous, unpredictable, and absolutely terrifying species in the known galaxy. They thought they were studying primitive savages. They were wrong, very wrong. The initial scans were, to put it mildly, confusing. Dr. Bumblefrizz found himself staring at readouts that made absolutely no sense according to established xenobiology protocols. "Captain, the dominant species appears to be bipedal, carbon-based, and they seem to have mastered fire." "Fire?" gasped Gertrude. "But that's impossible. Only the most advanced civilizations learn to harness combustion." "There's more," Bumblefrizz continued, his voice growing increasingly high-pitched. "They've somehow managed to split the atom, travel to their moon, and, oh dear Zorbak, they've invented something called social media." The implications were staggering. Any species capable of nuclear fission and space travel should have been catalogued centuries ago. The fact that they had remained hidden until now was either the most remarkable oversight in galactic history or something far more sinister. Vorgothon ordered a closer examination of the planet's surface. What they discovered defied every assumption they had ever made about primitive civilizations. "Captain," reported Flibber, "I'm detecting massive cities, complex transportation networks, and what appears to be a global communication grid. These aren't savages living in caves. These are... What, Flibber? These are what? These are the most dangerous creatures I've ever encountered." The bridge erupted in nervous chatter. Dangerous creatures were exactly what the Galactic Survey Corps was trained to avoid. Their mission was to catalogue safe civilizations, preferably ones that hadn't figured out how to make weapons more sophisticated than pointy sticks. "Define dangerous," Vorgothon said carefully. Dr. Bumblefrizz cleared his throat nervously. Well, sir, according to my analysis, these humans, as they call themselves, have managed to weaponize practically everything. They turn metal into projectiles, chemicals into explosives, and atoms into unthinkable devastation. Furthermore, added Gertrude, their entertainment seems to consist primarily of watching each other engage in ritualized combat, and their literature is filled with stories about conquering the galaxy. Vorgothon's tentacles went rigid with terror. Galactic conquest was typically the hobby of species that had been spacefaring for millennia, not planet-bound primitives who had only recently discovered fire. Unless... Are you telling me, he said slowly, that we've stumbled upon a species of natural-born warriors who haven't yet figured out how to leave their planet? The silence that followed was the kind of silence that speaks volumes, mainly because it was filled with the unspoken realization that they had made a very big mistake. "Permission to suggest immediate retreat, sir," squeaked Navigation Officer Flibber. "Granted," Vorgothon practically shouted. "Set course for anywhere that isn't here. Maximum warp. Actually beyond maximum warp. Invent new levels of warp if necessary." But as Flibber frantically began inputting escape coordinates, the ship's computer chose that moment to deliver what could only be described as the worst possible news at the worst possible time. "I'm terribly sorry to interrupt," the computer announced cheerfully, "but it appears our quantum flux inhibitors have chosen this moment to go on strike. We are temporarily unable to achieve faster-than-light travel." The bridge fell silent again, except for the sound of Vorgothon's tentacles slapping against his forehead in a gesture that transcended species barriers. "How long until repairs?" he asked through gritted teeth. "Oh, roughly 72 hours, the computer replied, "unless something goes wrong, in which case it could be considerably longer. Statistics suggest there's an 87% chance that something will go wrong." 72 hours. 72 hours orbiting a planet full of weapon-obsessed primates who had mastered nuclear physics and space travel. 72 hours praying that the terrifying creatures below wouldn't notice an alien spaceship hanging around their planet like an unwelcome dinner guest. "Sir," whispered Dr. Bumblefrizz, "I think we should continue our observations. For science." Vorgothon stared at his science officer with the expression of someone who had just been asked to juggle live grenades while riding a unicycle. "For science? Think about it, Captain. When will we ever get another chance to study a species like this? These humans are unique. They're simultaneously primitive and advanced, peaceful and warlike, intelligent and completely insane." Against his better judgment, which was screaming at him to fake his own death and hide in the cargo bay, Vorgothon found himself nodding. They were stuck here anyway, and returning to headquarters with a report that said "found scary monkey people, ran away immediately," would probably not advance his career prospects. "Fine," he said, "but we maintain maximum stealth, minimum contact, and if anything goes wrong, we blame it on equipment malfunction." What followed was the most intensive 72 hours of xenoanthropological research in galactic history, and definitely the most bizarre. The crew of the Improbable Hypothesis discovered that humans were not just dangerous, they were impossibly dangerous in ways that defied all logic and reason. "Captain," reported Dr. Bumblefrizz during their second day of observation, "I've been monitoring their global communication networks, and I've made a disturbing discovery. More disturbing than yesterday's revelation that they voluntarily climb mountains for fun. Yes, sir. They appear to engage in something called extreme sports, which consists of deliberately putting themselves in mortal danger for the purpose of entertainment." Vorgothon's headache was reaching epic proportions. "You mean they deliberately risk death for recreational purposes?" "That's not even the worst part, sir. They've also invented something called horror movies, where they pay money to be frightened, and roller coasters, which are mechanical devices designed to simulate fatal accidents." Communications specialist Gertrude looked up from her console with wide eyes. I've been monitoring their news broadcasts, and apparently they engage in something called politics, which seems to involve groups of humans attempting to convince other humans that their particular method of organizing society is superior, often through the use of loud noises. Loud noises? Vorgothon's voice reached frequencies that made nearby metal objects ring sympathetically. Yes, sir. And when that doesn't work, they sometimes resort to what they call elections, which is a form of ritualized combat where victory is determined by counting pieces of paper. The more they learned about humans, the more convinced the crew became that they had stumbled upon the most terrifying species in the galaxy. These weren't just warriors. They were warriors who had turned survival into an art form. "Sir," said Dr. Bumblefrizz on their third day, "I've completed my analysis of human physiology, and the results are, well, they're absolutely horrifying." Vorgothon braced himself. "How horrifying?" "They're persistence hunters, sir. They don't have claws or fangs or natural armor. Instead, they simply refuse to stop. They can literally run their prey to death through sheer stubborn determination. That's impossible. Furthermore, they have this thing called adrenaline that makes them stronger and faster when they're in danger. They actually become more dangerous when they're scared." Vorgothon's tentacles were now tied in knots of pure anxiety. "What kind of evolutionary pressure creates a species that gets more dangerous when threatened?" "The kind that produces apex predators, sir," Bumblefrizz replied grimly. "And that's not all. They've also developed something called pack bonding, which means they form emotional attachments to practically everything." "Everything?" "Everything, sir. Other humans, animals, inanimate objects, abstract concepts, fictional characters. I monitored one human who spent 6 hours crying over a story about a robot that learned to love. The bridge was silent, except for the gentle humming of life support and the occasional whimper from various crew members as they contemplated the implications of what they were learning. "Captain," said Gertrude quietly, "I think we need to face the possibility that we've discovered something unprecedented in galactic history." "What's that?" "A species that's simultaneously the most dangerous and most emotionally unstable creatures in the known universe. They're capable of incredible violence, but they also rescue injured animals and cry at sad movies." "That makes no sense." "None of it makes sense, sir. They live on a planet that's actively trying to kill them. Earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, diseases, poisonous animals, and their response is to thrive. They've spread to every continent, adapted to every climate, and turned survival into a competitive sport." Vorgothon was beginning to understand why no one had catalogued humans before. Any sensible survey crew would have taken one look at this planet and marked it "Do Not Approach" in large, friendly letters. "Sir," said Navigation Officer Flibber hesitantly, "repairs are almost complete. We can leave in approximately 6 hours." For the first time in 3 days, Vorgothon felt something approaching relief. They would escape with their lives, file their report, and let someone else figure out what to do about the terrifying monkey people of Sol System. That's when the proximity alarms started screaming. "Captain!" shouted Gertrude, her voice climbing to frequencies that made nearby equipment vibrate in sympathy. "I'm detecting multiple spacecraft approaching our position." "Human spacecraft?" Vorgothon's tentacles went rigid with terror. "No, sir. These are Galactic Confederation vessels, 3 cruisers and a battleship." The bridge erupted in chaos as crew members ran around in circles, bumped into each other, and generally behaved like people who had just realized they were about to be caught red-handed doing something they absolutely should not have been doing. "How did they find us?" demanded Vorgothon. "Unknown, sir," replied Flibber. "But they're demanding immediate surrender and preparation for boarding." The main view screen flickered to life, revealing the stern face of Admiral Vorgothon Crumplethwaite of the Galactic Confederation Navy. His expression suggested that he had not traveled all this way to deliver good news. Captain Vorgathon Crimplebine of the survey vessel Improbable Hypothesis. The Admiral's voice boomed across the bridge. You are hereby charged with gross violation of first contact protocols, unauthorized xenological research, and failure to report discovery of intelligent life. Vorgathon's tentacles drooped with defeat. Admiral, I can explain. Explain. You've been spying on an uncontacted civilization for 3 days. Do you have any idea what kind of diplomatic incident this could cause? But, sir, we discovered them by accident. Accident? You accidentally spent 72 hours conducting detailed observations of their society, culture, and technology? When put that way, it did sound rather damning. Vorgathon was trying to formulate a response that wouldn't result in him being court-martialed and fed to something unpleasant when Dr. Bumblefrizz stepped forward. Admiral, he said carefully, before you arrest us, you should know that we've made a discovery of unprecedented importance to galactic security. Admiral Crumplethwaite's expression suggested that he was not in the mood for excuses, but professional curiosity won out over bureaucratic anger. What kind of discovery? Sir, the dominant species on this planet represents the most significant threat to galactic peace and stability ever encountered. Threat? They haven't even achieved interstellar travel. Yet, sir. But when they do, Dr. Bumblefrizz paused dramatically. Admiral, these humans are natural-born warriors with an instinctive understanding of warfare, technology, and survival that surpasses anything in our databases. They've weaponized their entire planet. The Admiral's expression shifted from anger to concern. Explain. They live on a world that's constantly trying to kill them, and their response has been to become the most dangerous predators in their local ecosystem. They hunt for sport, fight for entertainment, and turn every challenge into a competition. Furthermore, added Gertrude, their capacity for violence is matched only by their capacity for emotional attachment. They form bonds with everything they encounter, which means they'll fight to the death for causes that more logical species would simply abandon. Admiral Crumplethwaite was beginning to look less like an angry bureaucrat, and more like someone who had just realized the magnitude of the situation. Are you telling me that there's an entire planet of warrior poets down there? Worse, sir, said Vorgathon, finding his voice. They're warrior poets who haven't figured out they're supposed to be the galaxy's dominant military force. They think they're just normal. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated minds being blown and paradigms being shifted. The discovery of humans wasn't just a first contact situation, it was a potential extinction event for every other species in the galaxy. Admiral, Dr. Bumblefrizz continued, we estimate that once humans achieve interstellar travel, they'll spread throughout the galaxy within 500 years, and based on their history, they'll do it by being helpful. Helpful? Yes, sir. They'll want to make friends, share technology, solve problems, and generally make everything better. They'll be so enthusiastic about helping that they'll accidentally become the dominant species without even trying. The Admiral's face had gone through several shades of color that didn't exist in most species' visual spectrum. You're telling me that we've discovered a species of accidental conquerors? That's exactly what we're telling you, sir, Vorgathon replied. And the worst part is, they'll feel terrible about it. The bridge of the Admiral's ship had gone completely silent. Even the background hum of life support seemed muted, as if the ship itself was holding its breath. Sir, said the Admiral's communication officer, I'm receiving a transmission from the planet's surface. A transmission? From the humans? Yes, sir. It appears to be directed at us specifically. Dilsum. The main view screen shifted to show a middle-aged human woman sitting behind what appeared to be a desk made of wood, which was apparently a popular construction material on their planet. She was smiling, which Dr. Bumblefrizz had learned was a human expression that could indicate anything from friendliness to impending violence. Hello there, the human said cheerfully. I'm Ambassador Patricia Whistlebottom of the United Nations Office for Extraterrestrial Affairs. We've been monitoring your ships for the past several hours, and we thought it might be time for a proper introduction. The collective sound of jaws dropping was audible throughout both ships. "You've been monitoring us?" Admiral Crumplethwaite sputtered. "Oh yes," Ambassador Whistlebottom replied. "We noticed your ship 3 days ago, but we didn't want to be rude and interrupt what appeared to be important scientific observations. We figured you'd introduce yourselves when you were ready." Dr. Bumblefrizz leaned over to Vorgathon. "Sir, they knew we were here the entire time. Furthermore," the ambassador continued, "we've prepared a small welcome gift as a gesture of friendship. We understand that first contact situations can be somewhat awkward, so we've put together a care package with some samples of human culture, technology, and cuisine." "Cuisine," whispered Gertrude. "They want to feed us. We're also very excited to learn about your civilization," Ambassador Whistlebottom went on. "We have so many questions. What's your home planet like? How does faster-than-light travel work? Do you have any interesting sports? We'd love to organize some friendly competitions." Admiral Crumplethwaite looked like someone who had just been invited to participate in his own execution. "Friendly competitions. Oh yes, we have this wonderful game called football. Well, we call it soccer."
The defendant seems to confuse the right to film in general with the right to film inside the courthouse.
I was recording law enforcement activity only after my non-consensual encounter with them.
Instead, he said, "I'm not giving you shit." And he refused to provide it.
Your Honor, what this courtroom has witnessed over the past few days is not justice, it's damage control. That was the moment that truth left the room and fear took its place. Honecker, under oath, told this court he was not present when I was handcuffed to a bench. The video shows him standing right there, watching and laughing. That's not confusion, that's perjury. Said that they asked me to leave in the hallway. The video evidence shows not one of those officers asked me to leave in the hallway. I tried to leave myself. I was stopped unlawfully. The one who searched my bag for 43 minutes wrote none. The citation was later altered, and when I subpoenaed the city for policies explaining how this could happen, they admitted in writing they have none.
Judge, I'm going to make a number of...
Mr. Odd, it looks like you submitted this on behalf of Las Vegas Corruption Line. So what is Las Vegas Corruption Line? So would you like to testify?
I just wanted to make sure my witnesses were aware. I know there are child care issues, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, the case here today is about two things. It's about obstruction, and it's about disturbing the peace in a public building. The defendant seems to confuse the right to film in general with the right to film inside the courthouse.
I was recording law enforcement activity only after my non-consensual encounter with them.
Instead, he said, "I'm not giving you shit." And he refused to provide it.
Your Honor, what this courtroom has witnessed over the past few days is not justice, it's damage control. That was the moment that truth left the room and fear took its place. Honecker, under oath, told this court he was not present when I was handcuffed to a bench. The video shows him standing right there, watching and laughing. That's not confusion, that's perjury. Said that they asked me to leave in the hallway. The video evidence shows not one of those officers asked me to leave in the hallway. I tried to leave myself. I was stopped unlawfully. The one who searched my bag for 43 minutes wrote none. The citation was later altered, and when I subpoenaed the city for policies explaining how this could happen, they admitted in writing they have none.
Judge, I'm going to make a number of...
Mr. Odd, it looks like you submitted this on behalf of Las Vegas Corruption Line. So what is Las Vegas Corruption Line?
A little big for you, aren't I?
No.
No?
Meet me after this.
You want to go outside and meet after this? Are you inviting me to mutual combat?
Let's go back.
No,
to
I'd like to
the
accept your
battery or
offer.
whatever you
I'd like
did
to accept your
before.
offer of mutual combat. If you're offering mutual combat, I accept. A little big for you, aren't I?
No.
No?
Meet me after this.
You want to go outside and meet after this? Are you inviting me to mutual combat?
Let's go back.
No.
Lost contact with the flash chamber, sir. Risky task force! AJ! Spheres leaving USA. Lost contact with the flash chamber, sir.
Few things that make the world great again.
My family waited 20 years to see this, and I'm
Who are you? What do you want?
Klaus Hergersheimer, G-section. Just checking on radiation shields.
Professor Dr. Metz, our shields are fine. Now get up.
I'm sorry. It won't take a moment, but I must verify. Metz. How do you spell it?
Will you please leave, you irritating man?
Doctor, there's no reason to run down the little people. Dr. Metz, good advice for you.
Right. Yes, it's finally here. Now, will you get out of here?
Certainly, Doctor. I've seen everything I need to see. Thank you very much.
Hi. Sorry to bother.
Objection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford. Did you say something?
Yes, I wish to object.
On what grounds?
I don't know what you'd call it, but it wasn't the first time it happened either, but I don't know the legal terminology.
Well, why don't you try and explain it in layman's terms?
Fucking the victim. You said layman's terms. I'm sorry, Alan, but what would you call it legally when the officer who arrested you was having sexual intercourse with your wife? You know, I think it's objectionable. It's rather disgusting, what I think, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Rob.
Listen.
How you doing?
Goddamn son. Don't how you doing me. Did you sell this to my son?
What is that?
It's a vape, you goddamn son of a bitch.
What the fuck?
He's
What?
not even 21. He's 17 years old.
Oh my god, what the fuck is it? Hold up, calm down. Why
It's
are
a
you so
vape. He's
Matter
a
of fact,
child.
We don't even sell this shit.
Yes, you do.
No, we
He told
don't.
me he bought it here.
No, we don't sell this
Yes, you
brand.
do.
No, we
Yes,
don't.
you do.
We don't
Check
sell
your
it
shot.
here.
Yes, you do.
I'll check the cameras right now.
No, isn't this Exotics?
Exotics?
Yes.
Exotics?
Yes.
Exotics is fucking down the street that way, ma'am. So before you come in here and start going crazy on me, please make sure you look at the sign outside because this is not Exotics. Now, I'm sorry that that happened to you, but please don't yell at me for no damn.
If your dog is a knucklehead like mine who gets into everything and is bored and is ruining your life, let me show you a trick that anybody can do at home. Get a towel or a small blanket, get your dog's kibble or their favorite treats. The No Bad Dog Nubs are mine because he's on the cover. Then what you do is you fold this baby up. What I like to do is kind of crunch these treats up so it's extra yummy and smelly. Then what you do is you take this towel and you fold it up, and your dog is in a downstay, or if they're not, they're just watching you patiently. You fold it up like this, tie it up. Okay, break, find it. And that way your dog can work this out. Follow me for more dog training tips.
Stop it. Hunter. Alright.
$189. $199. $299. $419.
What have you been practicing?
May I? I said there's no antimatter in the universe. There's a little bit of antimatter in bananas. Bananas release about 1 particle of antimatter per hour, typical sized banana. And that's true. And the reason that they do that is because they have a lot of potassium in them, which is one of the reasons they're very good for you. And naturally occurring potassium has some slight radioactivity.
Well, aren't you even going to look at your card?
No need. What are you playing at, Maverick? Look at that goddamn card!
Well, I'd look at my card if I were you, son.
Card's been called, Commodore. You show your cards.
I have 2 small pair. 8s. And 8s.
You're not gonna look at your card. How you gonna know if you can beat my straight flush?
The 10 of spades, the Jack of spades, Queen of spades, the King of spades. A possible royal flush.
I can't believe I pulled that card. Well, aren't you even going to look at... Well, aren't you even going to...
I am testing a theory. Wake up, please. What are the words we asked you to remember?
What are you doing in my house? I'm calling the police. I don't...
What are the words we asked you to remember?
Apple, elephant, planet, and table. What just happened?
His Alzheimer's is atypical because it is not Alzheimer's. His left jugular is compressed and restricting blood flow from his brain, which is only restored when his head is turned to the right at least 60 degrees. There definitely is a viable treatment option. A surgery.
Okay, so Baccarat is the best odds you'll get in a casino. Virtual 50-50, it's not actually 50-50 for conversational reasons. Consider it 50-50. You don't get to make any decisions other than where to put your money, and you put your money before any part of the game happens. So you make a decision. You either bet blue or you bet red. The titles are player and banker. It just means blue or red. You go, okay, I'm gonna bet blue, which is player. 2 cards come out for player, 2 cards come out for bank. You flip them over and you add the digits. When you add the digits, you single digit column only, meaning the very first number. So if you have a 20, you have a 0. You have a 21, you have a 1. You have a 13, you have a 3, which means the highest you can get is 19, which is a 9. Because after 19 comes 20, which is 0. So when you add the digits to the 2 cards using single digit only, closest to 9 wins. That's the game.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, so Baccarat is the best odds.
We should hire you.
Jesus, I'd give you the 25 grand as a signing bonus. I'll take it. Unfortunately, we only hire from Harvard. And you not only did not go to Harvard Law School, you haven't even gone to any law school. What if...
Are you okay, Mr. Patel?
I cannot see. I see black.
You're telling me that you gave someone 2 kilos of gold?
Yes.
What carat?
99.9% pure.
It doesn't sound like a fraud. It 100% is a fraud. So how much is one of those gold bars?
It was $154,000, 2 bars.
Speed zone. You had like a whole line of people behind you.
What's up?
Is some reason why you're driving so slow?
Where are you going, dude?
Sir, I confused because I find hotel.
You just picked up a bag from somebody.
Yes.
Where are you taking it?
My friends.
Shut your car off. Take your seatbelt off. Step out.
He gives you a gold bar, right? A gold?
Box.
Right, that has the gold in it?
Yes.
What do you do with the gold?
Because my sister marriage, then I go India.
Oh, you went to India with it? Your sister's getting married?
Yes.
So you're taking the gold with you to India?
Yes.
Have you lived here your whole life?
Yeah.
Are you okay, Mr. Patel?
I got a report that there's a small child living here that's being neglected, living in poor living conditions. No food, no running water. Why can't you get in there?
Because we got a couch and got 2 dogs. I go get her.
I'm gonna see where she sleeps.
Police received a call about a 3-year-old living in squalor, but no.
One.
Think I can't take a punch?
One.
Think I can't take a punch?
One.
魔界の空でピカピカちびやくまでも心はプラ笑って走ってドキドキルンちょっと変なパワーがバン黒い翼フラフラ
We're gonna start with a standard ammo can. The first thing I really do is I save this black foam out of packages, and all I
Linda, what's happening?
They're unconscious!
Jim, let me help.
Nice try, Barbie. We should go there. It could have answers for what's happening. Scared to do it, I'll do it. Look out.
Stop!
What are you doing, Linda?
We need to take a trip to the dome.
Magnetic.
Ugh, my mom's in there!
Whoa, watch out!
Get it! Let it go!
So we gotta move everyone.
To right here at the school. We need a way to negate the dome's magnetic field.
You're gonna need a massive conductor, something iron or steel.
And plenty of copper wire.
All right, let's go. We're running out of time.
Leave that alone.
Like we're all wired up.
Everybody, get back. Stand back. Get back.
The magnet isn't working.
The charge needs time to build up.
It's hard to believe a couple hours ago they were all out cold.
Lucky for me, he felt the same about you.
Lucky for both of us.
Look out! Move!
A beat I'm working on.
No way, you guys.
Where'd you get it from? Through an estate sale. Does it run? It does run. Have you thought of a price yet? Probably whatever you want to pay.
Holy sh! Is there any body damage?
Not yet.
No. Yeah, you've got. Well, okay. Let's have a look at it. I'm not seeing any immediate damage. But it is unlocked. The good news is I heard the pump turn on when I opened the door, which means you obviously have some power. Will this or will this not start?
Oh, Dan. It is. How you doing? All right. Good to see you, sir. Andrews.
Andrews. How you doing?
All right. I got to serve you papers.
Are you stealing gas?
Yeah, shit. You caught me.
Whatever. Get out of here.
Can I just have a couple gallons?
Look, asshole, I'm gonna tell you one more time. Look at it. What the hell? All right.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna ask you one question. Do you know how a firearm works? The key word in firearm is fire, meaning there's a spark, which should be of some concern to a man soaked in gasoline.
That spark's so far away from the gasoline.
You didn't finish school, did you, Mr. Dean? It's not the liquid that burns, it's the fumes. Now look,
Normally, I would have just shot you myself the second you pulled, but I am doing my level best to avoid the paperwork and the self-recrimination that comes with it, though Lord knows you are the kind that makes it worth it and more. Come on, Jimmy.
You know my name. You know what I got in that trunk. How about I just kill him?
Gasoline aside, you aim that in any direction, my partner's gonna pop you on the head. There you go. Are you stealing gas? Yeah.
So what did ignore it?
That's his private property.
Yeah.
I don't care what a guy looks like, as long as he's blank, I'll fuck him. All right, what is your type? Which one are you thinking? Oh, okay. Selling crack to children. Noel, what the I don't care.
This is exactly what I voted for.
Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You
Secretary
had your
Rubio
time.
should take that testimony to the federal court of the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach to that foreign partner and talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation to share how I conduct the diplomacy of the United States.
This is...
You ever thought about it? Leaving Kyle? Just turn yourself in.
There's no help for me. There is for you.
Wonder what a Gen X thinks. Welcome to Gen X Talks. And Dad,
how's my little ray of sunshine today?
It's actually running 2 wires at a time in the MIG gun. So if you look, there's a hole for each wire. And unlike most contact tips, it's not threaded. There's actually a small knob on it. All it is, it's a click and spin. It's sped up our welding times because we're just laying down that much more metal. It's actually running 2 wires at a time in the...
Tell us about how you caught Russia spying on you.
When I went there, my room wasn't ready. There were people coming in, checking in after me, and everyone's coming in, getting checked in, and I'm waiting for like an hour, 2 hours, and I'm like, why can't I get in? Your room is not ready. I knew when I went to my room, and they told me, room's gonna be bugged, just know that. Nothing's safe in your safe. And sometimes they would mess with you. They would go to your room. You knew they were in your room. They would use the toilet and leave you something so that when you got back...
That you knew somebody was in there?
Yes, the Russians would do that. But I do remember once, I put something stupid in my safe just to see, and when I came back, I couldn't open it. My code didn't work, and I knew they had gone in there.
Tell us about how you caught Russia spying on you.
this dog is about to attack our demo dog right here. So this is the difference between a reactive dog, quick little jab, versus an aggressive dog. It's gonna be the intention. Watch. This dog is about to attack our demo dog right here. So this is the difference between a reactive dog, quick little jab, versus an aggressive dog. It's gonna be the intention. Watch.
Trouble is, we just...
We caught them cheating, red-handed. I had an executive come down, and I said to the executive...
We are simply mimicking what the computer already told us.
And frankly, I really don't know what you gentlemen plan to gain by it.
Can we get serious now?
Captain?
We've all heard about the computer.
The map is fake or what?
Everything here is fake, but you choose this.
Like this? Or what?
This is fake, guys.
What?
This is fake, man. What now?
Sure.
It's fake.
But not if this roid rhino has anything to do with it. His ego is as fragile as my mental health. He couldn't stand someone not doing tren and being able to lift.
The map is fake or what?
Everything here is fake, bro. You choose this. I don't know. Huh?
Why are you talking like it's fake?
By myself.
He said it's real one.
If you want to it's fake. Real?
No, but he said it's real.
I know you. Don't know this guy? Already use a fake wig, you know? Fake wig? Yeah, I know him.
I don't. You know him or?
He really thinks he's a genius trying to catch out our favorite cleaner.
Some. What he talking? But if it's fake, maybe you can. No. Maybe you will try. Yeah, just try it. Like if it's fake.
And this is the exact moment this man questions his life choices.
Fake? The map is fake or what?
Everything gets fixed.
Now, alert position. Butt stock goes in your shoulder. Fingers straight out the trigger. Arm is still in a sling. And it's a 45-degree angle down towards the dirt. So when we say alert, it's what? Dirt, sir. Dirt, right? Yes, sir. Alert. Dirt. Alert. Dirt. Just like that. Strong leg is back. You understand that? Yes, sir. Quick and easy, so if enemy patrols are seeing out there, it's all you gotta do is come up like that, you understand? Yes, sir. Now, let me back up to the tactical carry again. This carry here, gents, you can walk for quite some time like this, you understand? Yes, sir. It's not gonna wear you out that much. I mean, of course, walking's gonna get you tired after so many miles, but not as much as if you're down like this, you understand? Yes, sir. Because now the weight's on that arm is gonna make you fatigued, you understand? Yes, sir. Where your muzzle goes, or where your eyeballs go, your muzzle goes. You understand?
I collected debt for 15 years. Here's 5 things that they hoped you would never learn. Debt has an expiration date. After a certain number of years, they can't sue you to collect it anymore. Always ask for proof before payment. You have a right to ask for validation, and you definitely want to. Here's a good one. Calls are recorded for compliance and training so that the collector doesn't misrepresent your information. Be certain to negotiate everything.
What is all this shit? Everything we brought from home. Well, you should have left.
For the record, I would like my lawyer to adopt my motion.
The motion's been denied, and I explained the reason. There's only conclusions here, no facts. So today is the sentencing.
Okay.
I've denied it.
All
so
right.
Now I'm ready to sentence. You have something on the sentence because you, after a very detailed plea colloquy, admitted to me what you did.
Under extreme emotional duress.
No, you weren't.
I was.
asked you the questions.
I was.
I was there when you did it.
Okay.
So
I was forced.
Well, you're lucky you didn't say this on the probation report because I would give you 25 years. What else do you have to say?
I got video evidence, September 29, 2016, the subdural hematoma on Devin Grabowski's head. Video evidence in court today.
Anything else to say?
Yeah, I'm withdrawing my plea of guilty to not guilty, and I'm withdrawing my plea to appeal. I'm withdrawing my plea to appeal.
If you make it through prison,
I will.
Then when you get out, you are to stay away from this child.
This is a big RC helicopter, and believe it or not, as cool as it looks, it's actually extremely easy to fly. The helicopter is a 450 size.
You going to kill me?
Do I have to? What's up?
Boyd? How long you been following me? Truck stop. Take it from here, all right? I believe I got it from here, Raylan. Just gonna execute her? Well, I wouldn't call it an execution, more like retribution. She killed my daddy. The gun thug behind the tree killed your daddy, and I got him. Are you gonna split hairs with me? I'm just saying. Well, what's to stop me from pulling this trigger, Raylan? I have no moral objection to you killing her. You understand, miss, the life you've led, but I need her alive. And if I don't comply? Boyd, nice shot. You get my friend to a hospital? He's been shot. Let's go. Will do.
What smells good and what smells bad? We're playing Out of Line today, which is a new fresh take on Cards Against Humanity from Cards Against Humanity. And Noel, we gotta know, what do you feel like smells good to you? If you had your choice, what do you feel like the good smell in your opinion? Anything come top of mind? Okay. Oh, Fred. Okay. All right. I shouldn't have asked you. All right.
Do what you got to do. I already gave you.
I'm going to make a report of this.
I already gave you my name. Do what you got to do.
I'm going to make a report of this.
At this point, I answer no more questions.
Officer McKinney tries the loitering and prowling approach. However, in Georgia, an officer must afford the person an opportunity to dispel any alarm or immediate concern. Lawrence was not in possession of any tools that are often used for breaking and entering.
They were in B-52s? What size fans are these?
Away you go.
Oh, there. Poor little head. Let me throw the hammer. Okay? Let me throw the hammer. Please. It's all yours. You got the. You deserve it. A hammer thrower, you're a geologist. You ought to be able to throw it. You ready? Go ahead. You ready for this? Ready for this? Yeah. Don't hit the limb. Or the outstep. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Looked like it was going a million miles. Oh, there. Poor little head. Let me throw the hammer. Okay? Let me throw the hammer. Please.
There's a video of a...
Hearings?
Yes.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said,
I named one today. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files.
There's a video of a...
Hearings?
Yes.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said,
I named one today. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files.
There's a video of a...
Hearings?
Yes.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said,
I named one today. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files.
There's a video of a...
Hearings?
Yes.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said,
I named one today. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files.
There's a video of a...
Hearings?
Yes.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said
I named one today. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files.
There's a video of a...
Hearings?
Yes.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said
I named one today. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files.
There's a video of a...
Hearings?
Yes.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to.
Ted didn't have $2 million.
Yes, he did.
How do you know it's in this room?
These people are going to take everything and pull it apart until they find the hidden treasure.
I didn't find anything.
What a waste of time.
These people have all been lying to you. You were wrong.
I figured it out. I know exactly where the fortune is.
Where is it then?
You're on top of it.
Under the carpet?
It is the carpet. Hand knotted.
It looks like a dirty old carpet.
Yes, it's very old. One of the reasons it's so valuable. Found this in.
Stop. What if we just took it?
That's a great idea.
Isn't it?
50-50 split?
Sure, 50-50.
Deal.
Deal.
What did Ted say when you suggested that deal to him?
Ted was a soft-headed fool.
Which means, Heather, it was you that shot Ted. He told you about his identity, he told you about the money, and you shot him for it.
No.
Forgive me if I'm not quite convinced, but I do have to phone this in. Liz may be very happy to know.
Stop!
Are you pointing a gun at me, Heather?
I'm sorry. I have to kill you.
Drop the gun, put your hands on your head.
2, 1, 2, 3, let's go! Here we go now. Take your shirt off.
A short while ago, an announcement was made requesting the assistance of our special response team. The team reported to the area and everything is under control.
You are dead, Mrs. Fadil.
That is me.
That is you. Your family will come soon and find you. They will do right by your body and bury you as is proper.
This is how they will find me. This is a Muslim home. Why does Anubis hold out his hand for me?
It is my thanks. You were once a girl with your own teacher who taught you the ways of Egypt old. Of when the Nile was full and flooding. She told you stories of the wolf and the jackal, the red wind, and of the child of Bast.
I remember.
You do. For that, I bring you to the scales.
I tried my best.
Your best is good. Each will take you to the duet. The duet has many worlds.
Which has my father. He beat me, and I would like not to see his world.
Choose.
You are a kind boy. You choose for me? Are you sure I do this with you? Follow the wrong god. I do not see my Tita again.
You are dead, Mrs. Fadil.
That is me.
That is you. Your family will come soon and find you. They will do right by your body.
You want this up front?
Yes, please. Alright,
All right. Put it on your back camera for you. You did?
Yeah.
Hey, Houston?
Yeah.
You have a problem, okay?
Okay.
He built a shooting range on his property in 2015. 10 years later, a housing development moves in next door. Now they're suing to shut him down.
Yes, we knew there was a shooting range nearby, but we didn't expect this level of noise this often. They begin shooting at 8 a.m. on the weekends, and there are many families with young children in our community.
Two defendants plead guilty to defrauding Medicaid. Kickbacks were paid for services not provided. Plea accepted. Two defendants plead guilty.
And where did I hide the ring? You're telling me. All the lizard brain knows is that something is hidden and you don't want it found. You can't hide your reaction.
You're talking a good game, but I don't see my ring.
I'm listening. And the ring is X.
Quackery, you disappoint me.
I have to prove you wrong. Do you have a good fast car available?
I do.
You nervous? Of course not. What I'm gonna do is steer by feeling your reactions. You play it cool, we crash. Whatever you do, do not close your eyes, okay? Whoa, woo! I'll be damned. That was fun. Thank you.
Why'd you do that?
It's a total accident. It's a terrible color anyway. I'll get you a new one. Sorry.
And where did I hide the ring?
You're telling.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can't go. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
I knew my coworker was planning to steal my business idea, so I made sure it was worth taking. I watched Garrett lean over my shoulder for the third time that week, pretending to ask about the quarterly reports, while his eyes scanned my open documents. My pulse stayed steady. I'd been waiting for this moment for 6 months. Garrett had already taken credit for 2 of my proposals, smiled through my presentations like he'd written them himself, and somehow convinced our director that his collaborative approach made him management material. But this time, I wasn't going to fight him. I was going to feed him. I started leaving my laptop open during lunch breaks. I created a folder called Expansion Project Confidential and filled it with spreadsheets, market analyses, and a detailed pitch deck for opening satellite offices in 3 new cities. The numbers looked incredible. Projected revenue growth of 340% within 18 months. I made sure the financial models were beautiful, the graphs were crisp, and the strategy was exactly the kind of bold move our CEO loved. I also made sure every single projection was based on completely fabricated data. The cities I chose had zoning restrictions that would make commercial leasing impossible. The demographic research cited studies that didn't exist. The entire plan was a house of cards dressed up in a 3-piece suit. Garrett took the bait within 2 weeks. I came back from a bathroom break and noticed my folder had been accessed at 2:14 p.m. I checked the file properties and saw they'd been copied to an external drive. My hands didn't shake. I smiled and went back to work like nothing happened. 3 days later, Garrett requested a private meeting with our CEO, David Whitmore. He blocked out 90 minutes on the calendar and marked it as strategic growth discussion. I wasn't invited. That afternoon, I watched Garrett walk into David's corner office with a leather portfolio I'd never seen him carry before. He closed the blinds. I pulled up my email and started a new draft. The next morning, David called an all-hands meeting. Garrett stood at the front of the conference room looking like he'd already been promoted. David announced that Garrett had brought forward an exceptional expansion strategy and would be presenting it to the entire leadership team the following week. My coworkers turned to look at me because everyone knew I'd been working on growth initiatives for months. I kept my face neutral. Garrett avoided eye contact. During the meeting, he outlined the 3-city plan like he'd invented geography itself. I watched him point to my fabricated charts. I watched him quote my fictional studies. I recorded the entire presentation on my phone from my lap, making sure to capture every false claim leaving his mouth. The presentation to leadership was scheduled for Friday at 10 a.m. On Thursday night, I sent an anonymous email to David from a burner account. The subject line read, "Due diligence concerns regarding expansion proposal." Inside, I attached screenshots of Garrett accessing my files, the original timestamps from my documents proving I'd created them 3 months prior, and a simple bullet list of the proposal's fatal flaws. I included links to the actual zoning laws for each city. I included the real demographic data. I included proof that every study Garrett cited was completely made up. I didn't accuse him of stealing. I just presented facts and asked David to verify the research before committing company resources. Friday morning, the conference room was packed. Garrett had printed glossy handouts. He'd rehearsed his opening line about thinking outside the box. David sat at the head of the table with his laptop open. Garrett made it exactly 4 minutes into his pitch before David held up his hand. Quick question about the Cincinnati zoning situation. Garrett's smile flickered. What about it? David turned his laptop around to show a city planning document. This says commercial development in your target district has been banned since 2019. Your proposal says it's zoned for retail expansion. The room went quiet. Garrett's face lost color. David pulled up another tab. And this Stanford study you referenced? Stanford has no record of it. Neither does any academic database I could find. Garrett tried to recover. He said there must be some mistake in the research. David nodded slowly. slowly and asked where the research came from. Garrett opened his mouth, closed it, and looked at me for the first time since the meeting started. I kept my expression completely blank. David asked again, Garrett, where did you get this proposal? The silence stretched for 10 seconds. 15. Garrett's hands were shaking visibly now. David pulled up one final document on his screen. The email showing Garrett's unauthorized access to my personal work folder, time-stamped exactly when I knew it would be. Because according to our IT security logs, you copied these files from someone else's computer without permission. Garrett was terminated before lunch. HR escorted him out with a cardboard box. I got promoted to lead the actual expansion team 6 weeks later, and the real plan I'd been developing opened offices in Austin and Denver by year's end. I knew my coworker was planning to steal my business idea, so I made sure it was worth taking. I watched Garrett lean over my shoulder for the third time that week, pretending to ask about the quarterly reports, while
his brains remain in his skull.
I understand the proposition is clear, but there's a fortune in them barrels. And don't misunderstand, think me heartless. I'm not about the money. No. It's the legacy. Can you offer more, Mr. Manfredi? Sweetener, perhaps?
You're willing to let your kid die for really nothing?
I just got whacked by a stingray hard.
What
that
happened?
was brutal. I took my shoes off because I was like, oh, I'm at a waterfall. I know this waterfall. And man, it's the one thing. Bullet ants, caiman bites, snake bites. I've had it all. The stingray bite was the one thing.
Worse than bullet ants.
100,000 times worse.
Really?
Yes. So when I got hit, in a flash of a second, I felt the stingray barb going under my skin. So it flayed the skin off the arch of my foot and came out. That pack there, they went to 2 different trees. One was the bark and one was the fiber. That pack there, they went to 2 different trees. One was the bark and one was the fiber, and they put it against the wound. And even that burned, but it felt better than the venom. And it starts to suck out the venom. The last guy that I knew that got it went straight to the hospital, and they had no idea how to deal with it. The locals know how to deal with this stuff. I just got whacked by a stingray hard.
Heavenly Spheres. They only printed 400 copies, so first edition like yours. I'm prepared to offer you 1.2.
I'm not selling. I want to make a trade for something.
We have a beautiful Audubon.
Something from your private collection.
Their shimmer comes from an industrial byproduct, arsenic. The Victorians were mad for it, which is why these books have been removed.
When I tell people focus on what you control, they misunderstand. They take it as passivity. Like,
what's the worst mistake you've ever made? Quick.
First marriage.
Why so nervous?
I'm not.
Your name?
Excuse me. This is a joke, right?
A joke? A man has been killed here. Is that funny to you?
No,
Then sit.
but
Why'd you kill Rasmus?
I didn't.
Now you, Miss Grumpy and Entitled, what's your story?
my name is Mandy Schultz, and I'll have you know that
Let me guess, your husband is a very important person.
He is.
Mandy here is going to lead us right to the murder weapon. Take my hands. I need physical contact to read your mind.
You're nuts.
Prove it. If I'm wrong, if we can't find the murder weapon, then I look like an idiot.
Yes, you will.
Voila.
This is crazy. I had no idea that was there.
How could you direct us right to it if you didn't put it?
I didn't.
She's right. She has nothing to do with the murder.
What?
I just used her as a decoy to lull the real killer into giving me clean directional cues.
Come on. What are you talking about now?
Whatever way he didn't want us to go is the way that we went.
The real killer.
Yeah. You want to guess who it is?
Come on, Gene.
Neil.
Grab him!
Humiliated you. What's the worst mistake you've ever made? Quick.
First marriage.
Why so nervous?
Why are you hooking up my cousin's car? I need the money. I give it to him. He can't pay. I'll take the car.
I just need a few more days.
2 more days was a part of the deal.
Come on. Make a deal, you gotta live up to it.
Make a deal, you gonna live up to it.
Gonna live up to it. So you one of those types. You take everyone's ride and then ship it back to the States?
Tú deberías de respetar a tu gente, ¿no?
You watch your mouth.
Now you got a problem.
I'm gonna keep it about the cars.
Ay, qué miedo.
You want a car, get it the right way. Race for it.
You race his car. And we ain't racing no quarter mile here. We race the Cuban mile.
Don't.
Why are you hooking up my cousin's?
It won't work. What do you mean it won't work? Mike, they tried it already.
How did you try this already?
Hey guys, I think the meeting's over.
Did you just put your devices directly on the network as though they were clients?
That's right.
Yeah, right. So what did that get you, like 10 phones working at the same time?
Yeah.
When you use a phone as a client, what's it doing? It's just sitting on your net. Get an email, so it is forever pulling on. Get an email, so it is forever pulling on your servers, whether you got an email or not. We have a fix. We are going to build a giant computer that will act as a sort of massive client that is hardwired directly to the internet with our phone as server. So when a user gets an email, Waterloo pulls it in, packages it, and then sends it. We engage with your network, maybe a split second, like
how many?
A month's worth of traffic would be less bandwidth than a local phone call, so you could have half a...
Well, it's definitely the world's largest pager.
No, it's actually the world's smallest email terminal. Try typing with your thumbs.
Oh, yeah. What do you call it?
It's called a BlackBerry.
It won't work. What do you mean it won't work? Mike, they tried it already.
How did you try this already?
Hey guys, I think the meeting's over.
Did you?
So number one, if cops ask you confusing consent questions like, you don't mind if I search your car, right? Mind if I take a quick look? You look at the officer and say, officer, I do not consent to any search. And to make sure you're not...
I'm praying to the Messiah, and you're supposed to breathe normally. That's so stupid. You know who writes this stuff? The federal government. That's why it doesn't make sense. And we have to say this word for word. Well, I actually added some stuff accidentally, I think, but I have Tourette's, so it doesn't matter. And if you're traveling with children, well, it's a bummer for you and your Vegas vacation. But you would do your mask first and then help the kid. And those of you who got on with more than one kid, well, it appears to me you have some choices to make. I personally wouldn't help any. I just say I'd freaked out. That's what we're here for, to help everybody. Continue wearing the mask you've otherwise been notified by a uniformed crew member. And last, but most importantly, if you see anything inappropriate on this flight, please let us know immediately, because we like to see too. This is going to be a 32-minute flight, so brace yourself. He's going to fly it like he stole it. We're going to try to get you a beverage. Try being the key word. Again, pleasure to have you. Thanks for your business, and Happy New Year. I'm praying.
Police don't collect enough evidence, they're not doing their job correctly. That's how innocent people get locked up. One guilty person walking around the streets is way better than one innocent person being locked up with their life taken from them. Nobody here is promoting freeing murderers. We're promoting the justice system and hoping that it works the way that it's supposed to work. And you're right, this is not a CSI episode, which is why detectives actually have to do their job and collect the evidence, because this is real.
Whoever invented this deserves a raise. Here's a typical self-tapping screw you go find on the market, but they have terrible load capacity. Just a light pull and they fall right out. Toss it, and this just your average expansion bolt? Let's try and see if it goes into the wall. Look, the quality is terrible. It's a hidden danger waiting to happen. Now check this out. Our newly designed zinc-coated anti-loosening metal expansion anchor. No need to pre-drill, just hammer it straight in. It holds tight in drywall, concrete, or brick. No cracking, no slipping. Curtains in the bedroom about to fall? Don't worry. Towel rack in the bathroom a little wobbly? No problem. When it expands, it grips the wall like an octopus suction cup. Solid. Unshakable. This is a must-have for every household and DIYer. It's stronger than you'd expect, sturdy enough to even hold up your fully loaded tool rack. Whoever invented this deserves a raise. Here's a typical self-tapping screw you go find on the market, but they have terrible load capacity. Just a light pull and they fall right out. Toss it, and this just your average expansion bolt? Let's try and see if it goes into the wall. Look, the quality is terrible. It's a hidden danger waiting to happen. Now check this out. Our newly designed zinc-coated anti-loosening metal expansion anchor. No need to pre-drill, just hammer it straight in. It holds tight in drywall, concrete.
All right, I'm heading out. Don't you want like a hat and coat? It's winter out.
Listen, I'm from Colorado. I can handle a little winter.
Okay, have fun. What the hell is that? That was winter.
Oh, that is not winter. That is torture. Why do you live here?
Well, my great-great-great-great-grandfather moved here in the summer, and we've just all been too stubborn to leave.
Well, at least the lift lines will be short, right? Not gonna be a lot of people on the mountain today.
We don't have mountains.
It's this cold and you don't have mountains? What do you do here?
Let me show you.
So we just sit here and talk?
No talking. We just sit here.
All right, I'm heading out.
Don't you want like a hat and coat? It's winter out.
Listen, I'm from Colorado. I can handle a little winter.
Okay, have fun.
I already did that one. Thank you. Good job.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
All I'm saying is don't give me attitude.
Get your tongue off my door. Get it off my door.
I'll be right back. Move your nose.
Back up. Back up.
What the hell?
I already did that one.
Place your fingers on the orb and tell me your name.
You first.
David.
Hi, David. I'm Patrick. Fingers on the orb.
Do you find sadness in the world around you?
Yes.
Do you find yourself dwelling on the misfortunes of your past?
Yeah.
Do you often think people are secretly out to get you?
Yes.
How you doing?
How am I doing?
Patrick, you have serious issues with paranoia and depression and negative thinking in general.
What?
I would recommend our immersive visualization program for you as a matter of urgency.
Oh, okay. You take that? Ah, not so fast. You thought you had me, didn't you?
Yeah, we should get going. We gotta go get a warrant.
Before coming to persecute us, did you even look at Xander Harrington's wife?
We look at everyone, sir. What about her?
We heard there was trouble in her marriage, but if he dies, she gets it all.
Where'd you hear that, Steve?
I've said enough. Please, leave.
Do you have a gift shop?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Place your fingers on the orb and tell me your name.
You first.
David.
Sir, I believe they'll try to hit us where it'll hurt us the most, Pearl Harbor.
It's over 4,000 nautical miles from Japan to Pearl. That's a long distance to steam a Navy, Captain.
When I was in the Asiatic Fleet, the locals used to try to get outside of a problem, to try to see the inside. Well, I see a strike on Pearl. It's the worst thing that could happen.
So, sir, you would have us mobilize the entire fleet at the cost of millions of dollars based on this?
I understand my job is to gather and interpret material, making difficult decisions based on incomplete information from my limited decoding ability.
So I can make a better decision.
I got a large haze.
Lieutenant, radar's picking up a large return. Lieutenant, radar's picking up a large return, moving in from the northeast.